All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Global League podcast. I'm your host, William, and I do not have Ryan with me today. He unfortunately does have to work, but I will be doing the predictions and everything by myself, and we'll be talking about the LCS this week, the LEC, the LPL, and the LCK, along with my favorite wildcard segment and our Global League top 10 power rankings for the week. So let's just jump right in, and let's just do the LCS to start like we always do. First up, the LCS was kind of rough this week for me. I personally thought the games this week initially, on Friday we had FlyQuest versus CLG. FlyQuest won, but it wasn't terribly convincing. It wasn't bad by any means, and it kind of exposed CLG a little bit, in my opinion, to what I think they are. But at the end of the day, it was a good win for FlyQuest. C9 came in. Team Liquid started out with a good lead. I believe it was a 3K gold lead after a botched topside tower dive by Cloud9. And then Cloud9 just did what they do and completely smashed the rest of the game. They are such a good team. Like, Cloud9 just really, really impresses me with how good they are. And I'm so sad we didn't get to see my MSI, because in my prediction, like my power ranking and stuff, I'm scared to put them higher because of the lack of competition in it. I really think this team could be elite, like world's title contenders. Like right now, they're that good in my opinion. CLG took down 100 Thieves, which was very disappointing for me for 100 Thieves. Good for CLG, even though it's kept the continue with the worrying trend. It's a good trend for a CLG fan, because you're like, hey, we weren't winning these games for the last like 3 split. Well, I guess they had that summer split that they were really good. But outside of that summer split, we haven't had this for like 3-4 splits outside of one where we were winning against the bad teams. So any progress is good progress, but we'll take a look a little bit later. I want to break down a little bit like all of the tied positions at second place and where CLG ranks. And spoiler, they're not as high as what I think the other teams are. TSM, surprised for me, they did take down Evil Geniuses. It was a very kind of poor performance by Evil Geniuses, kind of out of not what I expected. They haven't looked that bad since facing Cloud9, so I'm wondering if they'll be able to bounce back, because they played okay against Dignitas today, but it wasn't like amazing. It's also Dignitas. Speaking of teams that did not play well into Dignitas whatsoever, Team Liquid. They beat Dignitas, but it didn't really feel like a win. Team Liquid had a very, very bad game against Dignitas. They were in the lead, but they don't know how to close with a 1-3-1 team style at all. It's like I'll break into this a little bit later as well, but man, like we used Twisted Fate completely wrong and have a lot of issues with Impact. That I'm sure if you watched the game, you would have issues with him as well. Immortals, finally, they benched their entire team and brought up their entire academy team, which consists of Xmithy, Apollo, and Hakuo. So I don't really consider it an academy team like some people try to like say it is. This is more of their starting roster that just got benched at the beginning of the year for, I won't say no reason, because there was definitely legitimate reasons why they were benched, but it was just like all around, Immortals is a disaster of an organization right now. But they did beat Golden Guardians, which really scares me. We keep giving Golden Guardians this line like, okay, they're so much better than their record. They just can't seem to close a game out. And then they lose to Immortals, and I'm like, oh my god, like what are you doing? Like, I guess this Immortal team is completely different than the team that was being played against before, but it's still not a great team. They went from, how I like to say, they went from a team that doesn't even deserve to be called an LCS team, and that's LCS too, let's be honest, bottom 4 region for sure. But Immortals didn't even deserve to be called that, an LCS team, but they, at least putting in like Apollo, Hakuo, and Xmithy, can consider themselves a low tier LCS team, you know? Like they would actually qualify for LCS with this team. So it's not as bad as losing to the team from 2 weeks ago, but it's still not a good look for Golden Guardians. TSM took down 100 Thieves in one of the worst games I've ever watched. I do want to talk a lot more about that game. Watch that today, and my reactions were just, oh man, that was not a good game. At least it was a great palate cleanser after that with Cloud9. Like, Cloud9 just came in and stomped this Immortal team so hard. It wasn't even close. And we finally got to see Wukong top played for the first time in NA. Why has NA taken 3 weeks to figure out that Wukong is an S tier top laner? I don't know, but we got one. We're good, and it looked amazing. Hopefully, this starts showing teams like, oh, Wukong's very OP. Maybe we should play him. If we're scared of counter picks like Mordekaiser, which is a very legitimate good counter pick, and Wukong can just completely wreck him, ban it. Or make sure their top laner and mid laner has already been picked, and they can't do a flex or anything. But then just... I don't know why Wukong should be picked every single game. Every single time Mordekaiser has not been picked in the game or has been banned away or they've already picked their top laner, your top laner should be picking Wukong every single time. I do not understand why he's not being picked. But hopefully that changes. Golden Guardians into FlyQuest. They beat FlyQuest today. That was a shaky game, and they had a lot of... They were really ahead, and then they had a lot of trouble closing out against a FlyQuest team that was scaling better than them. But then FlyQuest kind of choked. I believe it was Power of Evil getting caught teleporting when he didn't realize Jace and Twisted Fate were still right on the top side. Oh man, that was a disaster for Fly. It was a very bad game for FlyQuest, and I'm kind of disappointed because I actually had FlyQuest kind of ahead of all of the other teams that were tied for second place, like slightly. But after a game like that, I feel like I got to put them in that just bunching 4-2 teams, not 5-2, but same thing. And then Evil Geniuses did close out the game with Dignitas. So with that in mind, let's talk about our most disappointing teams for the week. My two most disappointing teams, my very first one is going to be 100 Thieves. Man, 100 Thieves, Ryan said it best. Why is Ryoma the best player on 100 Thieves this split? Or he said, who is the best player on 100 Thieves and why is it Ryoma? And that's kind of how it is this split with 100 Thieves. They finish another 0-2 week. They had a win last week against the Immortals team, like I said, that did not even deserve to be a playoff team, or not, an LCS team, let alone a playoff team. They don't deserve to be in the LCS, that previous iteration of the Immortals team. So that's the only win this 100 Thieves team has. And now they're 0-1 against Evil Geniuses, 0-1 against Cloud9, fine. 0-1 against Team Liquid, fine. 1-0 against Immortal. Okay, the very tough schedule to start. Then they go and lose to CLG and TSM. They could have really beat TSM. Ryoma tried its best, but there are serious issues with this 100 Thieves team. And my two biggest issues I've had basically since week 1 is Stunt and Meteos. These two guys are just playing very, very, very sloppy League of Legends. Stunt looks like he's always caught out. Like, I don't know how many times this man is caught out. All the time. Like please stop. I'm begging you. Like he's going, what are his score lines? Like I need to like actually see this. Let's take a quick deep dive into Stunt score lines of every game so far that they have played. He almost goes 0-8 every single week. Or every single game, I should say. Like, it's crazy how like many times he's just getting caught out constantly as a pro player. First game 0-4, not as bad. It sounds like 0-8. 0-8 might have been a meme, but 0-4, and it was a very sloppy Nautilus game. Against Cloud9, he 0-4 again. Against CLG, 1-5. I mean, we're not even talking many assists in these games. 0-7 on Thresh. That's a lot of assists at 10, but he had 7 deaths on top of that, which is not great. And then, oopsies. And then I clicked the Reddit for these instead of match history. Against Team Liquid, he was 0-6 on the Thresh. And then and then against Immortals, he was 0-0-12. He actually did not die to Immortals. But again, that Immortals team does not count. But he's dying 6-7 times a game on Thresh. His Thresh, he's always out of position. Like, I don't even understand. Like, Thresh in a professional setting, Thresh's hooks are important. They're definitely very, very important. Don't get me wrong. But Thresh's main ability in pro play is his lantern, in my opinion. If you're someone like PP God in the LPL, you're making the hooks and the lanterns all day because you're the greatest support of all time. But if you're not, I'm on LEC, sorry. But if you're not, if you're just in the LCS and you're just a standard support, you got to make your hooks matter, sure, but your positioning and your lanterns have to be the most crucial thing that you do. You have to keep your carries alive more so than making the pick and getting the enemy carries out. I mean, it's a balance, obviously, but the most important thing is definitely keeping your carries alive. And Sun just does not do that. He gets caught out, way out of position. His lantern becomes useless. It's so frustrating to watch as just a fan in general because it's really frustrating. And I think his poor play it's been magnified a lot. A lot of people know this by Stunt having very poor play. And Stunt was a very highly regarded support coming up, so it's very rough for NA talent, you could say, for if he was one of the best supports coming up. We do have some players in the academy that I like a lot, but I'm totally blanking on his name. C9 Academy, Diamond. It's not Diamond Proc. I think it's Diamond. He's actually really good. I actually want to see him. He can't go anywhere in Cloud9, obviously, but maybe on a different team. But yeah, I'm worried about some of our lack of depth in academy is startling. There are teams in the LPL like EDG. They lost hope and they put who was it? It was BBD, not B. You might think BDD in Korea, but no, it was BBD. Just a random guy that they pulled out from their academy to go play as their starter because Hope was hospitalized for a collapsed lung, similar to what High had. It was really scary. I really hope Hope recovers from that because he's actually had a really good year, I thought, on EEG. But anyway, yeah, we don't have that. We don't have a player in NA that you just plug in and play, and they're just gonna play at the same level. It feels like there are a few players. Not to say that NA players, like NA League, is such a higher regard than Academy. I don't think that's true at all. I do think there are Academy teams that are better, but at the same time, I just think in general we're very weak. we really need to improve from the structure, like very bottom up. Like our structure needs to be rebuilt completely. I feel like because we don't have the talent anywhere near the level of EU. That's all EU's passed us so far. They have a lot of talent and a lot of players across the continent. And Korea has always been there, but Korea's fallen behind EU even. And LPL is like EU on steroids. There's so many players, a very high population in China. So many players. They get paid a lot in China as well, just as much as NA or more. And they just are dominating the league. But anyway, this is NA. And under these, Meteos has also really struggled a lot as well. I went on a tangent there. But yeah, Meteos has had a lot of problems in jungle. He's getting out-jungled by pretty much every single jungler that comes up against him. Which is a shame, because when we talked about it in preseason, we thought this would be actually a very good meta for Meteos, because it's a farming jungle meta right now. Like, if you're a farming jungler, like, you are doing really well right now compared to people that just gank 24/7. You could be like Blabber and out farm everyone and out gank everyone at the same time, but that's just because Blabber's the best player in the LCS at the moment by a pretty large margin outside of other Cloud9 players. Blabber is disgustingly good, like super good. But anyway, Someday's been performing very average. I wouldn't say he's been playing bad, but he's not playing up to his standard that we hold him to. Meteos has been performing very below average. Ryoma's been playing well, I think. I don't think Ryoma's been the problem this split whatsoever. Cody Sun's been pretty disappointing. I think Someday and Cody Sun have been playing very average to mediocre, where we expect both those players to be high top tier, like top 3 in the league at their positions, and they're just not performing at that. And then Stunt and Meteos are playing so, like, we're talking 9th, 10th at their positions right now. My second most disappointing team this week has to be Dignitas. I don't like throwing teams into the most disappointing category if they're 0-6 because I don't have any expectations for them, so how can you disappoint me? But Dignitas, we got to talk about Dignitas. They lost to Evil Geniuses today. That's fine. I don't even want to talk about that game. I got to talk about them against Team Liquid. Like, how... Like, this is bad. This was very bad. So we're going to pull up the map. We don't do the map as often as I would like, but we're pulling up the map here. And Team Liquid at the end of this right here, as you can see, they were up a lot of gold, and then they threw a lot of it away. 4K gold lead disappeared. Not that it matters really at 46 minutes. Much of a gold lead doesn't matter at all. Pretty much everyone is like, yeah, Johnson's full build, Froggen's full build, almost full. He's one item off. Maybe that's why he was farming mid. But yeah, it's pretty much a gold lead at that point doesn't matter. So Team Liquid are fighting here. They get the Elder Drake uncontested. Okay, don't really know why it was uncontested, but it was uncontested. I to an extent, They did have inhibs down. They had one inhib down, or they had three inhibs down. Sorry, I apologize. But I don't, you could still try, even if you don't contest the Elder Drake. The fact that Impact walks in here, he gets the super minions in here. He starts attacking the Nexus. Twisted Fate is on the team. I don't know if Dignitas understand what Twisted Fate ult does, but at level 16, and he's level 18 with 46 minutes in, Twisted Fate's ult is a very long range. So Jensen just comes from like here, does one of little these, and teleports into the base, and Dignitas has 3 members of their team right around here, pushing out a super minion wave way farther than it needs to be pushed out. like way farther. So then with Impact on a level 18 Jace and a level 18 Twisted Fate, by the way, who is one of the best tower clears in the game with the blue card, just kind of close, like, take this and then take the Nexus in about 4 seconds while they don't even get a chance to back. It was a disgrace. And Freak really actually ripped into Dignitas for this. It wasn't like, what were they thinking? Like maybe they had some type of strategy involved or something like that. No, it wasn't. It was just all about just terrible macro play by Dignitas. I think Freak was saying, they were getting a bunch of farm while they were busy farming CS mid for Froggen. They were busy losing their Nexus, and that's pretty good. I mean, Dignitas needed that. I actually like what Johnson, and even surprised. I've been an Aframu hater for quite a few splits. If you've listened to me, like I've thought he's very disappointing on 100 Thieves and stuff, but he's playing pretty good with Johnson. Like he's not at like this peak, obviously, but he's not at stunt levels on 100 Thieves right now. Which is funny that he's replaced on 100 Thieves, and people will be like, "Oh, why did we replace Aframu? Like now we have stunt, which way you had to replace the Aframu that was 100 Thieves had to be replaced. Like there's no question about it. He was performing so bad, and just a change of scenery could change a player. You know what I mean? So it's not like a hindsight's 2020 thing. It's just that stunt is really, really underperformed. But yeah, him and Johnson have actually been playing pretty well, and I actually liked having Lorlo back up in the top lane instead of Viper. I think that Lorlo actually played pretty well. It was on Ornn into Jace, which I think is I don't understand why the Jace necessarily into Ornn, because I just feel like Ornn is better in general, because Ornn will just go and build a Chain Vest and Ninja Tabbies pretty quickly, and Jace builds lethality, so your build path at the beginning. So Jace's power spike is the early, like, beginning of the game where he's dominating. If Ornn can get to like the first 2,000 gold of the game without dying, he's like won the game, because now he has a Chain Vest, Ninja Tabbies. Now Jace's lethality that he's buying is completely worthless. Like it's not piercing through any of Lorlo's armor really, or he's not doing like any types of true damage. It's just a complete waste of money. And he has to build lethality because that's what Jace simply has to build for the late game, and to at least try and pop someone. But it just in general it's I don't know. And Lorlo looked good in it, though. He looked good on the matchup. So I like to see more of Lorlo. I do think the Dignitas team has a chance to be a little bit better than 0-6. They're going to be desperate. Like, they're going to change some things up. I think they're going to keep Lorlo instead of Viper. I bet, don't quote me on this, but I bet Acadian and Froggen get subbed out for Dardoch, and I'm totally blanking on Dignitas' Academy laner. Let's see. I'm totally blanking. LCS Academy Summer 2020. But for sure Dardoch over Acadian. And Phoenix. Yeah, we might see Phoenix come back instead of Froggen. And I'm thinking that kind of needed a change, because Froggen is probably his worst split ever. But even the previous splits, I just feel like Froggen in the last 2 years or so kind of he plays an outdated version of League of Legends. he's still playing. He's doing the things that some teams in Korea have suffered, which they're improving actually. Korea is improving at trying to change into the new meta, but Froggen's like stuck in that very old meta way from like season 5, season 6. That's just not how you play League anymore, really. He's not aggressive. He's not enting his ass off. Well, actually, a few games he is enting, but like that's the problem this split compared to last splits. Last split, in like the last few splits, he wasn't enting. He just wasn't doing anything proactive while the enemy mid laner was moving around the map, making proactive plays, and just all around beating the enemy on him. Or just beating his team with with the movement while Froggen was kind of just farming up. And that kind of style just isn't going to work anymore. And it really isn't. Especially in Karma. You need to farm a little bit, but for the most part, you need to be giving it all to Aphelios, who did have 544 CS, by the way. So let's not say he wasn't getting too much. But, yeah, your whole goal is to basically stay by Aphelios' side the entire game from that point on. And it feels like he's a little more selfish than that. But we'll see. Dignitas does need to make some changes. They're 0-6. With the LCS, you do have 8 teams make the playoffs, so they are still realistically only one game out of the playoffs right now. So it's not a super panic button, but it's 6 straight losses to start the year. It's never, when you only play 18 games in a season and the first 33% of the season's over with and you have yet to win a game, things start looking pretty shaky, you know? It's not good. So those are my 2 most disappointing teams, though. My 2 most promising teams this week actually is the first one's TSM. And TSM doesn't super deserve this one. They did win both games. They did go 2-0. But they beat Evil Geniuses, which was I was impressed. I was actually very impressed with their performance against Evil Geniuses in general. They just played it felt like a good game from them, which I'm happy about. Like that's good. Their second game against 100 Thieves, like let's deep dive into this one a little bit. One of the worst games I've seen in a while. This game was an embarrassment from pretty much start to finish here. Like this was a 48-minute game, 48.5-minute game. We have so many like objectives early TSM lead. I believe Doublelift was 4-0 at one point, and which shouldn't really happen again with Cody Sun performing just like below average. You get Varus, you should be dominating. Even it is a Kalista early, but I feel like Thresh into Blitzcrank Thresh is a good counter into Blitzcrank in my opinion, because if your ADC gets hooked, you can always throw the lantern to get him back. Like stuff like Leona and like Nautilus are decent into Blitzcrank, but they don't have the thing to get your ADC back if they get caught out. Where I know you can obviously throw wards on the lantern. It's not like that, but it's a lot easier to survive against a Blitzcrank as a Thresh. And Varus shouldn't even be in Blitzcrank range in general. So he should be 30 miles back, just holding his Q down, just clearing the waves, just never even getting in the range of Kalista Blitzcrank. But they lost the lane. They were actually, in TSM, which was taking a good lead at the beginning. And then TSM started throwing, because Ryoma was starting to pop off. Well, as you can see here, he got 2 kills here on the bot lane, and then he got he got kills here, and this was clean. This was this the first Baron? No, they had 3 Barons. Holy shit! No, this was clean. Right here I was impressed by 100 Thieves. TSM had this was right when the Cloud Drake had spawned. So 100 Thieves, or TSM had 2 Drakes, 100 Thieves had 1, so it wasn't Soul Point yet. But TSM were posturing around here because the Cloud Drake just spawned, and I believe they were starting to make their way into here. Well, 100 Thieves knew there was no vision on Baron, and they had Azir, and they don't have Poke Ferris, so Poke Ferris doesn't actually do too much to the Baron, but they had Olaf and Azir, and they took Baron very quickly right under TSM's nose. They kind of knew about it. Stunt did end up dying, as you can see here again. But it was a clean. They escaped to 4 Barons. They lost the Cloud Drake. That was fine. You could completely turn the game around and really focus. Like, you could be in a position with that Baron to have full control of the jungle after that. So, like, you're not really risking a Cloud's soul until a steal in that perspective. So that even happened. They got a bunch of kills. They got some towers here. You see they got about 4 towers off of it. They got 5 kills. They got the next Cloud Drake, and then they were just in prime position. They ended up getting the next Baron was so bad. This one was terrible. So 100 Thieves comes up to the pit. They go around here, and then they get Olaf gets killed. Meteos gets killed like very early by Orianna, along with Someday. But then, so no smite challenge, and Spica misses smite against Ryoma. Like, Ryoma just autoed it as a Zir, which doesn't do over smite damage. Spica accidentally smited Someday on the Aatrox instead of the Baron, and that's just, it's such a bad mistake for a pro to make. I know, I understand it's obviously a mistake, but as a pro, you really gotta not make mistakes like that. And that, again, put 100 Thieves, they did actually lose quite a bit of a gold lead after that, because guess what? Stunt got caught out. Stunt got caught out and pulled by TSM. And TSM pulled Stunt over here with Biofrost and killed him. And then Meteos and Ryoma go to save him. And then they die, including a 1,000 gold shutdown to Broken Blades GP, who was very far behind in this game. So giving him an extra 1,000 gold got him right back in, just in time for late game GP. And then we went again. And then 100 Thieves got the Baron again. And then they gave up the Elder. And then with the Elder buff, TSM did nothing but take this top tower right here. That's all they did with the Elder buff. They didn't push anything. They were too scared to engage with an Elder buff. And it's not like they couldn't, if they were too scared to tower dive maybe, because maybe the tower is going to take too many shots. It's only, if only you had a tank like Blitzcrank who's building Gargoyle Stoneplay and Righteous Glory, or Volibear who has a fancy thing called his ult, which disables turrets. It was very disgraceful from TSM they had no one play the side waves, so 100 Thieves was always able to pressure them on the side waves so that they were never able to actually be aggressive because Someday was going to backdoor. All they simply need to do is have Broken Blade play the side waves, at least clear the waves out. He doesn't have to do much. He doesn't have to engage or anything like that. He just has to clear the side waves with his barrels and then back up and then ult onto the tower or wherever the engage is, if they engage around here. Ult, because you'll still make a decent impact with GP with a level 18 ult. They didn't do that. They wasted Elder. Goes back. 100 Thieves get Elder. They go back and then they get backdoored by TSM. It was a terrible game between the two teams. So that's kind of why I don't want to put TSM as my team of the proud team of the week. They only get it because no other really good team was really impressive. Like, literally my second team is Cloud9 just because I don't have another team. FlyQuest looked okay against CLG, then they lost to Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians lost to Immortals. Team Liquid lost to C9 and barely beat Dignitas. Evil Geniuses lost to TSM and only looked okay against Dignitas. TSM, we just discussed, beat Evil Geniuses and beat 100 Thieves, but it was very bad. It was a very poor performance. Ryan said the Immortal Special, TSM Edition. Exactly. Dignitas 0-2, obviously they're not going to get it. What other teams do we have? We don't have any other teams. CLG, they also lost to FlyQuest, and they didn't look very good against that, but they beat 100 Thieves. But we're looking at a 100 Thieves team that could be very bad. There was no impressive teams this week, outside of Cloud9. That's why Cloud9 gets it, which is unfair because they don't deserve to be my most impressed by, because I have expectations of them to just be the greatest team in NA by far. It's like Immortals and Dignitas I tried not to put as my disappointing teams because I don't have any expectations. I had the same thing with Cloud9. I have all the expectations, so they shouldn't be able to impress me, but no one else did. Literally every team was a disappointment. Even the team that went 2-0 with TSM, not clean, but it was a 2-0, so I give it to them. Did anyone else go 2-0 this week? I don't think so. I think every team went 1-1 or 0-2, except for Cloud9 and TSM. Damn. Which yeah, it was also the old FlyQuest. Yeah, I remember that FlyQuest had like what 3 games out of like 5 that were backdoors, something insane. It was like how they won their games. But yeah, that's for the most part the teams. Like just brief, we've talked about 100 Thieves at this point. Cloud9 looks amazing. Like they look so good. And bringing in the Wukong, which we knew, like Ryan mentioned before, and I knew deep down, Wukong was gonna come out from Cloud9. Like Cloud9's probably the only team super practicing it, sadly. And I honestly was expecting them to maybe not even play it and like hold it till playoffs. But at the same time, you don't. Wukong probably going to get a nerf at some point, so maybe you don't want to blow your chance to play it and get a free win. CLG. Let's talk about CLG, and then let's actually talk about all the teams. So we have Cloud9 in first place at 6-2 or 6-0, and we have CLG, Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest, Team Liquid, Gold, and TSM, all tied for second at 4-2. Now, record-wise, the teams we didn't expect to be here. CLG, for sure. The rest, yeah, kind of expected to be around fighting. These were all the teams that we actually had fighting for position for it to be a top team. We had Golden Guardians on the outside of that at the beginning of the split. And let's actually see the spreadsheet, LCS. So yeah, we have C9, TSM, Team Liquid, FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses. These are literally my top 5 teams. So Ryan had 100 Thieves 5th and I had him 6th. So they've been the biggest disappointment so far. Golden Guardians at 7 and CLG at 8. So those are the teams that like weren't as bad as the Immortals or Dignitas, who are exactly who we thought they were. But like those are teams that are trying to punch into this like section of teams here. And 100 Thieves has dropped out, and I would say CLG has jumped in, and Golden Guardians is kind of still on the outside. However, there are I would consider it right now if I had to tier list it. I would say that between Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest, Team Liquid, and TSM, all pretty equal for the most part. I can't really put a strong rating on it because they've all kind of beat up on each other. Team Liquid has a win against TSM and a loss to Evil Geniuses. TSM has a loss to Team Liquid and a win against Evil Geniuses. And FlyQuest has beat TSM and beat CLG. So maybe FlyQuest is at the top. I probably would put them at the top there. If I had to choose at gunpoint which team is the best of these 5, I'd probably pick FlyQuest. But it's by a very small margin. On the flip side, the worst team out of that, in my opinion, is CLG. We're just trying to make it so they don't get to... don't put too much of that faith and hope in there. We don't want to put too much of that into CLG. But CLG, the biggest issue I have with them is that they've lost. They got perfect game to Evil Geniuses game 1. So not only do they have a loss in this bracket of teams, they also got perfect game to it. Then they came back and they beat Immortals, which is the joke of an Immortals team. So that doesn't really count. Then they beat Golden Guardians, which we have said is a team that's been very disappointing, but they are better than what they should be. Than what the record shows, I should say. Then they beat Dignitas, who hasn't won a game yet. Then they lost to FlyQuest, another one of the top teams, and then they went and they beat 100 Thieves. So the teams that CLG is beating is Dignitas 0-6, Immortals 1-5, with the one win being a different team than what the CLG team beat. 100 Thieves 1-5, and Golden Guardians 2-4 with a barely win against FlyQuest there. Like if Golden Guardians didn't win against FlyQuest, we would be looking at a 3-6-6-6-6. So that a 3-21 record, but it's a 4-20 record right now for the winning record against, or the team's record that CLG has won against is 4-20. Which comes out to a solid, if we do the math here, 4 divided by 24, 16% win rate, 17% if you round up. So CLG has improved to me that they are actually above these teams. They have proved that they're probably right here in the 6th spot, fighting more closely with Golden Guardians at the moment than the rest. But the rest of the teams haven't proved necessarily to be that great either. So, in CLG's defense, Evil Geniuses looked good when they perfect gamed CLG. They beat 100 Thieves, who people had higher expectations, but that was the first game of the year. So people were expecting that was like really close. It wasn't. 100 Thieves was pretty bad. Then they perfect game CLG after that. Then they got crushed to C9. But then they came in, they crushed Team Liquid. And then they lost to TSM today and beat Dignitas. So I'm not sold on them. I'm not sold on Liquid. And I'm not sold on TSM. I'm not really sold on FlyQuest too much either. But like I'm more sold on FlyQuest than the others. Ryan said, "Hey man, Spring CLG would have lost those, so credit where credit's due." Absolutely. That's what I said at the beginning. Is that not just Spring CLG? Like every iteration of CLG in the last 4 splits outside of the one summer split, like would have lost these games. So CLG is in a much better position than what they are usually at, but I'm not sold on them being a top 2 team in NA. More so sold on them being a low tier playoff team that can maybe take a game or two off some teams not named Cloud9, which is exactly where we put them at the beginning of the split. So I think we actually have nailed CLG pretty good so far. They just don't want to get the hopes up too much that we're second best team in the league. You're not. And to be fair, second best in the league isn't that impressive when the first best is miles and miles and miles ahead of second place. But yeah, that's for the most part. That's all. Like I said, I'm not sold. Liquid seems very shaky. They can't play a 1-3-1 very well. Broxa's been performing pretty poorly, I think, but Impact performing really, really poorly. Like Spring Impact is no longer really a fluke anymore. Like Spring Core JJ, it feels like it was a fluke. Spring Jensen towards the end. Jensen played fine until the end. He was sort of falling off a bit, but Jensen seems totally fine again. Core JJ, good. Tactical, good. Broxa, kind of been struggling a little bit. He has not played great so far. I would definitely rank him 4th on the team at the moment. But Impact's the one that was by far be 5th place. Right? Like, he makes some good plays, but then he ends so hard. Like, it's very... His mechanics are still there, if that makes sense, but his like decision making has been so poor this split, and he just gets caught out, or just like he's just misinterpreting every play by his team, or miscommunicating with his team. I don't think he actually had a flank on C9, I believe, that was actually really good, but Team Liquid chickened out on it, which I don't like. It's the same situation I have with TSM. Or TSM today had a flank on 100 Thieves, and they just completely chickened out and lost 2 inhibs for it. I don't like that kind of style. I obviously, as a big LPL fan, just make the play. Go down fighting. If you're going to go down, at least attempt to make a play to throw a miracle at it. Even if it's only a 10% chance to exceed, at least you attempted it. Like, at least try it. Ryan said that he loves how I almost called exactly what would happen in GG vs Fly. GG get out to an early lead, would make mistakes that a team like Fly could take advantage of. They just finally managed to close. Yep, you were very close on that one. You just picked the wrong team. Yeah. So, for the most part, I think that's pretty much it for most teams. I think we covered most of the teams. Golden Guardians are still That team is a good 2-4 team. I'm embarrassed that they lost to Immortals. That made me really hesitant. If they would have lost to FlyQuest today, I would have said they're dead to me at this point, because you can't lose 5 games in a row. Like, you just can't lose 5 in a row. And looking at you, Fnatic, by the way. But man, it was I don't know. They're good, but they still got to show a little bit more, you know? They're not... They have the talent to be contending with the other teams, but they're definitely on the outside until they prove they can close more than once. They closed against FlyQuest, which was good. They barely did it. So I want to see it again. You know what I mean? Like, it was such a close game that it really didn't deserve to be that close. Ryan said, GG are riding the fine line between being better than the record and being massive choke artists akin to early summer 2018 Cloud9. Yeah, like, exactly. They are... That's why I'm like, if they would have lost to FlyQuest, I'm like, I can't defend you anymore, man. Like, I could barely defend you after losing to Immortals, but like, 2-4, it's okay. It's okay. right now. It's not great. It's 7th place, but like that'll get you in the playoffs right now. Like you're gonna make playoffs. Like let's be honest, Golden Guardians. There shouldn't be any pressure that they're gonna miss playoffs. Immortals being 1-5, 100 Thieves 1-5, and Dignitas 0-6. Golden Guardians are much better than those 3 teams by a decent margin. But to go further into playoffs, they need to do better. They need to do more after the first 15 minutes. Like Ryan said, Janair of NA, best team in the first 15 minutes. Yep. Janair, so clean in the first 15 minutes, and they completely fall apart. Kind of like there's a new one like that. Rogue Warriors is kind of like that now, if you notice. They give over like 30 plus deaths a game, by the way. It's kind of absurd. That's what bottom of the ladder IG style gameplay gets you. 30 plus deaths a game on average. All right. Let's talk predictions, I think. I think it's time for predictions. Oh man. By the way, I got called into work, so I got to go to work tomorrow. That's why we started the podcast a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's hopefully we'll see. With just me, it should only be about a 3-4 hour podcast. But with Ryan as well, when we have 2 people communicating, it adds an extra hour of just dialogue, basically, of just bouncing ideas off each other for the most part. And so we'll see. We might be starting the podcast at 8 p.m. if we can on Sundays from here on out, because I can't be up at 5 a.m. when I gotta go to work in the morning. Anyway, let's go. Predictions wise, game number 1, a Friday Night League. It's a doozy. It's 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardian. Ooh, you gotta get tested for COVID. Hopefully you don't have it, man. Obviously, you just have to get tested, I'm assuming, protocol-wise, for your job. But 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians. I want to say 100 Thieves can finally come back together, because a team like a bot lane like Golden Guardians, which is their biggest weakness, by the way, with FBI and Huhi, should not be able to punish Stunt in particular. Cody, Sun, and Stunt. So this should be the game that Stunt finally gets it together and really helps Cody, Sun, and Ryoma to be able to actually carry. However, my biggest issue, and the reason why I ended up picking Golden Guardians over 100 Thieves, except on, I believe I picked 100 Thieves on Strafe. I think this was my one. I only had one fat finger this week instead of like 5 last week. I only had one. I think this was it. But Golden Guardians, Closer is going to obliterate Meteos in the jungle. And just from that, I believe that I don't think Ryoma is going to be able to play as... Ryoma kind of plays a little bit passively, you know? He farms up and then he like powers up through passive farming, and then actually making plays after passive farming. Frogging. But I think that DeMonte's aggressive style in the mid lane and Closer just being all over Meteos from the beginning of this game to the end, I think that will provide too much for that mid jungle duo on 100 Thieves. So Ryoma won't be as useful, Meteos won't be as useful, and if there's a team that if Huhi catches out Stunt, like Stunt who's 100 Thieves? Let's check. Who's 100 Thieves? They're 4-2. Breezy? Is that him? Or Pumi? Let's call him up. If Stunt gets caught out and gets beat to Huhi and FBI in the bot lane, let's give him a shot here, because there's a lot of issues right now with Stunt. Like, go watch 100 Thieves games. He's caught out all the time. Crucial moments lost for 100 Thieves every game. But yeah, give me Golden Guardians, and I believe, if I am correct, I believe Ryan also has Golden Guardians, which when I mentioned to you, no, yep, we both have Golden Guardians for game number 1. So let's put 100D versus GG. We both have GG. All right, game number 2. CLG. I checked it. CLG versus Cloud9. Come on. Like, I'm never going to bet against Cloud9 unless they have to go on like a 6-game losing streak before I even think about betting against them. Like, if Cloud9 literally loses 2 games this week, I'd be like, okay, I'm betting Cloud9 again next week. It was just a fluke of a week. Okay, 2 flukes in a row, little bit worrisome, but they'll bounce back. And now I'm like, okay, it's like at 6 losses, I'd be like, okay, maybe I need to change picks. But until then, I will be always picking Cloud9 in pretty much every single game because this team has the talent to be top 4, top 5 in the world right now. And I want to see it. I wish they had more competition to prove it to me that it's not just NA being pure trash and Cloud9 is going to get exposed. Because I really do not think that's the case. I really, really believe Cloud9 is going to be a semifinals to finals contender at Worlds. If Worlds happens, we still, with COVID going back up, it's only back up in America, so maybe it's in Brazil, so maybe it will happen fine. But yeah, I think that hang on one sec. Excuse me. But I think that Cloud9 will be an absolute title contender. Outside of Victory 5 winning it all, of course, which we know is what's going to happen. Yeah, it's Cloud9 over CLG, just fine. TSM versus Golden Guardians. Okay, so this one is a good one, as TSM has just entered the ring for being a top 2 contender team. With their 2-0 week this week, where no one else had a 2-0 week except for C9. So they gained a game, at least one game on every single team. Where Golden Guardians, like we said, they just took down FlyQuest, who was arguably the second best team in NA. And they have a really rough time closing. So does TSM. This game could be very bad. This could be a very bad game. I picked TSM, and it's simply because I understand on Team Liquid last year, Ryan will bring this up, FBI and who he beat up Doublelift. I get it. And Doublelift hasn't looked too great yet on TSM. I have not been very impressed by him. Like I said, if I have to make the prediction, my life on the line, and you're telling me to pick between the 2 bot lanes of Biofrost and Doublelift, or FBI and Hui, I'm picking Biofrost and Doublelift every time. Every single time. I gotta pick TSM in this game. It's possible for Golden Guardians to win. I think they will probably get out to an early lead like they normally do, especially on the back of Closer and Demonte being a lot more aggressive than Spica and Bjergsen, and maybe if they can get out that early lead and snowball enough that their closing problems don't exist, then I can see Golden Guardians winning. So it's not like I see it's like a 60-40. I don't think it's going to be an easy TSM win by any means. But my thoughts are TSM sucks at closing the game. Golden Guardians sucks at closing the game. The game's going to go probably 40 plus minutes. What ADC? Because at the 40 plus minute mark, your ADCs are your most vital champions. Once they are dead, team fights are completely lost, pretty much, for the most part. And who am I going to trust in a 40-minute game? Doublelift or FBI? You got to give me Doublelift. And you got to give me Biofrost for hopefully protecting Doublelift better than who he's going to protect FBI. So with that, I do have TSM, and Ryan actually also has TSM. I don't know what happened there, but we're going to go TSM. All right. Game number 4. This was the game that I have flip-flopped my pick. Dignitas versus 100 Thieves. Oof. So 100 Thieves, at least you get 100 Thieves out of the way by the middle of Saturday. So you got 6 games in a row without having to watch 100 Thieves anymore. But you got Dignitas versus 100 Thieves. This game is do or die. And if the rumors are true, I'm not going to waste... I flipped on it already. I'm not going to waste like a thing. I'm just going to assume the rumors are true that Dardoch and Phoenix are going to be playing for Dignitas next week. If they're not, I'm still going to pick it. I'm going to go with Dignitas over 100 Thieves. And that's simply because the bot lane, previously how I had mentioned that maybe 100 Thieves would be okay against Golden Guardians because FBI and who he isn't going to punish Stunt for being caught out as much as he has been in previous games. I think that Dignitas the bot lane of Johnson and Aframu actually will, because that is the shining light on the team right now. And I'm really hoping. I liked what I saw from Lorlo. I'm assuming he's going to start. And then I like what I see from... I would like to see Dardoch and Phoenix. Not that I have a lot of faith in Phoenix for being a fantastic mid laner, for LCS standard mid laner. It's just something to freshen up, like give the roster a little bit of life, you know. I think that it's just like almost like a kickstart to the roster that could really benefit them. And again, if Dardoch comes in against Meteos, I know they used to be teammates on Optic, but again, it's a very similar situation. The closer to Meteos, I think Dardoch is just going to run all over Meteos in the mid lane or in the jungle for the early game. And I have a feeling Dignitas is going to win. Like, I initially picked 100 Thieves because I was thinking Froggen and Acadian. But once I heard that, I'm like, I'm going to change that to Dignitas, actually. Once I heard that rumor, because I was like... If that's true, even if it's not true, I actually kind of believe in Johnson to get Johnson and Aframo to get a nice carry this game. And so at the end of the day, I'm just gonna go Dignitas versus over 100 Thieves, which actually Ryan has the exact same. So we only have 2 different picks instead of 3 in NA. Because I did initially have 100 Thieves. Yeah, me and Ryan actually have some spice coming up, by the way. Especially in EU and LPL. Ooh, I didn't fix that. But I thought Ryan's spice in EU and LPL was pretty big. I thought mine was pretty big as well. And LCK. I got some spice in LCK as well. Next game. We got Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. This is a good game. Like we finally so we have a very blah game. You need Golden Guardians to win type deal to prove themselves. Cloud9 versus CLG is going to be a blowout. TSM versus Golden Guardians could be a good game. It's not going to be a good game. It could be a long, tense game. It's not going to be good, though, because neither team can close. That's just going to be a bad game in general. You finally get a decent game here with Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. First decent game of the week. Outside of watching Cloud9, which is always a treat to watch. If you just want to watch clean League of Legends, just watch Cloud9. But Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest, I think, is going to be a tough game for both teams. You have FlyQuest coming off a loss against Golden Guardians. You have Evil Geniuses coming off a win against Dignitas, but a loss against TSM. Both teams tied in the standings right now. Let me double check what Ryan has here. And scroll up. Yep, that's what I thought. And so the pros and cons of both teams here. Let's pull it back up. You got FlyQuest. You have solo in the mid lane or top lane against FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses against Kumo. Kumo has actually played pretty well this split for the most part. I haven't had really any issues with Kumo that I wouldn't say he's amazing completely turned around, but he's definitely improved for sure, and he's not as such a weak laner, it feels like, as he was last split. So I've been impressed. And solo has been good for FlyQuest. He's been very good for FlyQuest. So we'll see if that should be advantage FlyQuest. But we'll see, because Kumo hasn't been too bad. Svenskeren versus Santorin, I actually give that to Svenskeren. Same with, I give it to Jizuke over Power of Evil. I feel like Svenskeren and Jizuke's aggression versus Santorin and Power of Evil will make a big difference. Mash and Ignar versus Bang and Zazel as well is close. I think I want to give that over to I'm in Academy now. I want to give that over to Evil Geniuses slightly, but overall, in general, this is going to be a back and forth game. I think these two teams actually show promise. They would be my top 2 of the 5 teams tied right now. So I'm going to say Evil Geniuses for me. I know Ryan has picked FlyQuest. So this was our first difference. I think it's going to be very close. I think this game's a complete coin flip, in my opinion. Like most Evil Geniuses games, weirdly enough. We always have Evil Geniuses, and we're always unsure where they're necessarily going to land. They've improved on that a lot. They haven't looked as bad. They haven't had as many bad coin flips as per se, but it does happen every now and then with the one against TSM and the one against C9. Though, can you really count C9? It doesn't. I don't feel like it's fair to count C9 against anyone else. Next game. We have Team Liquid versus Immortals. TL versus IMT. Now, this game is closer than it looks, in my opinion. The Immortals roster revamped is not as bad as they once were. They're definitely a below average, like I would say 7th to 8th place team in the LCS. I'd put them above 100 Thieves and above Dignitas and stuff like that. And then we'd see against Golden Guardians, they did beat them. So you could argue that they might be above Golden Guardians. I don't think I'd go that far. But because best of one wins don't necessarily matter. They don't put enough in my eyes. But that being said, I'm picking Team Liquid. And I'm worried because I can see this game as a potential upset game here for Team Liquid if they don't improve their play. Xmithie is very good at just absorbing everything and kind of just out jungling opponents, just like macro wise. Not necessarily like outplaying him mechanically by any means. He's never been that type of player, but he's always been like a out macroing the enemy jungler. And Brox's macro and just in general like has not been the best. But the biggest issue on Team Liquid so far this split has been Impact, and I don't see Impact really doing too bad against Alorum, or even if they sub back in Soaz. I don't think Team or Impact should end that hard into it. It could be worrisome with the engages per se, but this is a team that Team Liquid has to beat. You can't be considered a top 5 team if you're losing to Immortals. Like, you just can't. Ryan also has Team Liquid. Watch that game for being closer than it. That game's going to be closer. It's like Team Liquid against Dignitas. I'm not sold yet on Team Liquid. Not at all. Sunday. Cloud9 versus Dignitas. Dig. I picked C9. Ryan picked C9. That is all the discussion that game deserves. Next, FlyQuest versus Immortals. Or FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, sorry. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Yeah, this is a good game. This game actually deserves some conversation. Because like Team Liquid and FlyQuest, they're both trying to prove to themselves that they deserve that number 2 spot. As 5 teams are tied for second, there's going to be some breakups in the standings following this week. FlyQuest in general, I think that my biggest issue is I actually like Mash in the bot lane quite a bit. So I don't see Mash and Ignar being too much of a nuisance against Core JJ and Tactical by any means, and Power of Evil should be able to absorb enough of what Jensen does. It's really going to come down to how bad does Impact ent against Solo, and how much does FlyQuest's aggression scare Team Liquid. Because Team Liquid, hopefully, they're going to learn. There's been little brief moments against it, like against TSM. They came out swinging. It was great. They looked really, really good. And then ever since then, they've kind of looked subpar, you know? Like, they put a lot of energy. Excuse me, I'm yawning. They put a lot of energy. As I'm saying, they put a lot of energy, and I'm yawning. But they put a lot of energy into that TSM game, and I really haven't felt that way about that dominance about Team Liquid since then. They've had good games, they've had average games, and they've had bad games, but they haven't had a great game since then. And until they get a great game, until I see Impact improve from just making terrible decision after terrible decision, like we mentioned with Golden Guardians, how we thought FlyQuest would be able to capitalize on Golden Guardians' mistakes. I think FlyQuest will be able to capitalize on Impact in particular's mistakes, and that's why I do have FlyQuest over Team Liquid. And Ryan has the flu. No, Ryan has FlyQuest. I typed it in wrong. But yeah, Ryan also has FlyQuest there. Some of the notes, I believe, Ryan just mentioned the same thing about Golden Guardians and about Immortals looking better with Academy roster. Even though, like I said before, I don't necessarily consider this an Academy roster. This is just their starting roster got bench. Kind of like with if you in 2018, did you consider Jensen and Sneaky and Zazel to be the academy roster when they put Keith in instead? Like, come on. That's that. I don't agree. They do have Insanity now, who actually he played pretty decent in his first game. Not terrible. Not so great in game number 2. And Alorum really got his ass kicked in game number 2, and he didn't look great in game number 1 either, to be honest. But that was a little bit more matchup. But Insanity has been impressive. Alorum, I remember on Optic when he was sharing time with Dokla. But remember Dokla? Where is Dokla now? Is he still playing on the academy? I actually don't know. But yeah, not the best performance by Alorum this split or this week. Let's wrap it up. We got TSM versus CLG, the rivalry game. TSM versus CLG. There hasn't really been too much of a rivalry recently, but yeah, we got CLG, another back-to-back. So day 2, much more promising to watch than day number 1. You start out, you're going to watch some great C9 trolling. You're going to watch some players just flexing on Dignitas like it's nothing. That's fun to watch. Then you get to watch 2 average teams play against each other to see who's the second best team in the league. Then you're going to see 2 more average teams play against each other to see if they are the second best team in the league, per se, after actually watching Evil Jesus and FlyQuest do the same thing. So for the most part, you're going to see some decent League of Legends, at least. So day 2 is definitely much stronger than day 1 in Friday Night League, for sure. But with that being said, I do actually think that TSM will beat CLG until CLG. Now, if CLG beats TSM, now this team is like making a statement that, oh, we're for real going to be a top 2, top 3 team in the LCS. Because now, not only are we 5, at that point they would be 5-3 because they're going to lose to Cloud9, but they would be 5-3, roughly tied with the rest of the teams that have also lost to Cloud9, and all of a sudden they have a win. So now they're in the conversation. They just don't have a win against any top team yet, so that's why they're not in the conversation yet. But if they are able to take down CLG, which Ryan actually has them. He has CLG over TSM. He did not give me a reasoning on that, and I don't think he's here right now. But I'm pretty surprised by that one. I think that TSM has looked better against better competition. TSM doesn't look good, per se, but CLG has won the games that they've needed to win, and they've lost the games that were against teams of any type of competence. So that's why I have to go TSM here. But hey, CLG never beats TSM. They beat TSM like once in the last 5 years, maybe twice. like I don't know. Nemraptor thinks Ryan will be right. Hell yeah, man. I mean, hey, it could happen. CLG, listen, as a Team Liquid fan, I secretly always want TSM to lose. I try to keep my predictions not biased, but like for the fan in me, always wants TSM to lose games. So I'd be pretty happy with CLG winning. I won't lie, but unless I have a perfect game going, unless I have a perfect week going, then I always want the perfect week no matter what. But I just feel like I don't know. I just need more proof from CLG. Beating Dignitas, Immortals, 100 Thieves, and Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians is the only team that puts my eye like, oh, maybe that's kind of thing. Like maybe they actually have something here. Lose the 100 Thieves, Immortals, and Dignitas. Beating those teams is just a given that you have to do every week. And TSM, to be fair, did struggle a lot against 100 Thieves this week. So it's not. I would give it like 65% TSM, 35% CLG. So it's not like a completely out of nowhere upset. I just think TSM should be favored in it, and I think they should win it. If anything, because like again, CLG got stomped to Evil Geniuses in game number 1 of their season, perfect gamed. And then they lost again to FlyQuest this week. And it was, how was that game? I'm trying to remember. I watched too many games. I was just telling my friend that I watched probably on average 92 games a week. I mean, Ruin played well. 6-8 played well. Pullout made the Galio look balanced, and I don't think Galio's balanced whatsoever. I think Galio is a really broken tier pick. Mid lane. I don't like support Galio right now. I think that it just his AP ratios right now on just his taunt into his Winds of War, he does so much damage for being pretty healthy, pretty healthy tank. So yeah, pretty much for the most, they got the early Infernal Soul, but it was all FlyQuest from there at that point on. So I am gonna go TSM. Unfortunate. Maybe Ryan will be right, but we'll see. Ryan is ahead of me actually in LCS and in general. He's a total of 1 point ahead of me. He's 1 point ahead of me in LCS, 1 point ahead of me in LEC, and I'm 1 point ahead of him in the LPL, and we're tied in the LCK. So we're very, very close actually right now. And we both actually tied this week in every region, and we both had about an 80% pick. We went 35 and 9, I believe it was, on the 35 and 9 on the week if you count all 4 major regions. It was a good week. Last week's podcast, very good. We made some good points apparently because they all panned out correctly, for the most part. All right, finally, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap up NA at least. Immortals versus Evil Geniuses. IMT versus EG. Now, this one could be a trap game because Evil Geniuses is going to put a lot of focus into FlyQuest, I believe, and then maybe not as much focus into Immortals. So, hopefully, for my predictions and for Ryan's predictions, that Evil Geniuses are able to take down Immortals. But I would watch out. This one, like similar to the Team Liquid versus Immortals, in a very similar scenario, actually, where Team Liquid is facing FlyQuest Game 2 and Evil Geniuses is facing FlyQuest Game 1, and they both have Immortals on the second. So Team Liquid has them on Game 1 and Evil Geniuses has them on Game 2. And like I said, with Team Liquid versus Immortals, that could be a trap game. This is the same scenario. Immortals could sneak away here. It would not surprise me that Immortal sneaks away with a 2-0 week here. And it would surprise me a little bit, actually. I won't lie. But I sense both, if there's any trap games this week in NA, it's both Immortal games. I think that you can't call Dignitas versus Hunt Thieves a trap game. I think they both had such a poor level that it's not really a trap. But watch out for those two being the two biggest chances for an upset. But I think with that being said, the two games me and Ryan have different. It's TSM versus CLG and Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. We'll see. Usually what happens when we have predictions go different all the time, as you can see, is we split them. 1-1 right here. 1-1 right here and here. Yeah, we always go 1-1 for some reason. If we need to have more than two predictions different, because every time we have two, if I win the first one, I always know I'm going to lose the second one, and vice versa. If I lose the second one, I'll be sweating a little bit, or I'll lose the first one, I'll sweat a little bit on the second one, but deep down I know I'm going to win the second one. It just always happens. We always like ping pong between each other. Except this one. No, this one happened too. This one we had 4 different, and it started out boom, boom. I won both, and then immediately lost both of them after that. So we still ended up 2-2. It always happens that way. It's really funny how that works out. But I think with that being said, we will be done with the LCS portion of the podcast. I think there's nothing too much more to talk about. Hopefully the games of day 2, like we said, or day 3, I guess, are going to be much better to watch. But hopefully day 1 and 2 still provide a little bit of entertainment. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to the LEC. LEC, nope, wrong website. All right, the LEC. We had a little bit of a crazy week, I would say. We finished 7-3 apiece. A few upsets happened for sure. The games went basically like this. Excel took down SO4. I still hear that circus music in the background with me and Ryan both saying that SO4 is gonna be, watch out for them being a playoff team. Could not have been more wrong about this team. We both thought they were gonna be like a 7th to 6th, kind of CLG like, where like we had them as like a 7th to 6th place team, but they should be able to take down teams like Excel, Vitality, SK, and stuff like that. Turns out SK was that team, not SO4, and SO4 was actually the worst of them all, currently at 0-7, and not looking very good whatsoever. So man, I did have. You're all right. They went. Yeah, never. We did. That's exactly what we took into account. He said we had a base for that. Since in spring they went 6-6 after Forgiven bench after Forgiven was benched, which is completely true. That's exactly what we were doing. We're like, okay, we got SF4 here, we got Inax, we got Dreams, like we got the whole squadron. Maybe Abadange will play better, Otawame maybe a little bit better, and he's been playing terrible. Just in general, Shulka's been playing terrible. Like Inax wasn't even like starting anymore. Like they have Neon starting now. It's been a mess all around. Actually, I had a big problem with Nuke starting over Dreams at the beginning. I thought Nukes played very poor. And yeah, our base was 6-6, like you said. But unfortunately, we didn't. Nothing. That base was just fell. The floor fell out underneath us, and Shulka has been an embarrassment since. Anyway, moving on. Misfits was very good against. They looked pretty good against Vitality, which I actually had Misfits over Vitality. Ryan had Vitality. I was, yes, I won that. And I knew once that happened, Excel was in trouble. But I didn't quite think they were in as much trouble as they ended up being. SK then with the upset over G2 was a very good upset for SK. And another upset for G2. At that point, G2 was 3-3, 3 weeks into the season. It's quite crazy, actually. And I was actually quite surprised about how poor they've been performing, and including, I'll go into this in a little more detail, some of their drafting decisions have confused me quite a bit. Mad just dominated. I thought it was a close game against Origin, but I just really like Mad Lions. I love this is my new DMO from back when they were Sino Dragon, when they came into the league as a bunch of rookies. Everyone wrote them off, and then I was like, this team has a chance. And then they pulled off a miracle against EDG. That's Mad Lions. Like a bunch of rookies, people were like, they had Humanoid as the best player, and then Humanoid all of a sudden became like the liability on the team compared to the rest. How much Shadow pops off, Carzy, so good. And now to see them as being such a top tier team in EU and in the world in general for me makes me so happy. Rogue taking down Fnatic kind of stunned me. Rogue was very CLG like. Where let's look back here for week 1 and week 2. At the time, Rogue had beaten Excel, who we didn't consider that strong of a team, beaten Misfits, and until Misfits have a 3-game win streak as of right now. So before that, they were 1-3, so they weren't looking like a very strong team. Rogue took on SO4, who's 0-7. Vitality, who's 3-4, who actually pulled off another upset. And then they got stomped to G2. So it was like kind of like CLG, where it's like, they're winning games, but they're only winning games against these teams right here at the bottom of the standings. They're not really showing up against the rest. Misfits was down there at the time. But then they came in and they beat Fnatic, and that was the 3rd straight loss for Fnatic. Yeah, remember episode Fnatic on a 4-game losing streak. Like, that was the 3rd straight loss, and all of a sudden I was starting to worry about Fnatic because I knew they were going to lose to G2. Fnatic has a mental block against G2. They played them close 2 times in the playoffs, but man, outside of the playoff best of 3 scenarios, and they didn't play them close in Spring Split, but the Summer Split they played them close, but in Spring Split they got destroyed, and I'll talk about that a little bit in a second, because then Vitality came in with an upset against SK. So all of a sudden you got 1, 2, 3. You can argue that Rogue wasn't necessarily an upset, but 1, 2, possibly 3 upsets here. Misfits then comes and beats Excel after Excel was starting to take off a little bit. Origin takes down SO4 easy. Mad then comes up and beats Rogue, which I did expect that one. And then G2 just demolishes Fnatic. Like Nimmer episode 0-4 for the last 2 weeks. G2 destroyed Fnatic in this game. Let's take a look at the match history real quick. Like, this was bloody. This was a 24-6 game. The only team that gives up more than 24 kills a game is Rogue Warriors every single game they play. But that's a different case. That's Rogue Warriors. Fnatic didn't even look close. Nemesis has been quite poor this split, I feel like. Not to throw all the blame on him. I have big issues here as well. There are 2 champions that I think are near auto losses when you draft them at the moment, because they've been gutted to the point where they have become near auto losses. Tahm Kench and Akali. Tahm Kench does nothing for you for the most part except his Devour, and his Devour is not that good anymore. That thing used to be the best ability in the game, and they've nerfed it so many times that you essentially stun yourself with your ADC. Like, cool, you stop that CC, but you're stunned, and since you're a support and you don't have gold, Tahm Kench is relatively squishy if you could provide a big enough CC chain on him so he doesn't have the ability to pop his gray skin for the extra shielding. He's going to pop very, very quick. And then your ADC is kind of lost at that point, or your jungle, whoever you're saving at the time. But you're probably not going to really save Galio or Ornn at any point. So let's just say your ADC. And it just, I don't like it. I don't like Tahm Kench right now whatsoever. Nemraptor even mentions that, yeah, I'm not sure why you would go Tahm Kench over Thresh or Morgana. Well, in this game, Thresh was banned, and you should always ban Thresh if you're playing Nautilus. I don't actually agree with some people. Maybe because I suck personally against Thresh. I think I saw, this is like 2 weeks ago or something, I had like a 16% win rate over the last 30 days against Thresh as a Nautilus Leona player. Thresh gets on my nerves, man. He just has so much good disengage that he just stops everything you want to do. But yeah, and I always have my duo partner always bans Morgana. I always ban Lulu personally because Lulu is Satan incarnated into a champion. As an engaged support player, Lulu really stops you from doing everything. But yeah, why not pick Morgana in this scenario? I know she's not that necessarily strong of a pick at the moment. She's not really meta, but I hate when people cookie cut themselves into playing only meta stuff, because if you are only playing what is in the meta, you're slow to adjust per se. Where if you have these spicy picks, which Fnatic does, they pull out Soraka ADC, which I talked about last podcast. Did not agree with unless you had some type of a damage on the team. They lack such a consistent form of damage on the team that it ended up hurting them more than helping. But yeah, I don't understand why Morgana's not picked here. Like, Tahm Kench is somehow staying in the meta where you never see Morgana support. We did see Morgana mid against Twisted Fate for DRX that we'll talk about with the LCK, which I really, really like and actually want to see a lot more often. But yeah, I don't understand the Tahm Kench pick whatsoever. And that same thing as G2, real quick before we just against SK. I think it's the same thing with Akali. I don't like Akali as a champion right now. She's been gutted so hard by every single every single nerf she's received over the weeks, like constant week months, we should even say. Every month she got a new nerf basically from her release to like 7 months down the line. Her update, I should say, from down the line. She was nerfed every single month, and she was still so good and so overtuned. Certainly T, but so overtuned that she needed that. But now she's at a point where she requires so much precise skill and so much has to go right for you in every team fight. You can't get accidentally CC'd or anything like that. That just pick a different champion right now. Like, seriously, I don't. You have to do so much extra work and complicate everything to make Akali work compared to playing something like Wukong or something top. Wukong wasn't banned this game. Like Wukong here fits the comp. He fits every comp. He's good. You're going against a Renekton, so you're going against an AD. I mean, you then have AD heavy team, but you still have Kassadin. So if they're not building any MR, Kassadin late game is going to hurt. Unless Caps gets caught out at Ocean Drake, like he did, in a terrible situation for Ocean Soul for SK there, which absolutely seals the game 95% of the time. I want to say it should seal the game 99% of the time, but it's really only about 95% of the time, because some teams do indeed still throw with it. But yeah, Ocean Drake, speaking of overtuned things, Ocean Drake's a really overtuned, or Ocean Soul, I should say. But yeah, G2 struggling. I have a lot more faith in G2 to bounce back. Now, the news about Perks is really sad. His dad passed away, was it, I believe, a month ago or so, and he's actually taking a personal week this week to play. So G2 will actually not be playing. It'll be Pinoy actually playing instead for G2 in the bot lane. So that could be bad for G2 in the sense that they're already at 4-3. They're already 2 games below first place, 1 game below second. But I think in general, I trust G2 to get back on track a lot more than I trust Fnatic right now. Like Fnatic for me seems like they're playing over aggressive on everything. Nemesis on Twisted Fate is still building AD, which I loved the AD build. If you listen to me like back, I believe it was when it first came out in summer, I believe, of 2019, I thought that build was mind-blowing how good it was, and Nemesis played it better than anyone ever. Then they buffed the AP ratios to a point on Twisted Fate where AP Twisted Fate does what AD Twisted Fate does, but better with extra stuff with the AP. Like, he split pushes better with his blue card than AD Twisted Fate can split push, while also just doing more damage because his pick a card does damage, and his throw card, like, I forgot what the name is, but like his Q, where he throws the 3 cards, also does more damage. Like, you gotta stop with the AD Twisted Fate, man. It's just not there anymore, in my opinion. I know I suck. I'm only plat, but come on. Every other region's playing AP Twisted Fate, which is like an S tier pick, in my opinion, in the mid lane. So, get off of it, please. Get off of the AD. And Fnatic in general are just forcing things too much. I know that's Hylissang's thing and Bwipo's thing and kind of just how they make plays work, but they're not doing the smart aggression that we love to highlight here that China does a lot of the time, where they're skill checking people, but they're also being intelligent about it. Fnatic is skill checking without any intelligence behind it, it feels like right now. They seem really lost in their decision making and their gut reaction, which I do think that this is more fixable than teams like, say, TSM or Team Liquid at the moment, where their gut reaction is to run away. I don't like that at all. Fnatic's gut reaction is to go in, but they're not picking smart fights. But if you can work on picking a better fight and then keeping the aggression to go in, you're much more likely to succeed instead of trying to have to break the mentality of running away unless you have an 80 to 90% chance to win. So Fnatic is not dead and gone, in my opinion, but there are a lot of red flags. Like, they started as a top 10 team in the world for me, and they're out of the top 15 now, maybe even out of the top 20 at the moment. Like, I haven't done a top 20. I did a top 10 with 5 honorable mentions, so technically a top 15. But, like, they're pretty far out, and they're going to need to work to get back. Raptor just said, I feel like G2 is a team like TL in spring, or T1. TL in spring or T1. You can't really count them out, and draft oopsies are a thing, but oh my god, I can't read. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Your sentence was fine, I just can't read. I feel like G2 is a team like T1 in spring or T1. TL in spring or T1. You can't really count them out, and draft oopsies are a thing, but they'll figure it out. And Fnatic as a whole are just underperforming besides self-made. Fnatic in current form is not top 20. Yep. I agree 100%, even though it took me forever to read that because apparently I'm really stupid. Oh man, for some reason that the TL in T1, the 1 looks kind of like just a lowercase L. It just like scrambled my brain. But yeah, I fully agree with that. You can never count G2 out. I still, personally, it is very hard for me to count G2 out of games. It's a little bit easier, actually, for week 4 because Perks isn't there, and I think Perks provides a whole lot to G2. So for week 4 might be, but week 5, week 6, week 7, week 8, until G2 really start dropping the ball every single week, like if this continues all the way up to like week 6, week 7, then we're gonna have big problems. Kind of like it happened with Liquid, I guess. It can happen, but I don't think, at least we don't know, because we didn't really know about the internal drama of Liquid until later in the season. I don't sense the internal drama at G2 as much as it was at Team Liquid. But yeah, that's Fnatic and G2. They're going to take up a lot of the time in EU, obviously. So let's talk about the new guys on the block, Mad Lions and Rogue, who are number 1 and number 2. Rogue came out strong this week, which is exactly what we expected them for. Or we didn't expect them, but we said that this was a proving ground week for them. They had to go against Fnatic. They beat Fnatic, which is starting to look less and less impressive, to be honest. But it's still good. It's something that Rogue needed to do. Like, Fnatic still has the players to be a top team. This isn't like Excel, Vitality, SO4, the other teams that Rogue was beating. This was a good team that Rogue beat. A good team that's broken, but a good team nonetheless. And then they came against Mad, and let's go quickly over this, not spend too much time. I don't think they did fantastic against Mad. Mad brought out this Ivern jungle, and Immortals did it today as well. I didn't actually talk about that in NA. I don't know how I feel about Ivern. I actually don't mind it too much in this Mad Comp, to be fair. This Mad Comp, I think Ivern fits so good. I didn't necessarily like it against C9 with Immortals today. But, like, I think landing a stun on Ivern to give Wukong or Azir and Renekton an ability to go in, like a dash, basically. Not that Wukong and Renekton already don't have dashes, and Azir, but just being able to catch someone out and just instantly having a Renekton and a Wukong on top of you to provide CC to instant kill you is so good. It's such a good combination. Like, just imagine, you get hit by a root, all of a sudden, Renekton dashes to you, point and click CCs you. You can't dodge that. And then Wukong dashes on you, gets a knock-up, and then gets another knock-up. You're not going to survive as a Varus, as a Tahm Kench even. Tahm Kench won't be able to survive. That's a big enough CC chain that he won't be able to pop that grayskin that we talked about before. And frankly, like, if Varus dies in this team comp, where's your damage? You got Alawi, which is also spicy. There was a lot of spicy picks this game. But your damage is going to come from your mid lane Echo. But Echo is not going to be... He's more of a burst pick damage. He's not going to be able to do sustained damage like Azir or Senna can do. And he's not going to... Frankly, he's not going to be able to break the front line of Wukong with Ivern shields and Senna healing. You can't really burst someone if they have a shield and a ton of healing on top of them. So this is, in general, just a very good draft by Mad. This is why I love Mad. They pick something that's a little bit cheesy, per se, and they think about their comp. Like we mentioned last week with Fiddlesticks mid that TSM did, but then they didn't provide any damage with it the second time they played. They had Kai'Sa the first time, but the second time they had Syndra in the bot lane, and they didn't have any, and they had Syndra and Lee Sin, and that was the only damage they had on the team, so they just kind of couldn't do any damage. This is what I talk about, where you pick something cheesy like the Ivern, and then you build your comp around it. Hell, I don't even think you can consider Senna Wukong cheesy anymore. That's just, the first time they played that, it was like a light in my head. I'm like, that's a good pick. I used to think Senna Maokai was one of the best because Maokai has a brutal laning phase, so being able to get such a big tank for your team with tons of CC out to safety with, or to lane safely with Senna. But the second I saw Wukong, who also kind of struggles a little bit in the laning phase, but just provides so much more right now, I was like, man, that is good. That is a good thinker of their coach and strategic coach on Mad Lions. So shout out to them. I think this is a very well organized team comp, and it paid off. Look, they beat Rogue. They had the lead the entire game. There's a few instances here where Rogue was fighting back, taking turrets, but at the end of the day, when you have poke and in burst. If you hit a Varus Q into an Echo Burst, you could get someone, but you're never going to get that to happen with this front line being healed up by Senna and shielded. So that's that. But yeah. Rogue looked good. They did lose that game, but they proved to me that they are here to stay, and they're not just gatekeeping pretenders like some other teams. Misfits as well. We said they're on 3-game winning streak now. I don't know about Excel. Excel and SK confuse me so much. I always like to think Excel is kind of doing better. Cries had actually a very good week finally. This is his first good week on the year. For pretty much, the first 2 weeks he did not play very well. But they gave him Wukong, and he excelled with it. That was not actually an intended pun, but it feels like it was. It was a good one nonetheless. But yeah. They gave him Wukong, and he goes 5-0-6. Like, there you go. Give him a melee engaged champion. Then they also, in the next game, they did the same thing against Misfits, and they gave him... I'm trying to think off the top of my head. They gave him Wukong again, and he lost. But that's because Jax is the most broken champion in this game. Man, I hate Jax. I personally hate Jax. He's like, to me, the vein of the vein of top lane, where no matter how far you set him back early, like he kind of sucks early, but the second he hits like that 3-item power spike, the man's invincible. He's so damn hard to beat. To be fair, this game he only needed 2 items, and he was already good enough. But yeah, this one wasn't necessarily as good by Cries. The Kog'Maw pick was. I don't want to hate on Kog'Maw because I think Kog'Maw has a lot of ability to be strong. I think he's better paired with a Lulu than a Thresh, in my opinion. Simply because it's hard. It's not good into Kai'Sa Set, because Set can kind of just straight up run at the Kog'Maw and just CC him and kill him. But Lulu could possibly give Kog'Maw the little speed boost to run away and polymorph Set so that interaction doesn't happen as often. I don't know. I personally think Lulu is just better. I think Kog'Maw needs an enchanter to keep him alive and keep him safe much more than he needs a support, like an engaged support like Thresh. Now, to be fair, Thresh is the only engaged support that would actually pair well with Kog'Maw. I don't think Leona or Nautilus or Blitzcrank or something like that would be any good. But I think you could have gone enchanter. Yuumi was available. Yuumi's not great into Set. But Yuumi or Lulu... I don't want to say Karma because I don't like Karma as a support right now. I think she's much better as a mid laner. But yeah. Yeah, he just got, like, the issue this game is like, oh, hi, I'm Kog'Maw. I'm going to just kill everyone by staying out of range. Team, protect me. Oh, Olaf's going to go press R, run at me. Jax is going to go do a little spinny spin so he can't get auto attacked or anything. Run it. So Twisted Fate's gold card doesn't matter against Jax. Wukong can't really dive in. He can knock him up, but he can't really CC him or he can CC him, but he can't do any damage. So the gold card is the most important against Jax. It's basically like an Olaf ult at that point. I'm going to jump it on you. Set just runs full sprint at you. It's just not going to... It's not going to hit. It's not going to happen. But yeah, for the most part, I don't want to throw Kog'Maw out in the trash yet. I just think, like you said, it's not a good team comp for Kog'Maw to play against. Now, if you have one of these team comps against maybe like a poke or like a poke team or a 1-3-1 team, like then Kog'Maw could succeed. But this is a team that's main objective is just to run straight at you and fight you, and that's not... Kog'Maw's not going to have a good time against that if no one can protect him. And said, Kog'Maw's fine in lane, but he just gets run down. But yep, basically same thing I was saying there with the Jaxie and the Olaf all. And yep, Twisted Fate's made completely useless. Yeah. Twisted Fate is 100% useless into Olaf Jax because he can't stun Olaf when he R's. He can't stun Jax when he E's. You're stunning, I was going to say DOS, but Set, same thing, I guess, isn't really going to do much. He's just a tanky boy with his shield. So the only person you can really stun is Orianna and Kai'Sa, and they're going to be either on the back line or Kai'Sa's going to go in with the Ori ult on the front line with her ult. But you're not going to be able to do a whole lot to kill them if they're 30 feet away from you, and you have to deal with a Jax and Olaf right in your face. And Set. Yeah. Set's, like he said, Raptor said, Set is the only one that he can stun, and by that point, Set, Olaf, and Jax on you. You're not having a good time whatsoever. Either way, very good win by Misfits, I thought. Misfits have come together a lot better. I'm very excited because I was about to give up on this team when they were 1-3. Razork was having such a bad time, I thought. Like, in general, Kabe just didn't seem comfortable. I still want Denick back instead of DOS. I won't lie. I like Denick a lot. I don't know why DOS is playing it over him. It must be something with Kabe, like, just they're not synergizing well or something. I don't know. But, and Febiven been okay, but Razork and Kabe and Dan, like I think they're all playing much better. Yeah, I'm not sold on DOS whatsoever. I want Denick back, please. But Razork and Dan and Febiven, they're doing good, especially Razork. Having Razork come back to his peak performance is helping a lot for Misfit. Him being just out to dry pretty much, or not out the draft, but just playing bad in the first few weeks made me really scared for Misfits' chances for playoffs. But if they can continue this, I can easily see this team become a playoff team. It'll be tough. EU has a lot of teams that can justify being a playoff team, but I think that Misfits do belong there at the moment. Raptor said, Raptor thinks with Denick they'd be a contender for top 4. That is very possible, especially with Razor coming around, and if Kabe gets comfortable again and starts performing really well, and then you have Denick. That's 3 really solid players. With Dan also I like, and then Forbidden is your weakest link, who's just a serviceable mid laner. So that would be a top 4 team, top 4, top 5 team at the moment. What other teams can we talk about? We talked about SO4 being a joke, and I just want to pretend I never predicted them to be good. And just go away. Origin, they lost to Mad Lions, which was fair, and then they beat SO4. They played really well against Mad Lions, so that's not a terrible week. I just think Origin is, they are where Misfits are at the moment, where they're top 4, probably, behind G2, Rogue, and Mad Lions, and kind of just competing against the rest of the league. Like SK, Fnatic, and Misfits are kind of in that 4th, like fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th spot. You got these 5 teams here for 5 teams for 4 spots, but 4 teams for 3 spots. I was looking at that, I'm like, that doesn't look right. But and then I would say you have Vitality, Excel, in SO4 on the way out, but Vitality and in Excel aren't out of it yet. Like, they're on the lower tier, but they're not out of playoffs by any means at the moment. SO4 is out of playoffs. Brett said, I mean, I'm assuming it will be G2 Mad top 2, Origin is 3rd, and 4th open for grabs between Rogue, Misfits, and Fnatic if they start playing like humans. I wouldn't count my chickens yet for Fnatic. I really think that they can bounce back. I'm more worried than I was last week. Last week was 0-2, but it was 2 Soraka games, and they didn't really draft, like I was talking earlier, they didn't really draft around the Soraka too well to make that seem useful. They should have won one of those games, but they fell off because they just didn't have any consistent late game damage. And I think that, but after 2 losses after that, with normal ADCs and stuff, it's getting a little worrisome for Fnatic right now. All right, let's see. SK. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about SK before we go straight into predictions, I would say. SK is the most confusing team. I think Ryan actually mentioned something about this. Yeah, he said the LEC, the Lions rule of Savannah. Mad Lions are amazing. Rogue, pretty good. Fnatic struggling really bad after a strong start. And then SK here. SK is the same as last week. Just when I'm ready to get on board, they goof a game to a lesser team themselves. Excel last week and Vitality this week. This team is impossible to read, but maybe they just prep super well for top table teams. Yeah, let's look at SK's wins so far. They've beaten Origin. They beat SO4. They lost to Mad, which is totally fine to lose to Mad. They beat Misfits. They lost to Excel. They beat G2, and then they lost to Vitality. So they have a win against G2 and Origin in their resume already, and Misfits. So they have a win against G2, Misfits, and Origin. The opposite of most of these teams that like beat up on these bottom teams here. They have wins against all 3 teams that are tied with them. They are literally 3-0 against the other 3 teams that are 4-3. Like, that's good. That means you technically, in a best of 1 scenario, are ahead of your competition. Now, their losses come to Vitality, who's in 7th, Excel, who's in 9th, and Mad Lions in 1st. This one's fine. These 2 are bad. Are they good enough to take down Rogue? Like, possibly? They do play Rogue, so we'll find out. Will they be able to take down Fnatic? Also possible. Like, they do prepare really well for these top tier teams, like Ryan said. So this is potentially a 2-0 week for SK. And if it is a 2-0 week, then they are seen as a legitimate threat for a playoff spot, which I didn't think going into the season. I didn't think SK was going to be a legitimate threat. They had Gen X switching over to top lane. I didn't really know anything about Zazie, but Zazie has been phenomenal in the mid lane for them. And in general, I think Trick has really stepped up. a lot since lately, and same with Crown Shot. I think Crown Shot's performed really well. With that being said, if I had to say SK versus Rogue is very good at beating down on opponents. Like, very good. So I don't necessarily think that SK will be able to take down Rogue. Now, Fnatic, that's a tough one as well, because will Fnatic really lose 5 games in a row? With the way they're playing right now, I could see it, but that's a tough one. That one, I really struggled with my prediction. Like, the way they're playing, you could see 5, but it is Fnatic at the end of the day, and if you just look player to player, like, Blippo is probably better than Gen X, Selfmade's better than Trick, you got to take Nemesis over Zazie, and you got to take Reckless over Crown Shot. Like, they have the advantage in a player to player basis, but like Team Liquid Left Split, that doesn't always mean wins. Raptor said, SK looks like a playoff team, but I just can't put them above 6 with Trick and Limit. When they win, they look actually decent, but with their players, I just can't see them winning best of 5 against. Yep. That's the tough thing with LCS and LEC is, to me, it's very, very, very hard to predict games for one, and to power rank teams per se off of a best of 1. Because you could say, like, oh, we beat them, we are better than them. But that was just one game. Like for example, I believe it was last play. Yeah, it was last play. SO4 beat G2 in a best of 1. Is G2 wins 95 out of 100 games against SO4? It just happened that one time was in the best of 1 game that they play. Like, G2 is a way better team than SO4, but upsets like that can happen. And not that SK's anywhere near SO4's level, but like you said, I'm kind of worried talent-wise how well they can hold up in these games. I think their coaching staff change has actually been phenomenal. I think he's actually gotten them to play pretty consistently. Even though they're 4-3, that doesn't sound very consistent at all. And they drop games, so they're not that consistent. But they play to a consistent level against top teams, which is how I should have phrased that, because they're not consistent whatsoever. They're complete coin flips. But against top teams, they look like they know what they're doing, and they kind of they have an identity of what they plan on playing against these top teams, and they look really good doing it. They're executing the identity properly. Yeah, Zazie, Crown are great players to be honest. They carry the way. Yep. Crown Shot has really stepped it up, and Zazie, I didn't know about him before the split, but I'm a pretty big fan so far of what I've seen. But yeah, I think between SK and Excel, I actually have a lot of faith in Excel with Patrick and Torre. I really do think with Kryze, if they can play him on a few more AD champions up top, I think that this team can pull it together a little bit better than 9th place. But I'm definitely a lot more sold on SK than I am Excel. Excel still has to prove to me that they can win a little bit more often. Like right now, their only wins are against SO4, doesn't count. And that they have a win against SK, weirdly enough. But outside of that, they've lost to everyone else in the league. So Excel's got a little more proving to do. SK are on the cusp of being... They are a playoff team at the moment, like you said, but I think that they haven't proved to be a solidified playoff team. This team could still easily fall back to its old ways of being dominated by all the teams above them and only being able to beat maybe a team like Excel, Vitality, or SO4. But I have more hope. And outside of that, I think Vitality lost to Misfits, but then came and win against SK. So they did win against a team that's going up, and they lost to a team that's actually on a hot streak. So Vitality looks much better. I'm just happy they have Lebrov in instead of Jack Troll. Like, seriously, I'm so happy. I think Comp is actually really good on Vitality. He's not as good as someone like Karzi, but he's pretty solid on Vitality. Cabochard has been okay. He hasn't been amazing. And I mean, for the most part, Vitality's been okay. Like, they have a very weird win rate. They've beaten SK, who we said is a playoff team. They've beaten G2, and they've beaten SO4. So they got 2 solid wins, but they've also lost to Fnatic, Rogue, Misfits, and who else did they lose to? Fnatic, Rogue, Mad. So their losses actually are against Mad, Rogue, Misfits, and Fnatic. So they're not terrible losses per se. So this Vitality, I mean, they're so much better than last split. Last split they were very easy. Yeah. You said, honestly, Vitality would be a legit good team with a good jungler. Their laners are competent. Yes, their laners are competent this split, unlike last split where they just had nothing. Like, I mean, having Jack Troll on the team is trolling, basically, in my opinion. He just played so... Like, every bot lane was instantly lost the second Jack Troll logged into the Rift for me against LEC teams. Like, again, I hate saying that about players because they're, like, 10 to 100 times better than me, and except for Mitsuki and at DMO, I still hold to this date. I am better than him, but everyone else 100, 200, 300 times better than me even. But like, man, Jack Troll compared to his peers was so underperforming, so bad every single game. And Jack Troll's EU stunt, yeah, exactly, constantly caught out at the worst possible time for the team. Always just losing. Like, it's just like when the support is someone like Thresh or Tom Kench back when he was good. I remember Jack Troll on it. Like, they were so vital to team fights that getting caught out, like, oh, it's just your support. Sure, he doesn't do damage, but he provides so much CC and just changing the dynamics of a team fight in general that it's just an automatic loss when you get caught out like that. Right, so let's apply the fact that Vitality and SK are not only not jokes this split, but can legitimately challenge for playoffs one split to run. Yep, that's a good way to put it. Like, these two teams have really turned their organizations around, which is good to see. Now, Schalke, come on, you could do it. Like honestly, I think EU is unlike NA, where I said like NA is Cloud9. Cloud9 here. FlyQuest and Team Liquid and the other 5 here, and then the rest way over here. Like, EU's got like a stack. Oh, they got Mad Lions here, but then they got like a stack of players all over here, like Rogue, G2, Misfits, Origin, SK, Fnatic, Team Vitality. Like, they have all these teams that are like legitimately good teams that are creating competition. And that's what makes it so impressive with teams like Mad Lions having 6-1 start. Like, they're facing good teams almost every single week. Raptor said, I've only followed EU since 2018, but this summer is the most stacked competition. I absolutely agree. I 100% agree with that. And Jack Troll's been living off of 2018 Vitality for 2 years now. Yeah, I agree. I believe, was it last podcast or 2 podcasts ago, I mentioned that I think personally, from top down, DRX looks really good right now. Take out DRX. DRX is very, very good team. World's contending team. Like G2 top down, or G2. LEC top down is better than the LCK top down right now, which is pretty crazy to think. Think about 2 years ago, if we would have said that, like, sure, you had G2 and Fnatic in EU, but the rest of EU sucked. Like, it was terrible. Now you have like 6-7 teams that are very good teams. It's nice. Ryan said, at least NA has the clump battling for second instead of like 5th or 6th like previous splits. Yeah. That's what makes NA. We're like, it's still average, but it's not below average, you know? like summer split when we had the clump fighting for 5th and 6th, it was like, wow, these teams are all below average, and probably none of these teams really deserve to be called a playoff team. But at least now you could say, like, yeah, you can see them being playoff teams. Like, they're good enough for that. They're nowhere near Cloud9's level, but they're good enough for playoffs. But yeah. So with that being said, though, let's go on to the predictions for LEC. Let's pull it up here. Watch esports. Boom, boom. Filters out. Turn the filters around. All right, let me pull up Ryan's predictions. I don't know, man. LCK has like 50 players per team. Dude, I hate it. It's the worst when you don't actually know, like, for some of the lower teams, like Team Dynamics, which are actually, they're playing pretty well right now. But like teams like Team Dynamics that you don't get a lot of news for. And then you look at the roster and you see like 15, like they have 3 subs for every position. You're like, who is starting, by the way? like I don't know. And then I feel bad, like on week 1 of a podcast with the split. I'm like, oh, they got this player and this player. And then it turns out, oh, those aren't their starters, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it feels bad to not know. But teams like T1 and stuff's easy because, like, all that stuff is readily available in the West. But is Afrika 4 or 5 now in standings? I don't know off the top of my head. I will know in a little bit with the LCK. But if not for Fly, Afrika would be decent. I think Afrika's not bad. Afrika's not bad, but yeah, Fly, not that great. All right, let's go. Let's get rid of these match histories. All right, let's go to LOL Esports. All right, Excel versus Vitality. Big proving ground game here for both Excel and Vitality. Let's pull up Ryan's prediction so I get him right and he doesn't flame me for making him pick the wrong thing on stream. All right, so me and Ryan actually are in agreement on this one. Excel versus Vitality. I really, even though they lost and they didn't lose great to Misfits, and I think it was more like the Kog'Maw, like we previously said, I think Excel has something here to be better than 2-5 sets. And Vitality is good, but I'm also really worried about the jungle. And Cadril has been pretty decent in jungle, I thought, for Excel so far. And Patrick and Torre, I think Patrick and Torre are going to keep Comp and Lebrov a little bit down. And I actually think Excel wins this game. It will be close. It is a complete 50-50 in my opinion. But the winner of this is actually a team that can show that they can actually legitimately win the game. Let me double check to make sure I picked Excel, because now I'm scared. Like, because this is a complete 50-50 game. I just gave the reason for Excel. But, and let me check my predictions that I have on my phone. Feed. Well, apparently I cannot find them. Calendar. Here we go. Friday. Yeah, okay, I picked Excel. I'm right. I was scared there for a second. I'm like, did I pick Excel? Because I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I picked Vitality. But Afrika are in... Oh, you're betting on the French over the English. Raptors going with Vitality. Yeah. I mean, it's... Again, this game is going to be a complete 50-50. And Afrika is also 6th place, actually. They're 2-2. But damn. Okay, so... That's going to be close. This one, SO4 versus Mad. I think SO4 comes back and wins. No. We don't talk about that game. Mad Lions should be just fine. Should be. G2 lost to them last split. So the upset is possible there, but I highly doubt it. Fnatic versus SK. Now here is another really good game. Like, this is a game for SK to prove that maybe they aren't a fluke. It's very hard to tell because they beat the good teams but then lose to the bad teams. But maybe if they beat Fnatic, who arguably could be considered a bad team at the moment, 3 and 4. But if they lose here, then if SK loses to Fnatic, then all of a sudden SK is 4 and 4. You're like, maybe they're not a playoff team. Fnatic can jumpstart back on track. Now Fnatic, on the other hand, if they lose here, all of a sudden. By the way, there's a 2-week break following this week. Like, the game or a 1-week break, sorry. Technically 2 weeks. They don't start for 2 weeks. So they'll play on the 3rd here, but they won't play until the 17th after that. But if Fnatic lose here and they're 3 and 5, they are guaranteed, even with a free SO4 win at the end of them, they won't be positive or even at 500 at the halfway point of the season. So that's the really scary thing for Fnatic. Like, they've dipped, like, if they can win this game, they get the SO4 win. You're looking at a 5 and 4 team. Like, you're at worst case scenario, you won't even be a game out of playoffs. One of these teams has to lose at least once. So you'll be tied for the playoffs. You use the second half of the split to really regain your positioning, your skill level. Maybe use this split to like rework on the meta and stuff like that. I do have SK beating Fnatic though, and so does Ryan. I think that SK has proven themselves against top level teams that they make a lot of hard Like they focus really hard on the good teams, and I think that a team like Fnatic is in a prime position to be beaten because they are currently lost in their strategy, they're lost in their play style, and I think after this week I think Fnatic will be back after this week. They won't lose to SO4. Don't worry. I picked Fnatic there. I'm not. They're not that crazy, but I think a team like SK is good enough to beat a team like Fnatic while they are struggling at the moment. And then after that, I will probably say Fnatic against Vitality. I'll give them a win. Fnatic against Misfits. Probably I'll give them a win. Like, I will give Fnatic a little bit of credit and a little bit of leash there to pull it back on the season. But if they come back from their week break and they still look lost, then I'm talking about this team not making Worlds at that point. But until then, I feel like SK is gonna upset them, but they're gonna beat SO4. They're gonna be 4-5, a little bit out of playoffs, but only by a game, and then I think they'll come back. Personally, let me see. I missed a lot of chat there. I'm sorry. Who wins first, Schalke or Dignitas? Dignitas wins first because NA is just a lot easier to get a win than EU if you're a bottom team. Yes, we will do we won't do the regional power rankings next week because we just won't talk about EU. Well, we could just talk about EU next week. Well, I'll decide that later with the power rankings. But yeah. I'll decide that later this week if we want to do power rankings but no game predictions next week, or do we want to just do results, power rankings, and then next week is just purely predictions. EU makes it complicated. They have this random break that just messes everything up. But okay. SK is the upset, and we both have it. Now, next game is probably, let me look real quick. Yeah, I would say this one's game of the week. Rogue versus Origin. Now, this is two teams that are fighting for that second place spot right now with Origin has an E in it, William. I'm just putting OG. But these two teams are fighting for the second place spot right now. For EU with G2 floundering a little bit, Fnatic super floundering. And then with Misfits on the rise, Rogue on the rise, Origin on the rise a little bit, these two teams are like, oh, that number 2 spot, by the way, in EU is very important because if you look here quickly at the summer playoffs, you get that free... Wait, no, they changed it. Never mind. They changed playoffs for summer. I forgot about that. Ignore everything I was just about to say there. Oh man, I hate when people change playoffs on me. I was thinking it was the same thing where the top 2 teams play each other, winner goes to finals, loser goes to play in the semifinals basically, and then they play again and then they move on if they win. But that's not the case. Now you need to be top 4 to make that, to not make the loser bracket, but it is what it is. Yeah. Hang on. I should have said, if you believe in Larson inspired playing decent after shooting the bed in spring, then Rogue easily. I mean, they haven't really yet in summary. I definitely thought they would pre-split. Yes, so basically you have it down between Alfari and Finn in the top lane. I think Alfari wins that. You have Xerxes versus Inspired. That's pretty equal in my opinion. And then Larson and Nuke Duck. I think Larson has the upper hand at the moment for that. And then Upset and Destiny versus Hanshammer and Vander. This one was very hard to predict because I think both these teams are... They're not as good as Mad Lions, as was shown, and by Mad Lions beating both of them this week, or last week, but they are still good enough teams that could take games off G2 like Origin did. And at the end of the day, I predicted Origin to beat Rogue simply because I think Origin is a little cleaner in their play, and they're really bad at managing sideways, to be fair. Like, they panic if they're down, it feels like. They do panic on their sideway. I really wish they'll fix that. Trusting Nuke Duck and Xerxes? I am trusting Nuke Duck and Xerxes. I just think Origin, at the moment, they look good against Mad. They looked better against Mad than Rogue did. And then they took down S4, that doesn't count. But then they've taken down Excel, who I think is better. They took down Fnatic. I mean, Rogue's again. It's a 50-50 game. It's so tough for me to predict this. I think that Origin's clean, slower style of play. Rogue also kind of plays slow. I think that Origin plays slow better than Rogue does. Rogue can play slow and fast, but I think that they're gonna fall back to their tendencies of not making too many decisions or hyper aggressive decisions, and that kind of plays right into Origin's wheelhouse of playing the game nice and slow. That's all they want to do is play super slow, and then they go and win the game. Or Origin, me and Ryan discussed last week, are currently the best slow team in the world. I actually don't think that's the case anymore. I think Gen G took their rightful spot back, but Origin's right up there. They're pretty good at the slow style gameplay. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough prediction. Yeah, Rogue is dubbed as OG Light, but apart from top lane, OG doesn't really have a better roster. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like if Rogue comes back and wins this game, I'm talking like 52% Origin at best here. Like it's not an upset by any means if Rogue wins. I just think that they're more custom. Like the way you beat Origin usually is by playing very aggressive and forcing them to make decisions. They don't make very good decisions on the fly. So I don't see Rogue necessarily doing that, so it should be in Origin's wheelhouse to take the win. However, same thing could be said for Rogue, where they kind of just make everything clean, methodical, slow. So if the same thing with Rogue, if they step up and Origin's not making decisions to push Rogue, Rogue could do the exact same thing. It's really, you have two teams with the same style, with about the same skill level, playing against each other. It's like almost when you do those, I love those things, where you have like a computer on max difficulty versus a computer on max difficulty, and you fight them and see which one wins. No one has any idea who's going to win. It's just going to be a guess here. Yeah, it really does. It's very important. The draft is going to be very important in this game. I have Origin. Let me see. I think actually Ryan has Rogue. Yes, he does. Ryan has Rogue. So again, this is going to be one of the games that we have that is similar, are going to be a flip, but one of us is going to win it, one of us is going to lose it, and the other one, whoever lost this one, is going to win the next one that we have different. Alrighty. Ooh, let's go to G2 versus Misfits. G2 versus Misfits. Misfits are coming in hot with that 3-game win streak. G2 coming off of a win, a just domination win against Fnatic. Like, they just straight up dominated Fnatic in that game. But before that, they lost to SK. And now Perks will not be with G2 this week. It will be Pinoy instead. So now it's going to be Kabe. So now all of a sudden you can free up Kabe and Doss a little bit more, where they're not going to get the oppressiveness of Mickey and Perks. So here's the thing. I really feel weird about this week. This is going to be the first week I've ever done this since predicting EU. But I picked Misfits to beat G2 just because I think Perks provides so much to the team. I think he's the best player on G2. I think he's better than Caps. But I think Caps is very good mechanically. I think he's better than Perks. I think Caps is definitely mechanically better. But I think Perks provides a lot more leadership and just like consistency, because Caps is not consistent whatsoever. He's going to pop off like crazy, but he's also going to end sometimes. I think Perks provides so much consistency that G2 can back up on. If Caps isn't having a good game, we have Perks here to just dominate and carry us through there. And if Caps is having a good game, if Caps gets caught out and killed at some point, we still have Perks to provide that consistent damage, consistent team fight positioning, just skill in general, shot calling even a little bit as well. I just think in general Perks is really good for G2. Not having him on the team, I think, will really mess him up. And coming against a Misfits team that is really, really hot right now, I think that Misfits is going to take this win. So I do have actually Misfits over G2, and so does Ryan. Ryan brings the spice as well. We were both pretty spicy about that. Now, so the next game they do is they face Excel. That one I'm a lot more hesitant on Excel per se. I do think Misfits will beat G2 pretty decently though this upcoming game. I'm actually not that worried for a Misfits pick here. It just feels weird. It's really gonna make the team have a struggle a lot. Rogue versus SK. Rogue versus SK. I gave away my prediction earlier during I'm gonna change the day on my app here so I can look at my predictions. I gave away my prediction earlier when I said Rogue really punches down very hard, like very, very hard. Like Rogue will almost, it feels like Rogue will never seemingly lose a game to a team that's below them in the standings, but they struggle against the teams that are ahead of them. So I really think Rogue will be just fine against SK. I think that they will. Oh my god, I can't type. I typed Rogue W twice. Rogue will be just fine against SK. I think SK will put a lot of prep into both this game and the Fnatic game, but I think they put more so into Fnatic just because the sense that Fnatic is such a... Even though Fnatic's 2-4, it's such a household name that you put a lot of effort into prepping for it. You know that team's better than their record shows, you know? So you're going to be really focused on that. And while they're focused on that, I don't think they'll put a lot in the Rogue. It's just a really tough week for SK. So I do see them winning one of the games, but I don't see them winning both of them. Let me move this over here really quickly because it's bothering me. I can't see the chat and read Ryan's Discord stuff as well. Ryan, on the other end, has SK. And here's his reasoning right here. He just typed it out. Perfect. Here's my reasoning. I think Rogue will prep for Origin and end up taking that game, but in turn will be less prepared for SK style. Okay, that's fair. So, because both these teams have a very tough week with Origin and SK for Rogue and Fnatic and Rogue for SK. So, I think that's fair. I don't think this is a gimme. I just think that Rogue has this thing about them that they just don't lose to teams below them in the standings. They lose so rarely to teams in the standings. It's almost like they are the perfect gatekeeper, you know? like they always find a way to beat the team below them no matter what. So I mean, it's going to be close. If SK goes and beats both Fnatic and Rogue, all of a sudden we're sitting here like, oh shit, this team is like a top 3, top 4 team in LEC at that point. He said, man, SK is bound to win one like they always do, so I figured I'd pick them for both games and have a good chance to get one right. Yeah, well, the issue is, if Origin beats Rogue, you know you're going to be right, but if Rogue beats Origin, you know you're going to be wrong, just by the way we always tie 1-1 or 2-2 every single time in our changes. Oh, man. Excuse me. Next, we have Origin versus Vitality. I think Vitality's good. This could potentially be a trap game for Origin after putting a lot into Rogue in their prep. But I just think Vitality makes too many mistakes in the jungle, per se. And I just think Origin, they're so good at capitalizing on mistakes. I think that Vitality, not that they don't have any chance, but I think this is a very tough... Origin is a tough team to upset, if that makes sense. Like, they're, for some reason, in my head, like, it's tough for Origin to be upset. They did lose to SK, but, like, for the most part, they tend to beat the teams, I feel like, that are below them. But didn't they get upset, actually? Am I just talking about my ass? They lost to Mad in SK. No. And Misfits. They went 1-2 to start. They did get upset at the beginning of the season, but they got the shit. The beginning of the season is very hard. No one's fully ready for the beginning of the season. That's where you see the most upsets happen in week 1 and week 9. Week 1 where the meta read might be wrong from some teams because no one really knows, and in week 8 when the games don't matter necessarily, really hard for predictions to count. Ryan, I said it's tough for Origin to be upset. They are always upset. He's bot. No, I hate you. I just actually got what you said. Oh, I thought you were talking about me saying that they get upset a lot, but no, they have upset on bot. Haha. Cool. You're funny. You're amazing. uh, yep. The jungle's too weak on vitality to. He's not LEC ready. That's kind of enough reason to lose to Origin. Yep, I agree. And Ryan agrees as well. He also had Origin. All right. Next up, we have Fnatic versus SO4. Not even me and Ryan. With all you, Fnatic could possibly sound like the worst team in the world compared to what we flamed them with today, with just all their the stuff they're doing wrong all the time. But even then, I fully believe they can beat SO4. Now, if they lose to SK, they get upset like we think they will to SK. And then if they lose to SO4, remember that reset that I'm giving them a reset after this week to reimagine themselves, get their shit together. This whole week off has to be full of tons of overtime worth of practice for Fnatic to just reshape themselves, which I think they can. I really think they can. If they lose to SL4 before this week, no red flags. You're not even a playoff team anymore in my eyes. You have broken so far down that I don't even think you're a playoff team in LEC. Yeah. Both Ryan and Raptor were just imagine they go 0-2, and then Raptor said they retire, and Ryan said they're kicked out of Europe and they have to swim to NA, which is the same thing as retiring, Ryan. Yeah, they cannot lose this game to SO4. Oh my god, because if they lost to SO4, all of a sudden SO4 would be 1-8, and Fnatic would be 3-6. There'll only be 2-game difference between SO4 and Fnatic, and that's after halfway of the season. We're not talking a week 1, Fnatic slipped up type scenario. We're halfway through the season, and they're almost the same record as SO4. That would be very bad. I really, really hope that doesn't happen for them. Excel versus G2 next. What do you got, Ron? I think you were spicy on this one, if I remember correctly. You are. Please explain to me Excel versus G2. Ryan said he hopes it does for Fnatic. And Raptor said that, jokes aside, if Fnatic look trash in these 2 games, maybe they put their subs for solo laners. After the break, I would almost... They have to win against SO4. First off, even if they look trash in their win against SO4, they have to win against SO4. Oh my! If they look as bad as my beard right here, look at this thing. It's just hanging. I get to shave this week because I have to go back to work, so I'm gonna shave this thing to a normal level. I want to shave it at this point because it irritates me a lot, but it's I said that I was gonna grow it out until quarantine ended, and quarantine really hasn't ended. I haven't gone back to work since March, so it's been 3 months. It looks so bad. I even combed it. It's just I pull on it, and that's what drags it down. Excel are going to be super hungry, and they are versus the G2 team missing their franchise player. They're going to go hard prep for this game. Okay, who does Excel having? Excel is Vitality. Yeah, this is a trap game. This is the second game I changed my prediction on after sending my predictions to Ryan. The first game I changed was the Dignitas vs. 100 Thieves. This one, I changed it back to G2. I wussed out. I'm sorry. I got scared. I know G2. I had Excel. But then I really thought about it, and I'm like, I can't trust the rest of Excel to beat Caps if he's on point, I get it. Ryan picked Excel, and I actually, on Strafe, do have Excel. But after when I was doing the rest of the prep, I'm like, I just was looking at the teams. I was looking at Excel. I'm like, wonder who's had a very bad... He's gone very much under the radar, actually, this split. But Wonder's been playing quite poor. Not as poor as Impact, but quite poor this split, I thought. But against Kryze, he should be okay. Yanko should be okay against K-Droll. Like, Patrick and Torre, that is the key. Patrick and Torre is a good bot lane. And against Pinoy, they might be able to make something work. And to snowball off of Patrick and Torre would be the win there. I know. I came at you challenging your spice. Hey, I was down the line. Give me a few hours here. LCK, I'm pretty spicy, but I challenged your spice because I had G2 losing both games, and then after I challenged your spice, I turned back like I can't do it. It's too much. But yeah, I think it's gonna be Patrick. Yeah, it's gonna come down to Patrick carry. Who's gonna carry harder, Patrick or Caps? And I'm putting my faith in Caps on this one. I'm sorry. Not as spicy as I wanted to be, but I still picked them to lose against Misfits, okay? All right, final one. Mad versus Misfits. Speaking of Misfits, no joke, but they have to face G2 and Mad this week. I personally, I know Ryan has Mad as well. I don't see, until Mad is my new Cloud9/G2. They look so well. They look like they have such a perfect read. They have such a perfect read on the meta right now. It feels like for Mad that they are not only playing the meta correctly, they're innovating the meta. You know, like they're the ones innovating the meta with the Senna Wukong. I don't think anyone has an answer for that right now outside of. No, they didn't play that against G2. But I don't think anyone has an answer against Senna Wukong at the moment. Like, you're going to have to, like, ban Wukong or something to stop it. They've opened up the Varus ban, or they've unlocked the Varus ban because of that. So, if you ban Wukong, they're going to ban Varus, probably, I would assume. Unless they have something else up their sleeve against the Varus. Maybe the Maokai or something like that. But, yeah, I really like this Mad team. This Mad team, I have them pretty high in my rankings, actually, because of the way they play new picks. They played the Ivern jungle. They're styling on people, and they're playing cheese stuff, but they're doing it intelligently, where they're making you worried that not only do you have to ban some of the meta stuff, you might have to ban some of the off-meta stuff against them, which is just very hard to do. Like, you don't have enough bans to ban off meta and meta at the same time. So Misfits is good. I do think they will upset G2 this week. I don't see them upsetting Mad. But I think with that being said, that's summer playoffs. That being said, that should be Mad are like the DRX of Europe. Absolutely, I 100% agree with that right now. I really do think they are just a slightly worse version of DRX at the moment. So you're saying it's like Griffin before the sword drama? Kinda, yeah. Absolutely. That is a very good example. As long as Mad doesn't have anything like sword, should like show up. I mean, Arome is probably the worst of the 5 players. But as long as they don't have any of the internal scary terribleness of Griffin, then they should be okay. Arome coming to steal your lunch, exactly. like he is the bottom of the 5. I will say, like, I think Karzi's the best, then Shadow, then Kaiser, then Humanoid, then Arome. But like, ooh, he turned to Doran. Yeah. That is Ryan just said the perfect example of how he's been. He thought Arome was going to be the sword of this team, but he turned out to be the Doran. Not amazing, definitely 5th place on the team, but good enough. You know, you can't have 5 superstars on your team unless you're top esports. Like, it doesn't have, or G2, like, you know, or C9. There are a few teams maybe. Yeah, he was a C tier top laner in spring, but now he's decent-ish. Exactly. He's an average top laner where the rest of your team is top 1, top 2 in the league at their position at the moment. And that's all you need. You know, you play weak side, you survive enough, you don't feed your ass off. Like, the rest of your team is going to do just fine in carrying you to those victories. But all right, enough with the LEC. I think it is time for some of my favorite region, the LPL. Summer 2020. So the LPL. Well, before we go to LPL, going back, before we start, Ryan wants me to name 3 top laners that have been consistently better in summer than Arome. Not Wonder. Alfari. Oh, damn. You're right. Finn. I've liked Finn, but I can't say Wonder because Wonder's out. Gen X. Gen X is a good one. Gen X has really done well on top lane. But, yeah. Gen X, Alfari, and Finn is all I can... It'd be 4th there. So, I'm assuming you don't have Finn? Or did you have Alfari and Finn and you didn't have Gen X? Either way, he's 3rd to 4th. So, you know what? Props to him. You know, we sold him a little short there. He has improved quite a bit, though. I feel like people like Bwipo and Wonder could easily take that spot back if they get it together. You know what I mean? That's what's so worrisome. He's on the spot, but it's a fragile holding at the moment because he has people like Wonder and Bwipo below him. Once those two start stepping up their play, if they start stepping up their play, then he's going to fall back down to that 4th, 5th spot. 5th, 6th spot. All right, now let's go to the LPL. That's gonna kill me on my timestamps, Ryan, by the way, when I make them tomorrow. Yeah. All they have to do is stop drafting Akali for Wonder, and Wonder will be right back up there. I do not understand the Akali pick whatsoever. Akali and Tom Kench are auto-lose picks, in my opinion, right now. Probably the only 2 in the game. Even though I know Graves actually doesn't win much, I don't think Graves is a bad champion. I think he's kind of a trap right now, I guess, in pro play. But I feel like Akali and Tom Kench just provide nothing for your team. Yeah, just give Wukong. Yep. Give anyone Wukong. Why is Wukong not? He's better than Ornn at the moment, in my opinion. Like, he's so good. He's so good. I don't just make sure he's not playing at the Mordekaiser, and you're all set. Mordekaiser is his only. He has a few difficult matchups top. Like Silas is a little tough for him, but like Mordekaiser. When do you see Silas top? Like, people have to actually practice and play the counters more than Mordekaiser, which everyone has practice on, and is very simple in general. But yeah, unleash Wukong, please. The West, it opened up. C9 opened it up. We've gotten a little bit opened up in the LEC, but not much. But give me it like every game. All right, LPL, top versus Victory 5. Who's the better team is what I want to know. We got top here at 6-0, 12-2. They've lost 2 games. Victory 5's only lost 4 games this split. They've only lost 1 series, and it was to LGD. But they're 11-4. Is this team really for real? I think the answer is yes at this point. Like, I've been worried about this team for so long because they were awesome. They were always so much fun to watch. They beat DMO. DMO is the worst of all 44 teams in the league, by the 47 teams. DMO is 47th. So it doesn't really count. OMG looks pretty bad a lot of times. They lost to LGD, and then they beat Billy. Then they beat VG Gaming. But then the key that sold me on this, they beat RNG. They beat RNG 2-0, and they stomped them. They stomped RNG. And I'm like, okay, this team is legitimate. Like, legitimate. I'm so actually impressed with them. I think that, for the most part, they still have a little bit more to prove, but for the most part, they've proved a lot of it. We had RNG in our top 10 in the world last cast, and they beat them 2-0. And we have LGD all the way up towards the top 3, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. No, I had them 5 and Ryan had them 4. So we had LGD way up there as well. And they went to 3 games against them. So, Victory 5, for being the worst team, one of the worst teams, the Jin Air of China last spring, the completely revamped roster with the legend known as PP God carrying the way, so good. This team is legitimately good. I'm really excited about them now. Speaking of that, though, we should actually, before we go any further, I just got so excited talking about Victory 5, but we should talk about how the games went this week. V5 has the best individual record of any team. They do. They have a 73% individual game record, where the next highest is Team WE at 67%. Suck it, Ryan. I like Team WE a lot. Ryan's not sold on Team WE, but his predictions might be. But, okay, so we got Victory 5 versus Vici Gaming. Victory 5 just stomped them in a 2-0. RNG struggled a little bit against E-Star in a 2-1, but they made it happen. E-Star is that team that's like a below average team, but they'll take a win off you. You got to prep for them. You can't be slouching. Kind of like SK a little. They kind of remind me where they're, well, SK I think is better, but I think that E-Star is like that team where you can't just like not prep for them that week at all. JDG smashed DMO because DMO is utter trash. LGD versus IG was a very good series between the two. It wasn't as good as the LGD top one, but it was still a real or Ryan, or you could just Jedi mind trick their jungler into not taking smite. Yeah, that'll never happen again. Don't worry. That's an embarrassment still, but that'll never happen again. But LGD versus IG was a really good series. I thought IG. This was a good one. Like, IG is coming off a win against Rogue Warriors and a win against JDG, a win against Sunning. They had won 3 series in a row. It felt like they were back. Then they lost to LGD, and it was like, I was okay with it, though. Like, this was a real test for them, but they didn't fail it. They got a C. They barely passed. They didn't win the game. They didn't ace it. But you could tell this IG team is back, is turning the page and coming back to form and not being the complete mess that they were during playoffs and during the MSC Cup and then during the first 2 weeks of the season. C+. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks. You gave him C+. Almost a B-. Okay. OMG took down LNG. It wasn't pretty, but the game wasn't pretty in general. It's OMG versus LNG. What do you expect type scenario? Top pretty much handled Billy. Billy had a little bit of a thing going in game 2. They got was it game 2 or game 1? They had 3 or 4 kills. They took a tiny bit of a lead, but outside of that, nothing after that happened. They got stomped. It's top esports. Then Victory 5 destroyed RNG, and that's what I was like, hell yeah, let's go Victory 5. I'm super excited about this one. IG took down Fun Plus Phoenix in a very tight series. Again, IG had to face LGD and Fun Plus Phoenix, two my second and third best teams in China at the time in the same week, and they went 3-3 if you count just game score. So they totally belong back in that conversation of top teams in China, in my opinion. They barely squeaked by against Fun Plus Phoenix. They barely lost to LGD. Just overall good week by IG. They passed their week. Team WE smashed Rogue Warriors. Rogue Warriors looks pretty bad, guys. The puzzle pieces of they're bent. They're a little broken. They're not fitting together anymore at all. The one of the corner pieces is missing. The puzzle's falling apart. That's all I'm saying. They look quite awful. Almost DMO levels of bad right now. The Rogue Warriors is a team. If you want to see what IG looks like, the picture on the pieces are fraying. Yeah, the picture peeling off a little bit. Yeah, if you want to see what IG looks like without the talent, Rogue Warriors is your team to watch. This team dies over. They had. I'm gonna go to it really quick. Rogue Warriors I think they had. Oh, I can't go to match history. I'm trying. I forgot. Viruses. Chinese websites. Trojan horses. Don't want it. But yeah, I think they had like we're just gonna make a base guess. 3 games this week where they died over 30 times in a professional game. 30 plus deaths. 3 times. Unacceptable. They just don't stop. They don't stop going aggressive like IG, but they don't have the skill to skill check teams. Like, you know, like they might surprise you, and that's how they squeak a win away by doing it early and snowballing a lead. So the goal actually just helps them balance out the skill level. But for the most part, LPL teams are so used to that anyway that it doesn't matter. And they fight back and they beat them. And then they're like, oh, we're going to try again anyway. Then they get aced again. Then they're going to try again. And they get aced again. It just never stops. They're just running out of fountain and dying. Well, it's not good. It's not pretty. EDG took a game off Top Esports without hope. I was very impressed with that, by the way. EDG only had, to be fair, I guess, does Rogue Warriors beat TSM? I know. I mean, bottom of the LPL, really, 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 really bad. I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh, Victory 5 could face the top teams in NA. But Rogue Warriors in a matchup against TSM, what's a team like TSM struggle against? Teams that are very aggressive and in their face. That might be actually a good matchup for them. I won't say they'll win. All I'm saying is TSM might be sweating a little bit that game. Because their do nothing style really doesn't work against a team that's only going to go in on you every 5 seconds. EDG. Hopefully Hope gets better after the collapse lug. We won't know. Our only instance of this is High back in the day. No. Ryan, V5 last spring, when the LPL casters were talking about V5 last spring against the NA teams, and they're like, well, maybe they can beat the top teams in NA and EU. That was absolutely not. That V5 team was the worst team in all regions. But that's like DMO. I don't believe DMO could beat any of... Yeah, I didn't specify. I apologize. Spring V5. Like DMO this split, I don't think DMO this split could even beat Dignitas or Immortals. Like, DMO's really bad. Like, really, really bad. But, yeah. Speaking of DMO, Sunning and DMO. Sunning gave DMO its first win. That is so classic Sunning, you don't even know. Please, whatever you do, I'm okay sacrificing either an EDG or JDG. I'm sad because I think both of them kind of can deserve a playoff spot. Just get Sunning out of the playoffs right now, man. I want a perfect 8-team playoff with China. This team does not belong in the playoff. Immortals with Ica or Insanity? It has to be Insanity. Immortals with Ica, the first iteration of Immortals, would actually lose to DMO. That was the only team I actually had below DMO until they changed up. Immortals with Xmithy and stuff like that, they could beat DMO just fine. Let's see. Where were we? Fun Plus Phoenix beat E-Star 2-0 is pretty easy. Vici Gaming. They made me sweat for that one against LNG, man. Like, Vici that was a close series, and I don't know what to do with Vici Gaming, man. They're 2-3, but they're 4-7 in their games. So not only have they've been 2-0'd, they have completely gotten rid of their identity of being Vici Gaming, which was to go to a best of 3 every single game and then lose in game 3 every single time, being the worst possible team at closing a series of all time. Now they just get swept they're 0-6 in the games that they've lost. They haven't won a single game in a series that they've lost, I should say. They're 0-6 in games that they've lost. No shit. In series that they've lost, they're 0-6. Yeah, how did VG upgrade their roster and get worse? I don't know. It's tough to say. And I think Leanne may be coming in to make it better, but Forge has been bad. iBoy has been terrible. Like, all around, they're just not a good team right now. And then finally, JDG. JDG lost the game to Rogue Warriors. Rogue Warriors and DMO and Rogue Warriors both picked up their very first game win of the season. Neither of them deserve that. Shame on I expect it from Sunning, okay? Let's make this clear. Sunning, they do that shit. If anyone's going to have a terrible record and win a game, it's going to be against Sunning for the most part, or LNG. But it's usually going to be against Sunning. I totally expect that. JDG is unacceptable to lose to Rogue Warriors, especially because two of the games, I believe, the two games that JDG won are two of the 3 or 4 games I was saying that Rogue Warriors gave up 30-plus kills. They obliterated them in the other 2 games. Whatever happened in game number 2 is unacceptable by JDG. We had JDG. What did I kick them out of the top 10? I believe last week, or no? I had them at 10th in the top 10 last week. They started at 2, they stayed at 2, and then they dropped to 10th because they don't look great. And like we said, there was no positive this week that JDG was going to get. They faced DMO and Rogue Warriors. Both teams hadn't won a single game, let alone series. And they're some of the worst teams in the world at the moment. But so you had to dominate, and they dominated DMO just fine. But then they lost that game to Rogue Warriors. They dominated them in the other 2 games, to be fair. So they had 4 dominating games. They had 1 bad game in there that made me like, that's not good. That's as good enough as a loss for me as you could take. So, yeah, let's talk about a few of the teams, I guess, then, because that was the all of China. And for China, we can't talk about all 14 teams, or we could, I guess, or 17 teams. Sorry, not 14 games, but for the most part, let's do the 2 most disappointing and 2 most impressive. The 2 most impressive teams this week, number 1 is IG. Even though they went 1-1, I was very impressed with how they performed against both LGD and FunPlus Phoenix. That was a very tough series for them, or a tough week for them, and they came out 3-3. They came out with a win against FunPlus and a close loss against LGG. I thought that was pretty good. Number 2, Victory 5. Not only coming out with the win against Vici, which apparently doesn't count anymore because Vici got worse, like we just mentioned, but the 2-0 smashing of RNG put Vici on the map that they're not pretenders. They are not the CLG of LPL where they're only able to beat, like before that they had beaten Dominius, Rogue, like Billy, LNG, like teams. They beat all the teams down here. That's all they beat. But now they're beating teams right here in 6 at 4-2, teams that are only a half game out of 3rd place. That is good. The teams that we had in our top 10, very impressive. Now, the most depressing teams of the week, Ryan says Sunning and JDG were his most depressing, even though both of them went undefeated this week. Honestly, let's see. Let me make sure. I might be in agreement. Like, let me see. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could say E-Star, but they had to face FunPlus Phoenix and RNG, and they're not at the same level, you know? They're just simply not, so that's fair that they went 0-2. Yeah, I would say Sunning, losing a game to DMO is it's so Sunning, so I can't say it's unforgivable, because that's just what Sunning does. I hate them. I hate them so much. But yeah, Sunning and JDG for sure. It's super disappointing. You went against DMO and Rogue Warriors, and you went 4-1. Where you were coming off being the number 1 team in the world pre-MSI. MSI gets canceled, or MSC I should say now, because MSI did get canceled. You went into MSC as the number 1 team in the world. You got stomped by Top Esports, and Top Esports was right on your tail, so they jumped. So you were still number 2 though. Only Top was ahead of JDG. And then you come into you beat Sunning, and then you get obliterated at Top, and then you lose to RNG, and then your only wins this year so far on JDG is Sunning, DMO, and Rogue Warriors. That's it. Sunning is JDG's best win on the year. Like, that's not good. That's really scary considering they've lost both RNG and top, which again, losses to top are fair. Like that team is absolutely insane. I honestly believe if they are in peak form throughout all worlds, we'll be calling them the best team to ever play League of Legends. But until then, if they're not, they're obviously not going to make that. But if they are, then yes. But yeah. So JDG and Sunning by far the most disappointing for sure. Just brief shout outs for the other teams. DMO, you got to win. Good job. Rogue Warriors, you got to win. Good job. RNG, disappointing to lose to Victory 5. And they beat E-Star, but it was a 2-1. So they need a good bounce back week, and they do have Team WE and Fun Plus Phoenix. Not the two teams you really want to bounce back for. The only positive is Team WE is Fun Plus Phoenix Light. So you don't have to study for two different styles. You pretty much have two styles that you're facing. You're facing off against the exact same style in both series. You're just facing off against the lower competition and the harder competition after that. So that could benefit for them. I don't think they'll split the too much time in the practice. Plus, it's LPL, so they play on Tuesday here against Team WE. Then they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days before they actually have to play against Fun Plus Phoenix. So it's almost like a full week of practice. So they're not squishing it in too much. OMG I want to talk about. They beat LNG 2-0. They beat DMO. They took a game off Top Esports. This team is coming back a little bit after their 0-4 start. After this team was supposed to be a playoff team with Icon leading the way and SMLZ and Curse. Curse is legit. Curse, shout out to Curse. I forgot to mention that. I believe it was last week, right? With Top and OMG. But Curse just absolutely destroyed in his game against OMG, and he looks really good. If he was on a better team, we'd be talking about Curse as a top tier top laner. I think that there's a lot that guy can do. He's kind of like my eyes are on him like they were on Ale back before he's now known as Natural, who's now benched on DMO. So hopefully he doesn't hit that route of downhill, but Natural doesn't deserve to be benched, man. He needs another chance. His super stupid aggressive style of play needs a team around him to work, and by him doing that on DMO, it just made him look so bad. I actually feel really bad for him. But yeah, I think Curse is like that on my radar of a really, really good top laner on a bad team. Flandre also came back on LNG this week and actually looked pretty decent on that volleyball. He had a really good volleyball game. But yeah, OMG looking okay. You know, they're on a 2-game win streak after they're 2-4. You know, they've won 2 games in a row or 2 series in a row. Sunning, hate them. Team WE, not bad. I still feel like they're better, even though I'm the same rank as their mid laner. The man is Teachima is the best team player, and he's such a good team player, but you can tell that doesn't work in solo queue at all. He's very, like, people have issues with Doinby mechanically wise. Just imagine being like 5 times worse than Doinby mechanically wise, but about the same style. Like, so he's still good. He's still really good at what he does, but like, his mechanics are not good at all. His mechanics are very below average for a pro player. Ryan said, let's add an 18th team to China and of ex-DMO players and Curse. Yeah, if you get Curse, Xiaopeng, Twilla, Mark, and Gala, you're not getting Mark back from LGD. There's no way you're getting him back. If you got Gala, Mark, Xiaopeng, Twila, and Curse, I think that's an okay team. It's a DMO, but it's an okay team. That team can challenge playoffs at least instead of being the worst team in the world. But yeah, I think that's. To be fair, Top looks amazing again. They did lose that game to EDG, but you know, EDG played. That's what BBD, by the way, for EDG, not BDD. BBD. Man, what a way to come out and just play really well after the emergency of Hope being hospitalized. Like, that's very impressive. I wish, I was telling Ryan, I wish we could just have all these players that like I or like some people don't really know about just show up and be at the same level as top tier teams consistently. That's what LPL constantly is. Like with Victory 5, there are a bunch of rookies in Mole. Like they have all these rookies constantly always showing up, performing phenomenally. E-Star last split, just like I wish we had that in a name. I'm assuming Sandy's gonna want in my room in like a few seconds here. I'm gonna wait for her to hit the door. Yep, there she is. Come on in. But yeah, for the most part, I think that will be it for the LPL. Well, outside of predictions, that'll be it for the talking about the LPL. Let's do our predictions for the LPL. That's basically what I was going to say there. Tactical in for double it, though. Yeah, Tactical's been good. But we don't... My issue is, Ryan, we don't have... It's like a once in a blue moon, it feels like, outside of C9. Like, sure, you have C9 performing really well at the NA talent, but outside of that, like, we don't do very well at recruiting. It's a blue moon when we have an actual rookie that does good in our league. Alrighty. So let's go. I'm just going to pull the spreadsheet over here just to make it a tiny bit faster. Week 3. Nope, we're not week 3. Week 5. We're already in week 5 of the LPL. Jesus, man. All right. Week 5 of the LPL. EDG versus DMO. This is a very easy one. BBD impressed me so much. But even if BBD sucked, I would still pick EDG to win because I'm never picking DMO. I picked DMO to win a game this year against Victory 5. The audacity. I'm so sorry. I did not know about that. The legend of PP God. I believed in DMO to win one game. I literally said they're probably going to win one game this split, and it's going to be against Victory 5. How wrong was I? I was. They were... Yeah, BBD is pretty good. Pretty good. Victory 5 versus Fun Plus Phoenix. Already starting out with spice. Such a good game. I will say, I'm a coward. I need one more. I need one more from Victory 5. I have them. They're good. They're really, really good. But Fun Plus Phoenix is also really, really good in my opinion. Like, I had them as the number 2 team in the world last week. They've dropped because they lost. But I am picking Fun Plus Phoenix in a 3. It's going to take 3 against Victory 5. But if Victory 5 come out and beat Fun Plus Phoenix, and I did predict actually Victory 5 to beat Fun Plus Phoenix on Strafe because they're worth 1,000 points still, because it takes a full season. So like every single Victory 5 pick is the freest thing in the world. It's such a huge upset according to their algorithm that it's just free money at that point, and not money but points. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm a coward. I really like Fun Plus Phoenix. I'm sold on Fun Plus Phoenix more than a lot of people. Maybe I'm just biased still from last split. But they're a really good team. Their team fighting is phenomenal, but so is Victory 5's. And Victory 5 just smashed RNG. So if they smash Fun Plus Phoenix, then they're really, really legit. Really, really. But this is the last one. Just one more. Just give me one more win. Or, it doesn't even have to be a win. Just bring it to 3 games, or bring it to 2 games like LGD against Top. Play like that, and you've sold me. This is the last test. The last test. This is the final exam before they graduate to the big boy leagues, which they're already in. But this is the one to get their. This is them going back. They've already had a good career now, and they're going back to get that doctorate to be elite at their career. This is that final exam to get that doctorate. Ryan has Victory 5. If you want to explain why you have Victory 5, is it anything more than your heart? Your heart won you last time. You didn't think Victory 5 was going to beat RNG, but your heart said to pick it anyway, and you did. The final exam, and Professor Will is waiting, is 90% of the grade. Victory 5 is the best in the world. Dude, I'm telling you, I love this team. I've loved them since day 1 of this split. Day 1 when they beat DMO, I realized PP God was their support. And I'm like, I'm sold. I'm 100% sold. Don't ask me anything else. I think we literally said they beat DMO and we said they were winning worlds. You have an unreasonable love for Z. I know, man. I know. I love them so much. I'm trying to pick with my brain, though. I'm trying not to pick with my heart. LNG versus Billy Billy. We despise Billy Billy, as we've mentioned before. Ryan, what did I pick and what did you pick? I think I picked LNG. Let me make sure, though. Yeah, I picked LNG. I know, Ryan, you picked LNG. But you were never going to pick Billy Billy again. But yeah, I even not despising Billy Billy as an organization, I think that LNG has played okay the split. Like, listen, I went over it a million times. Complete fluke that they beat RNG and FunPlus Phoenix in the same week. complete fluke. No way should have happened. They got the luckiest team fights into lucky snowballs, and they beat people with their wallets instead of their talents. And hey, you got to take what you can take, and that's good. That is still their only 2 wins. They have not won. They did not win. Did they? No, they lost to Sunning in one of the worst series, and then they have not. They lost to eStar, OMG, and Vici. eStar 12th, OMG 13th, Vici 11th. All only 2 wins. Those teams only have 1 win outside of LNG. None of them are that good. Like, they're not good at all. And this is the cutoff. I would say the cutoff for LPL is 10th, with Sunning kind of there. Sunning is the 10th team of that 10. But I will give Sunning credit and say they are better than Vici, eStar, OMG, LNG, Billy Billy. They are there. Okay, that's all you get, Sunning. Fun fact, Billy means potty in my language, so BLG is just potty gaming for me when I hear it. Which language is that, if I may ask, by the way? And that's actually... It's actually pretty funny, especially with how badly the organization is treated. Hungarian. Interesting. I want LNG to win, or else they're dead to me like eStar. Yeah, anyone that loses to Billy Billy, according to Ryan, is completely dead to them. But yeah, LNG, I do think, look, they beat FunPlus Phoenix and RNG, but even in their losses, at least they didn't take a game against eStar. They didn't take a game against OMG. They played the series close, though, for what it's worth. They took a game off Vici Gaming. I just think Billy Billy's only win comes against eStar. Not even from a heart and principles thing. Billy Billy's only won 1 series this split against eStar when their jungler didn't take Smite for game 1. And they almost lost still. Their best 16, or best is it 16, best 13. I don't even care. Best 16. Literally was going toe to toe, level to level with a jungler who can't smite or get extra XP from his camps. And they were the same level, or best 16 was only 1 level ahead the entire game. It was bad. Billy Billy easily loses to eStar if he brings Smite. And then they would be down here as one of the worst teams. That's 2 of their games. The only other game that Billy Billy has won would be... Where did they win? 0-2 against Victory 5, weirdly enough. Yeah, you can't even buy a jungle item. Yeah, so outside of that, Billy Billy would be 1 in 10 with the Rogue Warriors down here. They'd be just as bad as Rogue Warriors and Dominions. They kind of are already as bad as Rogue Warriors and Dominions. These 3 are definitely the F tier teams, where LNG gets a D tier just because of good luck. They lucked out to get themselves that D. If a D passes the class, they were the kid that completely BS'd the entire test and just lucked out. Never showed up to class, never did anything. Just purely got out of that F tier by luck. But hey, luck will help them win against Billy Billy. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. I don't even know if you can say that, though, Ryan, because the border guard doesn't beat the top teams and lose. LNG lets all the bad teams in. They lose to all the bad teams. Their only wins are against the top tier teams that we had in the top 10 in the world last week. But they're just, they luck out, they lucked out. I didn't say LG was good at their job, Will. Very true. Not everyone can be good at their job. Oh, that's great. All right. Team WE versus RNG. This one's actually a good series. I think this is a good proving ground series. RNG coming off a little bit of a shaky week. They went 1-1, losing to Victory 5, which is just like losing the top now at this point. To me, it's okay. You can lose to Victory 5. And then they losing to E-Star was are beating E-Star, but losing a game, dropping a game to E-Star. That's kind of shaky. They did come off a win against JDG, but now all of a sudden JDG is not looking as scary. So that win is kind of a little shaky as well. And now there's a very tough proving ground for RNG, facing both Team WE and Fun Plus Phoenix. I will say that Team WE is really, really good at team fighting, which RNG excels at as well. But that means, I don't know. Xiaohu, I'm curious. Xiaohu's played really well. I feel like Xiaohu's one of those players who's been mailing it in for about 2 years now, maybe a year and a half, maybe. Getting Cryan on the team for RNG, which I actually found out is, it seems like it's a waste because Cryan was so good on E-Star and Spring Split, but RNG actually got Cryan as trade bait because they were the team that was pressing really hard for Flandre from LNG, and the trade negotiations just fell apart at the end. So Cryan just kind of got stuck in no man's land. He was never supposed to really be on RNG. RNG got him so they could get Flandre type scenario. But New has performed pretty well. I think he had a bad game against Victory 5, but if Xiaohu slips up, they have Cryan to come fill in that mid gap. I kind of want to see Cryan personally, just because I think he can bring a lot of life to this team if they start slumping. So if RNG goes 0-2 this week against Team WE and Fun Plus Phoenix, I want to see Cryan starting the next week to maybe get some sign of life. They also got Gala. I didn't even realize that RNG signed Gala. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, Gala's never going to start with the way Betty's playing. Betty's playing amazing still. But so Gala and Cryan are kind of stuck in no man's land at the moment. Hopefully they both find good teams soon if they don't get the start on RNG, because I think they're both legitimate players that I'm really sad that are not starting. Either way, that's not the point. Against someone like Team WE, Xiaohu really has to have a good laning phase against Tichima, because Tichima, again, is not going to be strong in the laning phase. So that's when your best chance to actually just destroy like WE is smash Tichima, so he's irrelevant when he comes to the like side lanes to support them with the Gallios and stuff like that. His Gallio is actually really good. Ban away Gallio from Tichima, because that is by far his best pick, and he will win many, many games for Team WE with the Gallio. I just think that New will be able to beat Morgan in top lane, and I just think the bot lane with Betty RNG is too much for Team WE to handle. However, Ryan, who hates Team WE, he doesn't hate him. He's indifferent to Team WE. Completely indifferent. Like, they are the most neutral team to him. Doesn't care, doesn't like them, doesn't hate them. Like, they are just there as a team. Has picked Team WE to actually upset RNG. If you want to explain why, if you're still here right now at the moment, please do so. Yep, Ryan says, my prediction is twofold. I've lost faith in RNG based on their strength of victory up to now, and I want to curse WE to stop them from getting away with this shit. Also, every time you say Cryan, I keep thinking that I'm the backup mid for RNG. Cryan and Ryan, yeah. Hey, if I'm better than Mitsuki, you're better. No, you're not. You're not better than Cryan. None of us are better than Cryan. I guarantee I'm better than Mitsuki. I'm holding that to my grave until he gets... The fact that he's replaced Mark makes me so sad. I love Mark on LGD. I think he's such a good support. He's just doing. Yeah, look at Ryan over here making predictions just to curse a team. I feel like you aren't neutral on them. You hate them. You do hate them. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. I was curious when I saw your prediction of Team WE there, but yeah, I totally understand losing faith in RNG though. I think that was a really rough week with the struggle against E-Star and then getting stomped by Victory 5. All right. Next game, we got Invictus Gaming versus DMO. Next game, we got Sunning versus LGD. Next game, we have Rogue Warriors versus OMG. Okay. Yeah, easily going to pick IG over DMO. No big deal. I swear to Christ, Sunning. If you take a game off LGD... Oh, if you take a series off LGD, I'm not going to be happy with you. I don't like the Sunning team. I never like Sunning. They never, ever, 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 ever are nice to me in my predictions. I was on the hype train when they were a super team, then they fell apart. Then I came back. I'm like, oh, this team could be like Misfits. They get all the new pieces. They work well. They did for like a week, and then they sucked again. And then when I fell off their bandwagon, they got back hot again. Then I jumped back on, and then they suck again. Anytime I tell you anything about Sunning, just assume the opposite is going to happen with this team. Same with Ryan. We both hate this team. But yeah. IG over DMO, no big deal. Sunning versus LNG, it should easily go to LGD. Not LNG, LGD. Should go easily to LGD. And if it doesn't, that one at least has the random factor of Sunning, as you never know what's going to happen with them. The IG versus DMO is going to be a bloodfest in a bad way. It'll be fun to watch if you like high kill games and just people styling on opponents, but it's not going to be competitive whatsoever. Ryan mentioned first Team WE pick. For real, though, it's a spicy pick, and I wouldn't be surprised if RNG wins, but I just have a feeling oh, look at that. Trust in your gut. Ryan, it's like Sunning winning Worlds. I would refuse to acknowledge it. I can just imagine you sitting there watching Sunning just sneak by somehow. Watch them. If I don't even want to say this out loud. If they dare steal a spot from any of these other 7 LPL teams that deserve to go to Worlds, I don't even want to think about it. But if they stole a spot and you just see them popping off at Worlds and you're just sitting there watching like, no, this is not happening right now. All the people that don't know about the LPL are like, oh, this Sunning team is pretty good. And you're just like, no, they are not good. They just will not lose because I keep predicting them to lose. You would have to start predicting them to win at that point, man. It would be your choices would be deciding Worlds there. Oh, okay. Rogue Warriors versus OMG. This... Yeah, and then you're called a hater. You just hate them because they're good, Ryan. That's why you hate Sunning. They're just too good. I feel like Ryan just seething at work at the moment. He's having like a mental breakdown just imagining all that. Rogue Warriors versus OMG. Yeah, this is going to be a bad game. This will be a fun game. This will be a very, Ryan, no, I'd be a hipster hater. Hating them before hating them was cool. Okay, you get a pass. You would be. So would I, though. I hate Sunning as well. But if you want to watch, that stream, I actually really love that stream. Shout out to Salty Timo, where it shows you Iron 4 gameplay. That'll be the pro equivalent of this will be Rogue Warriors versus OMG, where people are just taking fights that make literally 0 sense, at all, but they're fighting anyway, and then they just don't stop fighting. The objectives, those don't matter. No, we don't. Objectives are only used to get people to fight. That's these two teams, and that's probably what you're gonna get in this series. There will be at least 2 games this series where one team has 30 deaths. I guarantee it. If this series is boring, I will be stunned. I have OMG. I can't trust Rogue Warriors, man. They are so falling apart, like we said before. Ryan also has OMG. Okay. Let's see here. Team WE versus JDG. All right. So JDG, this is their first real test since kind of having a bad time with Rogue Warriors, losing a game. And like we said before, JDG's only beaten Rogue Warriors, Dominious Gaming, and Sunning. Now, they are the defending champions. So they do have... It's not like they're a team that, like, oh, they've only beaten crappy teams. The split they have. And I was curious to think if MSC has kind of broke them a bit. This is definitely proving time for Team WE. What do you mean B minus? But it's definitely time for Team WE to actually play against or JDG. Also proving time, like, because if Team WE comes in and beats RNG, ignore that part. Gotcha. Team WE goes and beats RNG and then goes and beats JDG. All of a sudden, Ryan thinks they're legit. I'm proven correct, even though I picked RNG to beat Team WE, and I'm also, spoiler, gonna pick JDG here. But so I'm hedging my bets, completely hedging them. But if they beat JDG and RNG, now we're looking at a Team WE team that has good wins and could be considered a top 4 team in LPL, which means they'd be a Worlds team. Which they'll be going to a Worlds team with a plat mid laner on the team. And that's not a joke, by the way. Teachema, if you didn't know, literally was plat last week. And he got a warning from LPL because you need to at least be... Was it Diamond 3 or Diamond 4? I don't remember. You have to be a certain rank in the LPL server, but Teachema's only like plat 2, plat 3 because he keeps losing, so he can't actually get out of plat right now. He might have over the last week. I haven't kept tabs on it, but as of last week, he was currently a plat player playing in professional league. Yeah, I'm a phony. Yeah, you're right. But you know what? I try to predict with my brain, Ryan, a little bit. Sometimes the gut comes in. Sometimes you got to get the gut, and the gut works really well. But I try to do the brain most of the time. And the brain, as me saying that JDG, even though I don't really consider them a top-tier team in the LPL anymore, they need to prove it. I have more faith that JDG will be able to prove it more so than Team WE. You, on the other hand, have Team WE. Is this another curse, or do you legitimately think that JDG are a bunch of junky dumpster gamers and that they're going to get exposed to Team WE and they're not even going to make playoffs? That last one was a little forced in there, but, go with it. And in the meantime, while you're going with that, Top versus LNG, yeah, that's going to be... Now, LNG's beaten Fun Plus Phoenix and RNG. So they've beaten... Ryan just said yes. Okay. He does not think JDG's making playoffs, and he thinks they're going to be exposed here. But Top Esports... Watch out for LNG's Guardian Angel coming back, is all I'm saying. All I'm going to say. LNG has that Guardian Angel against apparently the elite level teams that you just got to be careful. Top likes to fight a lot, like every LPL team. But if you all of a sudden see LNG just coming out of fights at less than 10 HP like they did against Fun Plus Phoenix and RNG, I'll be sweating. Top's going to be their first loss of the year is going to be against a team like LNG. They should be fine. They should be okay. Vici Gaming versus E-Star. Now, this is a middle tier one, but it's actually one of the hardest games I had trying to pick. This was probably the hardest game I predicted this week. It's tough to say. Raptor thinks E-Star 2-1. I'm assuming that's with E-Star taking Smite. Ryan says, Team WWE feels like the team that RNG and JG will rebound from, but I feel like RNG and JG aren't actually that good right now, and the fact that those matches are close is sad. Okay. You're just still a Team WWE hater. No. And you're the one that picked them twice. I'm sorry. But Vici Gaming versus E-Star is quite tough. So I actually it took me like 15 minutes to make this prediction. So Vici Gaming has lost to, they beat Billy week 1, and we're like, cool, Vici Gaming, good job. Like, this is back before we knew the stuff about Billy. So we had Billy, I believe 8th. I had Billy 8th and Vici 9th. I believe Ryan had Vici like 7th and Billy like 9th, something, but very close. At the end of the day, very close. I can just literally look right here. I had Billy 10th, Vici 11th. Ryan had Billy 12th and Vici 6th. Oh wow, Ryan had Vici 6th. That's gonna plummet in his next rankings. Next rankings are actually after this week, by the way, Ryan. So you'll be on for that podcast. Vici and E-Star are both dead to you. Yeah, this was a hard one. So I was looking. Vici 2-0'd Billy. Then they got 2-0'd by RNG, 2-0'd by Team WE, 2-0'd by Victory 5, and then they beat LNG. RNG, Team WE, and Victory 5 are all good teams in my opinion. Now, on the other side, you have E-Star, who lost their first game of the year against LGD, very legit team. DMO, they beat, doesn't count. Beat LNG, not great. They lost to Billy because of a smite. Then they lost to RNG 2-1, and they lost to Fun Plus Phoenix. So it was very tough. These two teams, exactly, Raptor. Just flip a coin. That's all you need to do in this. I don't have any analysis outside of I feel like Vici Gaming has lost to better teams than E-Star has. So I'm going Vici Gaming. Ryan win E-Star. Either way, complete... Oops, that's the world's top... Oh, don't look at my top 20 list. Some of that was a good list, by the way. But that one was bad. But yeah. Some of them... I mean, it's just too tar. It's just too hard. Vici, E-Star. Give me Vici. Give Ryan E-Star. VG. Close game. 50%. Where are other differences? Fun Plus Phoenix and Victory 5 is different. RNG and Team WE is different. JDG and Team WE is different. So we got 4 different in the LPL. No matter who wins, we both lose. So it's like watching Immortals versus Dignitas. Yep. Well, I won't put them that low. E-Star has potential. Vici Gaming's a mess. But that's Rogue Warriors versus DMO. Yeah, that's... When is that series? When is Rogue Warriors versus DMO? When do we get that? Rogue Warriors versus DMO? That is next week. Next Saturday. Tune in at 5 a.m. Rogue Warriors vs. DMO is the warm-up for Top Esports vs. Fun Plus Phoenix. Oh my god. What a warm-up series for Top Esports vs. Fun Plus Phoenix. Here you go. You get to see the 2 worst teams in the LPL versus 2 of the best team and one of the best teams in the LPL face each other. Gotta get some quality games in before Fun Plus Phoenix runs it down. Yeah, seriously. If Top just continues at the pace they're going... Who's top? Top? Oh no, Fun Plus me. I'm already telling you right now. Unless Top, no, not even. If LNG pulls off the miracle against Top Esports, fair enough. That Guardian Angel. Fun Plus Phoenix has to. This is how many games Fun Plus Phoenix has to play. They played against Victory 5, RNG, Vici Gaming, and then Top Esports. So they have 3 games. 2 of them very difficult before Top. Top has to play Friday against LNG, so that's 2 days before Fun Plus Phoenix even plays against RNG. Top doesn't have another game to play till next Saturday. So they have a full week to only focus on Fun Plus Phoenix in Fun Plus Phoenix alone. Where Fun Plus Phoenix has to focus on they have to focus on, to be honest, Top doesn't even have to focus on LNG. You could say that Top doesn't have to they've been focusing since last Friday. They have like 2 full weeks to focus on Fun Plus Phoenix, where LNG or Fun Plus Phoenix has to focus on Victory 5, RNG, Not really Vici, but then top. That's gonna be tough. That's next week's predictions, but I'm picking top esports. All right, let's see. Now, speaking of top, nope, we already did that one. Rogue Warriors versus EDG. Rogue Warriors, I mean, I'm not picking Rogue Warriors versus anyone outside of DMO until they stop enting 30 plus times a game. They're not getting predicted. they have to rein in their aggressiveness. I don't say that very often. I almost will never say that about a team, but come on. You can't play as aggressive as you are playing right now as Rogue Warriors, and you're not gonna get results if your skill level is that bad. You're just running it down at that. They are literally soft ending every game they play for the most part. As a team, they're not soft ending they're soft ending each other. Like, there's not like one person doing it to the whole team. The whole team's doing it. Give me EDG. Ryan's also EDG as well. Damn, it's already 1. Oh man, I have work tomorrow. I gotta pick this up a little bit. IG versus JDG, another great test game. They are just bonding. Nothing like bonding with your friends, running it down together, holding hands, running down mid lane. Oh, that's funny. IG versus JDG, very tough game. I mean, JDG, this is a proving week for them against Team WE and IG. IG is only going to be facing DMO after this. They don't even have to show up to the arena, and they will get the win against. If DMO faced like 5 bots, IG might win. They played 5 bots. DMO might end that, but IG, yeah, I think that because JGG has to face such tough opponents. I believe I picked IG. Let me make sure. I better have picked IG, or else I'm trolling myself. Profile play. Boom, boom. Where is my predictions today? There we go. 4th. Yeah, I picked IG. I just had to make sure there. Yeah, IG only has DMO. They're gonna be really focused into JDG. I think the game will be closer, but I need to see JDG. JDG needs to beat Team WE and at least bring it to 3 games or play a really, really solid 2. Yeah. LPL is just stacked, man. Just champions, but still. Like, just IG's last 3 games. Ignore DMO. Throw DMO. DMO doesn't count as a game. 3 of the next 4 games are with last week and this week. LGD, top 10 team. Fun plus Phoenix, top 10 team. DMO, JDG, former top 10 team, or top 10 at the moment. We'll see on my new rankings. Spoiler. But all teams top 10 in the world, and they have to face 3 of them in best of 3s in 4 weeks, or in 2 weeks, in 4 series. That's really, really tough. That's a tough region to play. In IG, they proved themselves in the first 2. Hopefully they can prove themselves again. E-Star versus Victory 5, though. I think that, come on. It's a Victory 5. E-Star versus V5. The only team in the world, apparently, that can take down V5 is going to be top if they beat Fun plus Phoenix this week. And finally, RNG versus Fun plus Phoenix. Speaking of them, this is another really good game. Don't you, I said this last week. I wish NA had this. They play 14 games instead of 10. But, there's so many good series every week. Every single... sure, you have your downers like Rogue Warriors versus OMG as well, obviously. Every region has downers. But, you get Fun plus Phoenix versus Victory 5 this week. RNG versus Team WE. JDG versus Team WE. IG versus JDG. And then RNG versus Fun plus Phoenix. You get 5 a week, basically. Yeah, every region has trash tier teams. Absolutely. I think people have say our worst teams can beat your best teams. It's not true. Some DMO, Rogue Warriors, OMG, Vici Gaming, very bad teams. But yeah, missing best of 3 between the top 6 is sad. Absolutely. I think that I think there's also really good comparison in EU where every week feels meaningful. It feels like there's 4 to 5 really meaningful games in EU, like really good teams facing each other. Same thing with the LPL. Not so much in Korea anymore. But and then NA, they're meaningful games because they matter in standings, but they're not great. Like, I'm not dying. Like, I need to go watch that game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't desperately need to see Evil Geniuses versus Flacos. That's not must see TV for me. Where like something like RNG Fun Plus Phoenix is must see TV. Either way, me and Ryan both have Fun Plus Phoenix. And that's sad because I actually like watching NA the most because I have the most. I don't think I like watching NA the most, to be honest. I stress out watching NA. I like watching LPL the most. I have the most invested into NA, I should say. And I've actually really, when I first started watching LEC, I didn't like it much because it was pretty much watching NA, but just watching 2 really good teams with G2 and Fnatic and the rest. Now I actually really enjoy watching the LEC a lot. But yeah, we both have Fun Plus Phoenix over RNG. Ryan has RNG going 0-2. If they end up going 0-2 this week, I will call them definite pretenders at that point. And I think that the high I get off Betty being popping off as the ADC will start to fade away. I'm actually really next week we are doing the power rankings for the LPL, so I'm actually really curious with the changes to be made over here. I'll pull the thing back real quick. Our predictions for the LPL. Let me center it right here. We had I don't think that's going to change. JDG is going to fall. Fun Plus Phoenix, EDG. Like, yeah, there's a lot of teams here. Victory 5. We both look at how dare us. We both have Victory 5 as the 17th best team in the LPL. That's going to be the highest skyrocket you're ever going to see ever. Teams like this, yep, makes sense that they're going to go down. Sunning down there, Billy, yep, they're all going to go down. This was a bad one, Ryan. I'm sorry. Imagine not trusting V5. I know, right? Imagine not trusting a team that went 1-32 like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, they're a fun team. Yeah, this one was bad. This one doesn't look good for me. This one really looks really bad for me. But yeah, we'll balance that out next week. All right. So now, from now on, I think that is it for the LPL. That should cover all of it. We're gonna go to Korea again, and I apologize, Korea, because we kind of shorted you last podcast, and I didn't want to short you 2 podcasts in a row, but it being 1:00 on a work night, I'm gonna have to probably short you again. I'm so sorry. LCK. I'll try to make it. I do have some interesting things. There will be spice. It'll be short, but it will be spicy. All right. So this week in Korea, pretty stable. Much. Let me grab the spreadsheet again. Much better week. We didn't start 0-4. We didn't start 1-5. We started 1-1 for me, and then me and Ryan both finished 9-1. Balance has been restored. 70% win rate back in Korea at 14-6. I actually should check the win rates. I'll do that after the stream because I don't have time. But I think we're looking really good, except EU. EU we are struggling, but which is funny because that was our best region. But outside of that, we're looking really good. 70% higher. Ryan, we have the exact same records in every region. We went 9-1 in Korea, 12-2 in LPL, 7-3 in EU, and 7-3 in NA. So we didn't have the same predictions. We actually had differences, like in each one, except for NA. But we finished the exact same record: 7-3, 7-3, 12-2, and 9-1, which resulted, I believe, in a 35-9 record, which was about an 80%. Really good, actually. Like that's actually one of my best all-around weeks ever. Like from each region, we had a very solid. Where 7-3 was our worst, or 70% win rate was our worst. 90% in Korea, 12 divided by 14. 90% prediction rate in Korea last week, 86% in the LPL, 70% in EU, and 70% in NA. You're welcome. We had different picks and it still worked out. Like we had here, here, here. No, here, sorry. But still. We were good. You're making me step up my predictions, I feel like though. I will. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I have to really focus in on what I'm predicting. Cuz I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose at all. And it makes me mad that you're one game ahead of me. You're one game ahead in EU and NA, but I don't care about that. I care about the full. I would love to win all four, but like I just want to win total, you know? That's the goal at the end. All right. So Team Dynamics took down Solion Prince. I'm just calling him Prince. I'm so sorry. Team Dynamics took down Prince 2-1. KT took down Hanwha Life. Looking back, that was a terrible prediction by me. Why did I pick Hanwha Life? I just didn't trust KT, and that's why they won. If I would have trusted them, they would have lost. They 2-0'd. Hanwha Life looks really, really, really bad. DRX 2-1 against Sandbox. That was a interesting loss to Sandbox. I really was surprised that Sandbox lost there, but or won a game against DRX. But you know, I was really nervous. So I'm like, man, you figured 2 working parts was better than maybe 2 parts. Yeah, I did, but it turned out the maybe 2 turned into enough because the three other parts were so actively enting on Hanwha Life that it didn't matter what the 2 working parts. The 2 working parts are working. The whole machine is on fire otherwise. DRX Gen.G took down Damwon Gaming. That was a good prediction by me. Gen.G, I think they turned it around this week. That was a good series in general though. I actually like that a lot. No flame to Damwon. I thought they played pretty well against Gen.G. T1 2-1 against Afrika. I thought we were losing this one. Afrika almost always beats T1. So I believe they won game 1 if I remember correctly. Let's see. Yeah, Afrika won game number 1. I was like, oh no. I should have picked it. I should have picked Afrika. But nope, they survived. Team Dynamics 2-0'd Hanwha Life because Hanwha Life is terrible. Gen.G 2-0'd Prince. Damwon 2-0'd KT because KT is still bad, even though they beat Hanwha Life. They're not great. Sadly, they needed junglers so bad. Having Bono and Malrang as your 2 junglers. Oh my god, Tarzan is available, man. That's gonna be a pre-split prediction that's gonna bite me. Hanwha Life, yeah. I mean, you were right. You were right with your prediction. You hyped them up because Viper and Lehens are coming back, and like they did, and they look great. You just didn't expect the pure drop off of Lava and Kuve. Like, oh my god, I'm trying to think of Haru as well. So now they have the Canadian dollar in there for jungle. They have the talent there. They have the talent. They just look terrible. Yeah, Damwon 2-0'd KT, DRX 2-0'd Afrika, and T1 2-0'd Sandbox, I think. Raptor said it's kind of insane to think how Korean talent has dropped on average. I'm gonna slightly disagree with Korean talent dropping because you can make a point that a lot of the LPL teams are off of Korean talent and like the Shy, Rookie, Doinby, all Koreans. However, it's the Korean organizations, I personally believe, are really stubborn and stuck in their ways, and they are now stunting new talent by playing the old style that made them such a dominant force, like for half the time the sport has been alive. Like they were so good, and they what they did was so perfect. Everyone else caught up and adapted to now LPL is now the dominant force, and their style and vision being a lot less than it was before. That's what made it. And then Korea's been stuck in their ways. They're slowly climbing out. Teams like DRX and Damwon are teams that are I really like a lot. T1 is kind of there, but they're T1. They always just having Faker and Teddy on your team. Teddy is like the 1v9 carry machine, man. But then like teams like Gen G just win off bad rest of the league pretty much. I was hoping Sandbox would get better, bringing over Yamato Cannon because I think he actually excels in that, but it hasn't played out so far. You mean that watching these games is really awful? Yeah, I agree. I think it was week 1. After watching week 1, I said legitimately, I remembered, and I was one of the people like, when EU got 4 seeds instead of Korea at Worlds this year because of MSI not happening. I was like, man, EU are they really better than Korea? Like they only have like G2, Fnatic, like maybe Mad, like they'll be decent. And now like I'm 100% on the different side. Like top to bottom, EU is better than LCK except for DRX. I do like DRX a lot. Yeah. Afrika almost beat DRX in game 2. They did. That series, that was a very weird 2-0 by DRX looking like they were going to lose both games and then ended up winning both of them. But yeah, I actually, we will talk about that. For the DRX Afrika game, DRX going the Morgana into TF, I didn't like the rest of the comp. We'll pull it up here. I have like a hair in my mouth from my mustache. Bugging me. I cannot wait to shave. I'm not gonna lie. This happens like 10 times a day now. All right. Let's see. Let's pull. Was it game 1 with the Morgana? Yes. So okay, I want to see this. This is what I like about DRX here. I think that Morgana mid against TF is a massive counter pick that needs to be played more often by teams. I think that it stops all of TF's mid lane engage. Your jungler can no longer gank mid lane because Morgana's just gonna black shield and walk away. Sure, there's a Trundle pillar, but she's gonna not only black shield to walk away, she's gonna hose and slow people, twin shadows and slow people. I actually really like the hose twin shadows on Morgana, not Cho'Gath. Morgana is very good on that. Yeah, I think that it's not even an amazing draft per se by DRX because I personally, it's not bad. It's not bad. I love the Morgana into Twisted Fate. I love Karma buffing Ezreal. Ryan mentioned that, I was saying that the back in spring, there was some shit in Korea that was NA tier smooth brain. Karma, Lee Sin, Morgana, Ezreal. Oh, they were just naming it. Yeah, Lee is still out. Exactly. Okay, yep. Okay, you're exactly on the same page as me, Raptor. I think that I was messaging Ryan, I believe. I was like, oh man, I love this Morgana thing. He was like, yeah, the rest of the draft kind of questionable. And I agree. It's the Lee Sin I don't like. Yeah, the only iffy thing was Ezreal's primary damage, but that required DRX to handshake a full 5v5. Yes, I really wish there was either a Kindred for extra damage on DRX or even a Graves, but Graves looks really bad in LCK, so I actually don't want to see Graves too badly. So I would rather see like a Kindred, maybe a Gragas. A Gragas would have been good in my opinion, or some type of hard engage to just like keep them down. But honestly, I was thinking Kindred would fit this comp a lot better. Then you give even more survivability with the Kindred ult, as well as just adding another consistent DPS marksman. Yeah, and it's great. It's great into Trundle. I was making real quick that it doesn't get banned. I really think you replace Kindred with Lee Sin in this game, and this is 100% GG at draft. Like 500 IQ, like 5D chess level draft. Like the Lee Sin turns me off a little bit to it, but like I Kindred is like give me that in that scenario. Plus Kindred with Karma buff is also amazing. Or Karma shields is really really good. And with Braum stacks. Yeah, that's my other, like, you don't have engage too much outside of Braum, and you don't really want Braum to engage. You kind of want the other team to engage for you, which is what Afrika kind of does with Nautilus has to engage in. He's not really good at peeling too well. TF would have to engage in. But as long as you have enough disengage, which you do with Braum, Karma, Morgana, Ezreal, like in a Kindred for the ult, I think you guys have a lot of disengage. Yeah, Gragas was one. I brought up Kindred, Gragas, and Graves, but Graves kind of was like hesitant on there. But it was, yeah, Kindred and Gragas were my two number one things I wanted here. I thought about Sejuani, but she's not really in the meta, and you don't really want to ever pick Sejuani into Trundle as well. So Gragas would be the number one engage I would go for. Kindred would be the number one if you wanted more damage level to go. Yep, like I said, the good pick. This is DRX, very similar to Mad we talked about earlier in the podcast. Even J4 is decent because he just locks Afrika into the R. Like, literally all of them. Yeah, they can't really move outside of that. What about Kane? Yeah, no. I see that. Awesome. Yeah, get that Kane out of pro play. The only good Kane I've ever seen in pro play is Levi, and that was like forever ago in Vietnam. Kane with Karma Shields, sure, but the game's going to be over by that point because Kane can't transform. That's the only region that Kane can possibly succeed in, and he failed, is LPL because you're always fighting. The issue is you suck at fighting as Kane until you transform into Red Kane, and don't give me that Blue Kane bullshit. Blue Kane sucks, in my opinion. Red Kane does more damage, more healing, more tank, everything. Red Kane with Karma Shields is just scary to think about. Like, that will not die. You just, unless you played, here's my crackpot theory on Kane, okay? For pro play. To make Kane work in pro play, he has to go against a tank not named Ornn, and he has to go top lane. So he just constantly trades. If he goes, he'd be a, I think Red Kane would be a good counter pick to a Maokai, per se, because it sucks in early phase, but so does Maokai, and you'll be able to survive his damage. You can get away probably, and just your wave clear kind of sucks, I guess. But so does Maokai. Maokai's not very good. Until he gets his Q, it's not very good. But yeah, and then you just have to constantly hit Maokai so you get the Red Kane orbs and you get it as fast as possible. It's probably the only way Kane would be viable in pro play, in my opinion. Very, very, very situational. All right, let's talk teams. Most disappointing team this week. What about Volibear? You can't take Kane into Volibear. I think Volibear just shits on him too hard in the early phase, and you just all of a sudden have a very fed Volibear that's going to steamroll the game. You need someone who's weak in laning phase to go against. That's also melee. Afrika for not benching Fly by week 2 is your disappointing. Oh, you mean Volibear for DRX? Oh, I was like, no, Ryan, that's terrible. Okay, Volibear, yeah, that's a good engage comp. Like, yep, I think Volibear would fit just fine. He's got the engage. He can jump in. You put a shield on him so he doesn't die right. He doesn't pop like a balloon. Yeah, I think that you put Morgana Black Shield on for a CC. You got the C, and you got the tower. That gives you tower dive ability without necessarily engage. They can't stay under the tower if the tower doesn't work. So yeah. Volibear's solid. Kindred, Gragas, Volibear. That would be it. What about Rengar? This isn't solo queue. I mean, I think Rengar and Kha'Zix are great solo queue junglers. Death is the best CC. True. That is true. All right. Let's talk my most disappointing team. Humble Life for sure. Again, so bad. So bad. And honestly, I don't really have another super disappointing team. Afrika, I thought played okay enough against T1, and they should have won actually both games against DRX if they didn't have Flyer, like you said. But I think that Afrika, they played admirable. They didn't pass with flying colors, but I am disappointed in DRX for dropping against Sandbox, but I guess I would have to give my second one almost to KT because they beat Hound of Life, but then they looked so bad against Damwon. I felt like that I don't feel like they showed me anything at that point, and I don't know. I don't really have a second one too much. My most impressive team this week, Gen G really helped me ease my worries with the win against Damwon, and they finally won a game one. They had lost all 3 game ones to start. They had lost to DRX, KT, and Damwon in the first game, and now they finally won a game one, and they 2-0'd some Prince, because I can't say the full name. So they were impressive. DRX I think is also impressive. I can't put DRX because they lost Sandbox. Never mind. I was impressed by their Afrika. Their drafts against Afrika were really nice, but they lost Sandbox. You can't do that. How about team dynamics? It's only a win against Hanwha and Prince, but they got 3 wins now. They're here. These are the 3 wins. They're not super impressive, but Team Dynamics wasn't going to be an impressive team to begin with. So it's at least they're beating the bottom team so they can prove that they are above the bottom. You know what I mean? They're kind of like CLG, where they're currently tied for second place, weirdly enough, in a 4-way tie instead of a 5-way tie. They're in a 4-way tie for second place, but they've only beat the worst teams. That just means they're better than the worst, but they're probably not as good as the other ones. Yeah, like Orion said, he's impressed with Dynamics for going 2-0 and being tied for second. Only time they'll be getting wrecked here, I think. Yep, I think that I absolutely believe Dynamics is probably who they face. DRX and Sandbox? No, they didn't beat Sandbox. Who they beat? They beat KT. Gotcha. So they'll probably beat Sandbox. They'll probably have 4 wins by the end of this week after 4 games, but they're all against the bottom 4 teams in the league. And hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. They're probably not gonna beat Dragon X. Spoiler alert. But yeah, not bad. Also, kind of want to talk a tiny bit about T1. T1, I've noticed that Kana's obviously starting, but I noticed that Elim, I don't know how to necessarily pronounce it, has been starting over Cuz, which makes me feel justified. Even though T1 won spring last year, I understand. I hated that they lost Khan and Khalid. Ellen, okay. Ellen. They lost Khan and Khalid and replaced it with Roach and Cuz. I never liked that last split. I constantly complained about it. I think I had T1 as the 5th best team in Korea last split. I dropped them significantly for it. Turns out they win Korea because that's what T1 does. Simple as that. But I'm kind of happy and feel redeemed that Kana has fully replaced Roach on top lane. I don't see Roach coming back at all. And now we have Elim playing for Cuz. I do think Cuz was better than Roach, but I just feel a little justified. I just want to point that out. That I didn't like those. I didn't like either signing. I thought they were quite poor, even though they were made up to be pretty hype, I believe, when Cuz was signed. But I thought they were both pretty significant downgrades. And I feel like I've been proven right. Yeah, I was half justified in spring. They did win the con. They were struggling with Roach. I just remember people being hype. I believe it was esports writer. I'm totally blanking on his name. But that was breaking news or something like that. And it was pretty hyped up. Oh, they got Cuz and stuff. And I'm like, they had Clid. This is a downgrade. We shouldn't be hyped about this. If they would have got Tarzan or something, yeah, sure. But no. But okay, we'll talk. Well, we will discuss other things. Let's see. Damwon looks solid, even though they had a loss. I'm feeling good about them, but you never know with them. They can drop a random game on the drop of a hat. Let's just go to predictions because it's already past 1. I'm sorry, Korea. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna probably, depending. I'll have to talk with Ryan next week, but we'll be discussing time. Maybe start it a little earlier. I started 9:30 today. Maybe I have to drop that to 9 or even 8:30 level. Especially if I have to actually go back to I'm fine this time because I'm working from home, so it's not terrible. I just have to go from here to here. This is my commute to work now. Is a 2-step distance, but instead I'm just going to. But when I have to actually go back to work and drive, probably don't want to try and accidentally kill someone on the road by being half asleep. But yeah, what'd you say? Tarzan chose to doom himself, then leave Griffin. Yeah, I don't know, man. What is wrong with Tarzan at the moment? Why is he getting picked up? And he should have left when Lahens and them did. Anyway, T1 versus Damwon Gaming. So, T1 last week is coming off of a... Let me go back here. Coming off of a 2-0 week with a 2-1 over Afrika and a 2-0 over Sandbox. Damwon's coming off a 1-1 week with a 2-0 over KT and losing 2-1 over Gen G. Yeah, when Chovy left Griffin, that roster was over. Yeah, Chovy's disgusting. It's so good. I think the memes about Chovy being a choker or whatever, while true, like undermine his just pure skill. Like he's so good. But yeah, T1 versus Damwon Gaming. This is gonna be a very good game, I think. Damwon over here with Nogri, Canyon, Showmaker, Ghost, and Barrel. Is it Barrel? Yeah. And I forgot that Damwon still has Flame. I didn't realize Flame was still on the roster for Damwon. I know that they were flipping between him and Nogri if Nogri entered a little too hard because he was a little too aggressive. But yeah, I think that Damwon plays a very aggressive style. I actually think T1, even though they're 3-1 and 7-4, they don't look that clean. They look like their drafts aren't clean. T1 wins purely off of their wins are against Sandbox, Afrika, and Hanwha Life. Sandbox and Hanwha Life are 0-4 apiece. And when that roster was over. I thought that versus Gen G last week after, so I don't know. Yeah. Damwon has wins against KT, Sandbox, Prince. So their wins are here. Right here, and Sandbox. And T1's wins are here, and here. So they're about the same. None of them have beaten a playoff team yet at the moment. I have to side with Raptor. I do think Damwon is going to win this game. They look... This is where I'm going to get screwed. They have the better top side on Damwon. And I feel like Damwon are not as coin flippy as they used to be. All the way until literally MSC. I think they learned a lot at MSC, it looks like. And they're not nearly... Wait, were they at MSC? They weren't at MSC, were they? I'm totally clocking on my ass. Not at MSC. But last spring. I really think... No, they were at MSC. I am right. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Either way, I'm losing my mind. They were they were third. They beat T1, so they won the tiebreaker, and T1 actually finished fourth. Oh, unless you meant fourth seed, then yes. Yes, they were. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I literally had a conversation with my friend, like kind of like an hour before the podcast started. I was talking with her, and I was like, oh, by the way, I gotta do a podcast or whatever, and she was like, oh, how many games do you think on a minimum, like average, do I watch per week? And her guess was 10, and I was like, well, it's if you take the best of threes and you do a 1.5 times, so there's 24 best of threes, so you watch 48 games minimum plus 24, watch an average of 92 games a week. I lose my mind. Which is not as bad as it used to be when I was watching the wildcard regions as well. That was like 100 plus games a week. Oh, I can never do that again in my life. Never, ever do that again. I just follow them casually now. But anyway, I do have Damwon over T1. I'm trusting them to take down T1. I think T1's going to get a little exposed because I'm just not comfortable with how they're playing. They look sloppy. Yeah, Will slowly in the process of replacing his brain cells with League VODs. Yeah, like I literally am. League is on my mind nearly 24/7 at this point, like professional League. It is quite crazy. Ryan did have T1, by the way, so that we're already starting off on a difference. But yeah, I'm picking Damwon. Let's move on. Sandbox versus Gen G. Gen G is just like the origin we were talking about earlier. There's just no way in my mind that Gen G can lose to a team like Sandbox because of the pure amount of mistakes that Sandbox makes per game. Gen G is going to capitalize on that and just easily win, in my opinion. Afrika versus Hanwha Life. Now, even though we were flaming Fly a little bit earlier, Fly's certainly been better than Lava on Hanwha Life. And who the hell is the other mid laner? I'm totally blanking. Miru. Yeah, he's better than both of them. And the rest of the whole top side of Afrika, you have Keen versus either Kuve, who is not the same Kuve that we once knew, or Dudu, which is, I'm so immature, but it makes me laugh. Every time he was like 0-8 that game, and they kept making fun of that. I'm like, oh, that's great. But Keen is gonna pop off on that, and plus Mystic is one of the best ADCs in my opinion. Wait, is Mystic? I didn't realize Mystic was Korean. I just always associated him with the LPL. That I thought he was Chinese, but yeah, is there not a single Chinese player, and it's only Korean players? Yeah, they don't have a single import. Interesting. Yeah. Wait, seriously, as I didn't know Mystic was Korean? Or wait, seriously, as Mystic is Korean? I didn't know that. I've always associated him with the LPL. Yeah, LCK doesn't have a single one. Shut up. I've always associated him with the LPL. Whatever. I didn't know Dwayne being rookie, and they've always been associated with the LPL, so I should have known better. But whatever. We're moving on. We picked a freak over Hanwha Life. Stop making fun of my gaps in knowledge here. DRX versus Team Dynamics. Yes, I mentioned it earlier in the podcast, Ryan, that I know the Shy is Korean. DRX versus Team Dynamics. I think that DRX easy. Like, Team Dynamics has not proven anything yet, but that's not. They didn't come into the season going in like, oh, we're gonna go to Worlds level. They came in barely. They just got in off of replacing Griffin, so props to them for starting out 3-1. I no hate towards them whatsoever. I just think Dragon X is a top level team. KT versus Prince SP. Ooh, I don't actually know what Ryan's prediction was for this one. I have a feeling I know, but I don't know for a fact, so I gotta check. Okay, yeah, I know. All right, KT. Ryan has KT. I have KT. I feel like that's how I feel. That just visible sigh, like audible sigh, I should say, just is how I feel about KT. Exactly. Raptor, exactly. That predicting KT, that sigh is what makes it. That's the point. You have Yukal or Kuro versus Mickey. I don't like Mickey at all. One of my least favorite players. It pains me to ever pick KT. It does. Mickey is one of my least favorite players in any league. I just don't understand how he got a job in Korea. After my introduction to him was with Golden Guardians, and then like him rage quitting and just getting on a flight to Korea, I was like, what? I don't even know how that's possible for someone to do that. Rage quit and scrims and then leave the country. Like, Serious. And then after that, he played on Excel. He wasn't anything special on Excel whatsoever. And now he's back in Korea. I'm like, Jesus, he's got a starting job in the LCK. Shame on the LCK. But yeah, give me KT. Flying Mickey. And is that what it's been? Flying Mickey? If they took a virus from the LCS and they've played Korea, maybe just Fly. Maybe Fly is patient zero because Mickey just got here and Korea's been struggling for like a year now, a year and a half. But yeah, maybe hell, you can even say 2 years. But yeah, we can just blame all this on Fly. Every single thing that's wrong with Korea today is because of Fly. Where are we? T1 versus Gen G. All right. T1 versus Gen G. Now, maybe I'm overselling Gen G here. Oh my god, me and Raptor are on the same point. Raptor also says Gen G beats T1. I just was impressed. That's why Flame is on the bench. He tested positive for NA Brain. Oh no. Which is the funny thing is they always put Flame in for the calm, cool, collected version when Nogri was off the rails with his over-aggression and tilting. But I really think back to the thing. Gen G really impressed me with that win against Damwon. Their win against Prince was also fine. I just don't put too much weight into it. But the Damwon win impressed me enough with Gen G. And they took a win off of DRX. They took one game off DRX, I should say. T1 did as well. But T1 going 2-1 against Hanwha, who I think is way worse than we expected. T1 going 2-1 against Afrika, who is mediocre. And then their only 2-0 is Sandbox. That's why I have Damwon and Gen G both taking down T1 this week. I see T1 going 0-2 this week, actually. Okay, so Ryan thinks the opposite. I think T1 is floundering at the moment, even though they're 3-1. I think they're floundering a little bit. We both predicted T1 to go 0-2, so can't wait. Yeah, this is gonna slap. Now I have T1 going 0-2. Ryan has G2 going 0-2. Like, we have some bold predictions this week. Faker mind bending creates. And them going 2-0. Yep. Gen G and Damwon are gonna end like crazy, and T1's just gonna find a way to win. And it's either going to be through Fake or a Teddy 1v9ing. But yeah, Ryan does think T1's ramping up, which could be correct. Like, we don't know until the games play. But I am putting faith in Gen G like I normally do not do. And I feel like they're going to beat T1. I also... Oh, the main point. I forgot my main point I was going to say with the prediction. My main point was this week for T1 is difficult because... they have to play against Damwon and practice for the style that Damwon has to play. And then they have to flip complete 180 and practice for the Gen G style. It's two very conflicting styles that are on the opposite ends of how to play League. Unlike RNG, like we talked about in the LPL, plays against Team WE and Fun Plus Phoenix, so they can practice the same strats against the same style team. That's initially where those two upset picks came from. But we'll see. Damwon Gaming over Hanwha. I think that's easy. That's Hanwha, Damwon, and Ryan also has Damwon. Team Dynamics versus Sandbox. I have to check Ryan's prediction real quick. I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, I do now because I looked, so that would mean I didn't. Why practice when you can just make Nogri and Clint turbo? Yeah, pretty. Based on Spring, I think T1 just need to focus on themselves and Damwon. T1, I think naturally counters Shinji style. Okay, that's fair. T1 is actually very good into the... I mean, that's just what Team 1 is just naturally good at, playing in Korea, dominating Korea for so long. Those are fair points. Fair points. Dynamics versus Sandbox. Ryan, you're picking Sandbox to win this one. Is it because you're just putting your last hope into Yamato Cannon's strategy before it all falls apart and they're 0-6? Or what is it? Because I actually have Dynamics. I think Dynamics are going to be okay. I think they are a slice above the bottom tier. Probably not a playoff team. I could see Afrika passing them and Dynamics being the one team to drop out. Obviously, DRX, Damwon, Genji, and T1 are the 4 playoff teams that I would like guarantee lock in right now. But the 5th one is up in the air between Dynamics pulling a miracle, Afrika getting it together, and KT getting it together. I've lost all hope in Hanwha and Prince. I've never had hope in. As long as Sandbox is on Fleek, I can't predict them. Oh, you don't like On Fleek? I used to love On Fleek like a year ago, back when he was popping off. Sandbox will be my Vici gaming career, and I'm prepared to drown on this sinking ship. Also, they took a game off DRX. Okay, fair enough. Now, what if Dynamics goes and beats DRX? Not gonna happen. All right, DRX versus Prince. And Afrika versus KT. I'm assuming we both have DRX versus Prince. I think it's fine. And I believe the next one is a little bit more complicated with 2 teams kind of floundering, Afrika and KT. It's just on perspective of who do you think is floundering more? Kuzan gonna bring that Janair power versus DRX and Sandbox. Afrika beats KT easily. Yep, I'm in the same boat. I have no faith in KT whatsoever. I think Afrika with Mystic and Keen. You do have Kuro or Yukao fighting against Fly, so that is an advantage for KT. But Dread and Spirit are just. I can't. It's so hard to pick a team with Bono as their jungler. I think Bono messes everything up so often for KT that it's jungler is probably the most important. Jungler and mid are definitely the 2 most important roles. You think Afrika handles KT for sure. Afrika and Damar are the gatekeepers at the top, and we'll rogue the bottom teams. Yep. I love how you just use rogue as a verb which just means slaughter the bottom tier teams. Hey, it is KT though. You never know. But yeah, I do have Afrika as well. So that is it for predictions for. Oopsies, let me delete those stuff real quick. And I should probably delete my banking stuff over here before I bring it over. And then, there we go. But here are all the predictions for the 4 regions. We have GG. C9. No, you could just look at them on screen. I can't. My voice is failing me again. Here is LPL. You want to make all the EU teams into verbs. And here is LCK. So, with that being said, I talked 4 hours by myself. I gave myself 3 hours max tonight. God damn. Oh man, I'm gonna go into work tomorrow and be like, hello, I'm back. They'd be like, what happened to you while you were gone for 3 months? All right, let's talk League. Let's just do LPL again real quick. Shulk, permadeath. Yeah. All right, let's pull up CBLOL, LCL, LJL, LLA, OPL, PCS, TCL, VCS. Oh shit! I gotta make predictions for some of the other stuff on Strafe. I didn't make it for. I know I for sure didn't make it for Vietnam because it didn't like count towards my thing. Either way, all right. Split 2 season CBLOL. So this week we had Pain Gaming take down Prodigy, which made sense. Ents took down Kaboom, which I didn't think was gonna happen. Flamingo took down Santos Esports, which I did actually predict. Furia took down Vivo, which I did not. And then Pain took down Flamingo, which I did expect. Santos took down Vivo, which I did. Ents taking down Furia, again, did not expect. And then Kaboom taking down Prodigy, did. So far, after 4 weeks, we're almost at the halfway point of the CBLOL season. Pain Gaming, which is the best team because they have Robo and BRTT on the team, they are number 1 at 7-1. Santos at 6-2. Ents is surprisingly at 5-3. I don't care if they're INTZ. I'm always calling them Ents. Flamingo, kind of weird having Goku and Bavoy still, but the rest of the team is I mean, Ranger's not bad, but I don't know the top lane and I don't know the support personally. Kaboom is okay at 4-4. I just want to see Faria Kaboom. Just get Ents out of here. They're like my sunning of Korea. Or, of, not Korea. Of Brazil. Let's get them out of here. Bring Kaboom or Faria up here. I'm sad that Vivo Keed isn't playing as well as they did last split, but they don't have Robo. And Robo is like the best player in Brazil at the moment, in my opinion. Yep, Bavoy got signed to Flamingo because BRTT, the guy who's been on Flamingo for so long, left and went over to Pain Gaming with his former teammate Robo. An example, Hanwha is in the process of shulkling me in Korea. BRTT over double it. Yeah, BRTT is very good for Brazilian wise. Not as good as double lift, but you know, Brazil's got passionate fans. I will give them that. I very much enjoy how much passion, and Brazil actually has higher ratings than the LCS. Like the CB LOL has more viewers on average than LCS right now. So that's a shame for LCS production. Get it together. And Brazil, I appreciate when you have a large fan base for your fan, like your league, because that's how you build up. If you build up hype in the fans, yeah, Brazilian fans are super passionate. That's why I'm actually really excited if they have a Valorant team, because Brazil's really good at shooters. If I'm remembering correctly, but the more passionate your fans, the more they want to play, the more they want to be like players, like they want to interact in the community and stuff like that. Yeah, when they switched from YouTube to Twitch, I realized how big their fan base is. Yeah, they're really, really big. I think that it's legit. Like the more fans you get, the more passion means the more people try harding to become better players, which Brazil needs because they've always struggled. They got screwed last split or last Worlds in the same group as they're in the same group as Clutch, Royal Youth, and no, they weren't. They were with Royal Youth, Damwon, and who the hell else was in that group? I don't remember. It wasn't Royal Youth either. I'm failing my entire thing here. But they were with Damwon, I remember. That's all I remember from Flamingo. Oh well. They were in a tough group, is all I want to say. Yeah, they're over 30k on the LCS on average. Alright, let's talk about Russia. Not as big of fans. They don't have as big of a fan base. Gambit Esports back up to 4-0. They got Diamond Procs going back to Worlds, possibly. Unicorns of Love with basically, we say this every week, but former Vega Squadron with Boss, and Pineapple, aka Anonasic, Nomaz, Gadget, and Santos. One Breath Gaming, brand new team. I actually don't know any of these players on here, except I've heard of Smurf. But outside of that, don't know any of the players. But they're 3-1. And they're first loss. Crow Crowd here. Mighty Dragon, I still fully believe needs to be on Dragon Army. He just needs to be forced to be traded to Dragon Army just because of his name. And I will not back down on that. That is not an unreasonable request. And the rest of the league, Kira in top lane on Elements, and that's it. Except there's another Mickey, a Spanish Mickey on Rocks on the 0-4 team. Ryan, I wonder if they will ever end up drafted into EU Masters or if they'll stay separate. I'm surprised Russian League is still thinking the server is dead and most people prefer Dota or CSGO. I should probably read the first part of the sentence. Yeah, I'd be curious if Unicorns of Love goes back to EU and Gambit as well would probably be another one that comes there. Outside, I mean, it used to be Vega Squadron for the longest time, but that's just basically Unicorns of Love now. But yeah, this week, Gambit took down Elements. Crow Crowd took down Vega Squadron. Unicorns of Love took down Dragon Army. One Breath Gaming took down Rocks. Crow Crowd took down Elements. Gambit took down Vega Squadron. Unicorns of Love took down One Breath. And Dragon Army took down Rocks. Rocks and Vega Squadron face each other. They're both 0-4 this week. I picked it on Strafe literally because Vega Squadron gave me more points. I have no idea. I don't know any of these players on either team. Like, so don't ask me for predictions on that one. The new or the bad players in the wild card, I've lost all of the high talent level players on there that I could see play in other regions like Closer. That's why I'm so excited about Closer being so good in LCS, is because I love that guy so much in the TCL when he was playing on Royal Youth. I thought he smurfed every single game. Like, this guy is one of the best junglers I've seen. He's still struggling in LCS as a team, but he's, as a talent wise, I'm glad people have respected him and found him, or just like still respected his talent. All right. So the LJL, we got the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks Gaming, also known as SHG, beat Burning Core, who are just disappointing the split. What's when? Damn. V3 took down SHG. I love how they played back-to-back games. They actually do that. Oh, they must be doing that now. They didn't do that all the time. Did they do that? No. They've done it every time so far this week. I'm just an idiot. V3 took down them. They also took down DFM. No! V3, stop it! Yeah, they're just the same team they were before, but now they're taking down Detonation Focus Me, one of my sweetheart favorite wildcard teams. And Detonation Focus Me is still the same team. They just, funny enough, the worst player on the team is the Korean, and Steel. Steel is not that great. But yeah, Saros, Eevee, I love Udapon. Man. DFM then did recover to take down Burning Core again. Axis lost. Rascal Jester beat Axis, so they reigned supreme over the who's the shittiest team in the entire world. So sometime it should happen that DFM stops winning splits. Yeah, DFM is 4-2, and they're just legitimately Japan. They at least put Japan on the map, luckily, with Heimer mid one trick pony. Hey, I like Saros a lot. Hey, he plays Ziggs as well, thank you very much. He's a 2-trick pony. But yeah, you got Crest Gaming Academy on both of them. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you don't think about the Heimer Ziggs meta? 8 S tier picks right there. I actually think Ziggs is highly underrated. I think he can play a lot more than he is at the moment. But that's we're talking too much. Rascal Jester and Axis are like, if you watch these two guys, like, you know how we make fun of DMO and stuff like that? If you could somehow find this game online, I don't remember where I was watching them. Because Event VOD stopped showing all the wildcards. If you watch these two teams play, you'll see probably the worst two teams you've ever seen in your life. You're like, I'm not watching professionals right now. They're always bottom tier of the list. Every single split. His champion pool is literally twice as big as I thought. I don't want to undersell him, my bad. I watched a few LJL games. Yeah. If you ever watch Rascal Jester and Axis, oof. That's all I can say. LLA closing season. All Knights coming in getting upset, by the way, this week. First, you had Azul Esports, also UCH. I still don't understand. Gotta be a different language scenario. Furious Gaming taking down Isurus Game. Like, Furious Gaming, hats off to you. You start 0-2, you finish last split, you barely made it through the promotion, you lose to X10, who's a terrible team, you lose to Infinity Esports, which is an okay team, not a bad one, but then you go and you beat Isurus Gaming and All Knights, probably the two best teams in the LLA on the same week. That is some LNG levels RNG lucky, but good for you. Like, hell yeah, good job. There's different players. I don't even know most. I know EMP, but that's about it. Like, I don't know any of the other ones. And I'm impressed by that. Rainbow 7 took down X10. All Knights took down Pixel. Furious Gaming took down All Knights, which is... This All Knights team is so good. I want to see Pancake at Worlds. Like, the whole team is so good at All Knights. They've always been my favorite team. They're that second. They're the Cinderella. Like, they're always second place, not the Cinderella. Second place team. They're always losing to Isurus, who's still pretty much the same team with Adi, Seiya, like Slow, Warren Angelus, all the same players for the most part. But yeah, Rainbow Seven against Pixel, Infinity over X10, Isris over Azules. Who's 3-1, who's still surprising me. Cody, Icebox. I've heard of Icebox. I haven't really heard of any of the other ones. Man, I need to get back into watching a few of these games. Now that I'm picking them so much again on the strafe stuff. All right. Split Season 2. The OPL, one of my favorite regions to watch because I can understand the casting sometimes, and it's just kind of fun. Sometimes, by the way, because Australians have, because some of the wildcard regions I was watching at work or listening to at work, so I would do this. I did like that, at work whenever I heard excitement. So it was a lot better to when I could actually hear what was happening fully. Yeah, English casting always a big thing for me. Though I don't mind foreign casting. Actually, some of the LMS casting was some of my favorite. I liked that a lot. They actually had, I believe, Westerice or someone on the cast at some point. No. Maybe. I don't remember. They had some NA player actually go over and cast for a little bit for them with the other LMS casters. It wasn't bad. They get pumped about stuff, which I like. But I know these words is exactly, that's the issue. Oh, Legacy. This was my biggest, my embarrassment with Shulka. This was me taking this spring split. I'm like, okay, Legacy's garbage. I remember they were absolutely terrible. I didn't realize they got Babip on the team and they just they redid their whole roster. They were like the low tier Jin Air of OPL for a while there. So then they got so many good players. And then Mammoth, as we know every time. Well, let's talk about it. Penta.net.gg beat Avant. Direwolf beat Order. Mammoth won a game, guys. Mammoth won a game against Gravatas. Mammoth is... Remember what I said about Axis and Rascal Jester? Throw it away. Mammoth, after winning Worlds, lost everyone to C9. Lost 2 of their players to C9. Most of their players are gone. Or they lost literally all 5 players. And all 5 players, Mammoth was the miracle that almost made it over Unicorn's Love and Clutch. That was the group they were in. I'm right about that one. And damn, they lost everyone. And then they lost. they just lost every game. They're so bad. They are one of the worst teams. They won a game against Gravatas because that means they own the tiebreaker over Gravatas now. So Gravatas is technically worse than them, which is shame on Gravatas. Oh man, Pentanet.gg beat Chiefs. Legacy beat Chiefs. That's understandable. But man, Pentanet.gg. I like this team a lot. They got Pabu and they got Biopanther on the team. I like both of those players a lot. I know Biopanther from Direwolves, former Direwolves. But they do have Chippies now, which I still like. And they have Cupcake as their support, which is just... Your name's Cupcake, man. It's a great name. It's just... I like that name. You need to play Lulu, though. You need to be a Lulu main with the name Cupcake. Yeah, good job for Pentanet. Chiefs, man. Struggling. They're 5-3 now with a 2-game losing streak. Usually Chiefs are the team that choke all the time too. That's another team that's similar to All Knights that always lose. They always lost to Direwolves or Mammoth last split and stuff like that. Avant beat Mammoth. Order was back in the world. Order beat Gravatas, which again is totally fine. And Legacy beat Direwolves. So that's the OPL. The PCS, former LMS plus former whatever the Indonesian league is that I'm Cupcake and Pancake. Yep. I didn't even think about that. Different regions, but they gotta meet somehow. Hopefully one day. All right, so let's talk about this region I like the most because this was I followed the LMS for 2 years or so. So I'm surprised honestly that J Team is 5-0 right now. Honestly, Hong Kong Attitude beat Resurgence. By the way, I was looking at this. Am I crazy? Is that an awesome logo? LMS is Will's baby. Not always true, Raptor. Not always true. But is this a cool logo? I love that logo. I don't know why. I saw that today. I'm like, damn. I like that. BJ Day or BJD beat Liab. Actually, you're right. I said not all the time, as in last split. It wasn't so obvious. I don't want to be talking out my ass. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, see, you had BJ Day and Nova. They were here in the playoffs. So Nova is the former Mega, but Mega wasn't. Is like the blue version of the Film Plus Phoenix logo from the side. Okay, I see it. But yeah, former Mega until Mega didn't pay its players. So you now have the whole team over here with Rocky, Ryan, G4, and that's two new players in the bot lane with Colden Feet. That's just a weird name. And Pop. But yeah, right now you're correct. Touche, Raptor. You are currently correct because J Team Hong Kong Attitude, PSG Talon, which is not a LMS team, but they formed and became who were they before? No, they were just Talon Esports, and now they're PSG Talon. They were just a brand new team, but they took all LMS players. They took Hanabi, my favorite, Candy, River Tank, Unified, Kawing. Yep, you didn't know I was jungling for Nova? Oh, shit. I just read over that. Ryan is jungling for Nova. Shit, man. Well, get it together. You guys are 1-3. I bet you're renting. Don't be telling me you're blaming G4 and Rocky. Those guys have been around forever, and they're always legit for a wildcard team. But no. Imagine being a European football club and buying yourself a team in PCS. Yeah, it's a little weird. That is a little weird. Hey, but they won the PCS last split over with Hanabi, and that's all you can say. Unified Kawing, good too, and Candy, also very good. I'm dealing. That is true, right? If you were playing over here, you're probably playing on 500 ping. I'm just imagining you trying to do a Lee Sin ward hop, like kick or just ward dash, trying to do an insect. Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah. All right. So HKA actually upset PSG, which is surprised me. J Team took down MCK or Machi Esports, which is former G-Rex. That one's all the same for G-Rex pretty much. HQ over Elf, J Team over Nova, HK over BJD, MCX over Liba, J Team over Resurgence, Liab. I always call him Liba. I don't know why I want to call him Liba, but I think it's Liab. Liab over HQ, PSG over Alpha. I don't know how Alpha Esports is still team. To be honest, they're 1-3, but man, they were terrible. They came into the league with Dragon Gate, and Dragon Gate got exposed for fixing matches and being like terrible. And then Alpha was the only one left, and the team that was supposed to replace Dragon Gate ended up not filling out the paperwork in time, so the LMS had the only one less team. Man, HQ over Nova. Ruins as the game ends before I get a kick flash off. Kick is still off cooldown as the Nexus explodes. Yep. Yeah, Dragon Gate was literally fixing matches in the LMS for Spring Split 2019 and 2018. I think it was 2019 LMS. They had a cool logo. I liked them. I was so sad. They had a cool logo, a cool like name. Dragon Gate doesn't sound that bad. It sounds a little weird, but whatever. They had a dragon on their logo. It was like a gold dragon. It looked cool. Look at this. LMS Dragon Gate. No, well, banned for match fixing. Well, you know I'm not lying now. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh. Alright. That's enough with PCS. J Team 5-0. Good job. Talon 4-1. Hong Kong Attitude 4-1. I'm surprised that Machi Esports is 3-2 because they were the superior favorite to actually win the spring championship against Talon. Talon was kind of like a little bit of an underdog, but because Machi is literally the exact same team that was G-Rex that went to Worlds last year. Dragon Gate is also a pro wrestling league in Japan. Huh? Was that on? Did you know that, or was that on the Google search I just did? That was just one of the options I didn't notice. All right, let's wrap it up. We only got two more to go, and then we got to do a top 10. Jesus, it's gonna be a 5-hour stream. TCL summer season. No, he already knew that. Okay. TCL Supermassive took down Aurora. GS took down Royal Youth, who's also a terrible team now without... Imagine not having Broken Blade and Closer and Pilot on the team and all that. You've become a really bad team after a while. Galacticos is 5-3. I'm so impressed. They beat 1907 Fenerbahce Esports Club. Good job. Istanbul Wildcats, also these are the puzzle Rogue Warriors puzzle pieces are stripping off like the paint or whatever and then the Istanbul Wildcat, their puzzle pieces are going into place. They are 6-2, tied for first place. I'm so excited. See, it's 5-hour solo stream. Yeah, it's not your fault. Yeah, apparently not. Well, you're still here, so I'm blaming you still. Istanbul, they not only that, they got first place by beating the first place team, which was currently 6-0 at the time. So hell yeah. Dark Passage over five Ronin. Got 5 Ronin. They had that 3-game win streak. Remember, we hyped them up last week. They're back down to 0-2. Yeah, don't expect too much from them. Istanbul took down GS. Supermassive took down BJK, which, I mean, Supermassive, after starting 1-3, was quite scary because they still have Balulu, Armit, Cacao, Xena, and Snowflower. Like, they still have all their good players. Like, they don't have Wolf anymore, but Snowflower is still really good. Aurora took down 5 Ronin, which is embarrassing for 5 Ronin. 1907 Fenerbahce Esports Club took down Royal Youth in a pretty easy game, and Galacticos took down Dark Passage in an upset. I'm sad because I like Dark Passage. I don't have anything to explain why I like Dark Passage outside of them having a cool logo and a cool name, and Ryan saying they were apparently relevant back in the day, and I didn't know, but you know, they're cool. All right, moving on. Vietnam. Going to Vietnam, one of my favorite all-time regions in general to watch. I'm sad I do not watch Vietnam anymore. Vietnam was LPL on crack. Like, if you think LPL is bloody and messy, Vietnam is just even worse. It's not as high skill level per se, but it's so awesome to watch. Gigabyte Marines took down Overpower Esports, which we did. Poor Mr. Buffalo. Mr. Buffalo took down Percent Esports, by the way, giving them their first loss. Thank you very much. They're 1-2 now. Mr. Buffalo's not the same team, though. Look at these names. Do you recognize any of these names? They're none of them. No. Can Vietnam take down NA 3rd seed in playing best of 5? If you were saying Cerberus, probably not. I don't know enough about the Cerberus team. I don't understand why they're 3-0. They're always mediocre. If you give me Gigabyte Marines, I'm picking Gigabyte Marines. I love this team. I love Levi. I love Easy Love. Where's Big Kuro again? Percent Esports has Big Kuro. Yeah, watch out for Big Kuro too. One of my favorite ADCs. I don't know really the rest of the team around him, but you got Big Kuro, and that's all you need. Team Secret took down Overpower Esports. Team Flash took down Mr. Buffalo. Poor Mr. Buffalo went down 2-0. And then Cerberus took down Evos, man. Cerberus taking down Flash, Secret, and Evos. They might be legit, but Evos is 0-3. And they have Zeros on the team. Damn. Zeros is he's kind of like the Shy. He was obviously worse than the Shy, obviously. But, like, he was prime, like, best player when he was on Fung Fu Buffalo. It'll be Vietnam's 2nd seed, so. Percent, Big girls on that team. Maybe don't bet on them. Big girl on that team though. But yeah. Zeros was like the best player. It was him, Big Kuro, on Fung Fu Buffalo, and they just obviously they beat G2 twice. They were so good, and now he's like almost like maybe Ale is a little bit of a better Ale into a natural is better comparison. He's just not that he oversteps constantly and gets caught out constantly. Huni, the shy, Ale like he's that kind of style of top laner, and it's just failing him all the time. All right, that's enough. Let's go to our top 10 before I go to bed at 2 a.m. It's already 2 a.m. Oh, no. Did I have 21st? Someone only changed the numbers last week and no one called me on it. So we're just going to pretend that never happened there. That never existed. I totally didn't have that on my spreadsheet without realizing it. Nope. All right, let me pull up Ryan's because me and Ryan are a little bit different on our power rankings. Shut up. I know it's 28th. Oh my god! I invaded myself! I know I'm 28th. I'm not an idiot. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. All right, it looks like this podcast is going to require a little bit of editing before it goes onto YouTube because that part just needs to be cut out of the VOD completely. I'm so embarrassed about that. I think it was because I messed up the 21st, so I fixed I'm like, okay, I messed it up, I gotta go fix it. But like, oh my god, that's unexcusable. That's like not taking Smite times 2. That's like not taking Smite right there. Oh, that's so bad. Oh my god, I hate myself. Okay, let me pull up Ryan's stuff. All right. So this is going to look really weird off the bat. So the way we do this is the blue teams, if you don't know, this was the initial ones on June 7th. I'm looking at the other, like, May 15th. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it's the E-Star League podcasters. That's the content right there. Week of June 15th. Okay. But yellow means they stayed in their position from the previous week. Green means up. Red means down. I didn't know what to do if they were a new team, so I made them blue. It doesn't really make sense like the other ones, but it just means a new team has entered in to the top 10 that was not in it in the previous week. And as you can tell, last week got very spicy. There were a lot of new teams that jumped ahead. This week, I'm starting out fresh with a new team. I thought I was bold. I didn't know if you were going to do it or not, Ryan. I should have known you were going to do it, and you beat me on the boldness. I put Victory 5 into the top 10 best teams in the world. A sentence I never, ever would have thought I would have said 4 weeks into the season. This is a team I put at 17th. No! Ryan said I'm just going to type it. Ryan said this. I hate you. I put Victory 5 in top 10. They took down RNG. I think that makes them legitimate contenders in China. And damn, they're just impressive with the way they play. They win off complicated team comps. They don't just play super simple stuff. We've talked about it earlier where they had team comps that needed to win early. I believe they had like a Renekton, a Nidalee, a Jace or something like that. Like it was only early game. Like if they got anywhere past 25 minutes, they were going to lose that game. And most teams, including LPL teams, lose those games because they don't capitalize on it that much. Oh, my video feed was blocking it? Oh, whatever. I put this. V5. Yeah, there. I said it's V6 because I initially typed V6 there. Oh, we'll move it up. Okay, V5 there. But yeah, it was a typo. But yeah, they're playing really, really well. They're playing different styles, and they're winning on multiple styles, which is what's been impressing me the most. Ryan went ahead and threw them all the way up to his fourth best team in the world because he's playing with his heart a little too much. But if they beat Fun Plus Phoenix, is that today? Or is that like in 3 hours or no? Or is that in 2 days? Let's come on. Yeah, that's today. That's in 4 hours from now. 5 hours from now. If they beat Fun Plus Phoenix, I'm all on board for you putting them top 4 there. But you might be 5 hours too early. We will decide. All right. Ryan's number 10 team, he has JDG. He has dropped all the way to number 10th from number 6, so they've fallen even further into his power rankings. I do not have JDG on my top 10. They are probably 11, 12, 13th, around there, but they're not in top 10 anymore for me after losing that game to Rogue Warriors. They were already on the brink of it. I had them 10th last week. Ryan had them 6th, and I'm kind of fed up with JDG. I haven't predicted against them, I guess, but not the farthest drop. Interesting. I didn't even look at your comparison, but yeah, kind of surprised with how bad EDG has been. Or JDG, not EDG. Sorry. You have a correction. JDG is out. RNG is 10th. We have a live correction here with RNG dropping from 3rd to 10th and replacing JDG, who is now officially out of your power rankings. Well, for me, RNG is out of my power rankings, so it's still the same scenario. I have RNG and JDG fighting for the 11th, 12th level spot. So it's all good. We are all the same except changing everything's the same except changing the letters. Number 9, I have a newcomer who is a former player in this top 10. So IG, I guess they get a blue. I guess we haven't had anyone ever come back into the top. Wait, which color? That looked like a different color. Am I blind? Oh, it was. I was on the wrong blue. But IG coming back in. They weren't in it last week. They were number 10. They started number 10. They stayed number 10. They dropped out of 10. Now they're back up to number 9. So they're actually at the highest point they've ever been this year. But that's what happens when you beat Fun Plus Phoenix and you stay close to LGD. So I was impressed with IG. Ryan was more impressed with IG as Ryan has skyrocketed IG all the way back into his rankings, all the way up to number 5. What the hell? You're really impressed with how IG. You think IG has fully turned it around to be a top 5 team in the world? Giga boost. Yeah, he really boosted them all the way up to number 5. I just put them. I thought they barely got back in, but according to Ryan, they're back up to number 5. While he types that out, I will go ahead and name Ryan's 9th place team. I think they've turned it around enough. Okay, that's fair. IG, the 2 teams that at their peak are the best teams in the league, possibly. I mean, top is really good. Really, really good. The 2 teams that are at their peak is Damwon and IG. They can win against anyone when they're playing their best games. They have an unlimited potential. Raptor, you can't spoil what the number 1 pick is gonna be, even though it's been the same and they haven't lost. Come on. You gotta leave suspense. I pretty much revamped my list from last week, which is why RG dropped so much. They haven't beaten anyone good besides maybe JDG. Okay. Number 9 on Ryan's list is T1. Formerly, so they have dropped from they were number 2, number 7, and number 9. They have fallen. Dude, your middle is more suspense. Absolutely. All right, fine. You know what? Raptor's right. Surprise, surprise. We didn't change top out of our top 2. Our top 1. no surprise there whatsoever. Top is still the number one team in the world, which I've realized I've named them Top like their former name when they should be Top TES, which is what I've actually asked them to do. Back, not that they listen to me whatsoever, but I'm way too small for that. But I asked them to do that the first season I started watching LPL. I was like, TES is like Top Esports, because they were just Top Sports before. They weren't Top Esports. Yeah, I can't. Ryan said you can't make excuses for T1 until they get going. They aren't top 5. I have T1 at number 8, so I am not much further ahead of you with predicting them there. I had them number 7 last week. You had a number 7 last week. We both dropped them. I think they're playing kind of sloppy. And if my predictions are correct, and Damwon and Gen G both beat them, T1's dropping out of the top 10, and probably Damwon or Gen G probably at that point will be moving into the top 10 from there. Until we see better from T1, they're dropping out of the top 5. All right. Number 8 from Ryan. Number 8 is Cloud9. He has Cloud99. Cloud9 has moved up in his rankings. They previously were 9th. They had fallen. Cloud99. They were 8th to start the year. They stayed 8th. They dropped to 9th because he put the EU team above them, and then they are now back up to 8th. It's Cloud99th. Shut up. Oh, I'm never going to live that one down. I'm so embarrassed. Like, nothing really embarrasses me, but that was so bad. I have Cloud9 staying strong. They haven't moved in my predictions. They're still 6th place. I put them in 6th from the beginning of the year. I still think... I was like Fnatic not popping Blastcone. Just a brain oopsies. Exactly. just some little oopsies in my brain there. I think. All right. I'm gonna come out and say this. If C9 was in a better region, they would probably be in my top 2, top 3 teams in the world at the moment. Like, not joking. This C9 team looks unbeatably good. Like, just below top esports level good, in my mind. I'm just worried about that. Because, is it just because they're facing NA? MSI would have done a huge favor for me, being able to see Cloud9 against other regions and see how they perform against the top of each region. So then I would have my faith justified. Because right now, this Cloud9 team is the best NA team I've ever seen in my entire life. By a decent margin. And they're unbelievably good. Like, they are so clean in every game. They are leagues above any of the other NA teams. It's not even close. Like, I will be completely stunned if Cloud9 do not finish as the champions of Summer Split. By a very large margin. You mean almost as good as 2016 TSM. To be fair, I don't know. I wasn't watching back then. So I don't know how good TSM was before the meme. I remember them being memed before I even paid attention too much to the league. I still heard the memes of them at Worlds just completely failing. But honestly, I'm begging. I mean, we can't get it. Unfortunately, we won't have any international competition until Worlds. So C9's kind of stuck where they are. But I think they have the limit to literally be a finalist at Worlds this year. If they keep playing the way they play in the macro that they show in general and just how they're executing on skill checks and stuff. Like that, the hard part is like skill checks because you're facing such an inferior opponent. You should always do good on skill checks. It's harder to do a skill check when you're facing teams like the LPL has to face every other freaking week. like they have to go through the gauntlet every week. You never get a day off, it feels like, or a week off. You always have at least one team usually. You have a few days off, but you don't have a week off. You always have like that one team on the schedule. Like, well, shit, this is a top 5 team in the world every single week. But yeah, maybe it's too much hype on C9. Maybe it is. Maybe they're not as good and they're going to get exposed in the situation. But watching them play, they don't, in general, just macro decisions and everything, They have it, in my opinion. They have the formula down. So they're 6. I would rank them higher if I could. If NA was better, they'd be so much higher in my rankings. All right. Number 7. So we did Ryan's at 8, so let's do my 7. My 7th has fallen at the playoffs. We'll have a good-ass talk anyway from Worlds. Anyways, from Worlds. Yeah, for sure. 7, this feels so weird to me because I've always held this team in the highest regard. I don't care about their best of 1 performances. I know they're the best. But I have to care about, for a weekly global power rankings, I kind of have to take into account their best of 1 struggles. G2 is my 7th team, falling out of my top 4 right now. Ryan does not have G2 on his list still, which I still think is blasphemy. I thought it was blasphemy last week. I still kind of think it's a little blasphemy this week. It's a little less, though, because they did lose to SK as well. They are now 3-3. According to me right now, C9 over G2. According to Ryan last week, C9 over G2. But I have to punish you eventually. If you're going 1-1 every single week as a top tier team, you're gonna have to get punished eventually. And with Perks not starting this week, I think that's gonna be a bad thing. Again, I don't know if I'll have it in my heart to drop them out of the top 10 if they go 0-2 because Perks wasn't there. Because, yeah, it's fine as of now. By playoffs, they'll be top 5. I am in the same exact boat. Like, I think G2, I've said it multiple times on this podcast. Cloud9 possibly can take down those teams. I don't have any international proof that they can take down most of the LPL teams. I don't have international proof that G2 can take down LPL teams because they get 3-0'd by them all the time. However, G2 has proved internationally that they can play consistently with international teams, like not just EU stomping EU, that I feel like G2 always has the best chance against the LPL team. I think the LPL is just in such a high regard, so much better than the rest of the leagues, that even G2 getting smashed 3-0 to them, I don't think any of the other teams had a chance either. It's just G2 is the unfortunate one that has to face that. Right, sure, that's my reasoning. Same as T1. I expect both and probably Fnatic 2 to be back in from come playoffs, but right now, no. Okay. I try to weigh it a little bit as well, but they're dropping on my list for sure. Probably if they go 0-2 to Excel and Misfits, I feel like especially the Excel game, you have to beat Excel. If they go 0-2, they're probably dropping out. They probably are. But yeah, I expect G2 for sure to be right back in my top 5, top 4, even top 3 at this point by playoff time. Fnatic, I'm not as sure anymore to be top 10. To be honest, I think that EU has become such a strong region all of a sudden with a lot of teams that Fnatic's going to have to work really hard to beat some of the other teams in EU. Ryan, your number 7 team is Mad Lions. Mad Lions. I can't type at all today. Mad Lions has moved up from number 8 for you to number 7. I think that Mad Lions are phenomenal right now. I actually have Mad Lions as my number 5 team. I typed Nad again. I typed it twice. My hands aren't on the correct keys. They're like one off. But I really, really like this Mad Lions team. This Mad Lions team reminds me of a young, they're still very young over there as well, but kind of like a Damwon of Europe, where they've just come in with a very, very, very aggressive style, and they're just taking names as a bunch of rookies and just, if you're not able to play at their speed that they play the game at, you're just going to lose the game completely. And I love every minute of it. I think Shadow is phenomenal at jungle. Karzi's the best ADC in the league. They are DRX. They are DRX / Griffin Light, or former Griffin, obviously. But yeah, DRX. That's a better one. DRX level, they're just Griffin just came into the league and just started destroying people, position by position. Yep. Yeah, we even talked about this earlier today with Doran and Rome. I think they're really good. I think Mad is a team that's at the moment, I would say Mad is the best team to go to Worlds and succeed for EU. However, I would say G2 probably by the end of the split, assuming they come back. Listen, as a Team Liquid fan, I know assuming is apparently a bad idea. I assumed in Spring Split everything would be okay. Finish ninth. But assuming everything goes well at G2 and Mad are going to be two massive threats coming out of EU this year. And we could even have, if Fnatic comes back, you can have them as a 3rd or 4th seed. Assuming Fnatic even makes a comeback with memes. But yeah, Fnatic has to fight with Rogue and Origin and Misfits and SK possibly. There's like 5 to 6 teams fighting for that 3rd and 4th spot that you're gonna have to really fight hard for. So it's no gimme. I think G2 and Mad lock up spots pretty simple. But the rest, they're all there. Ryan, your number 6 team is Fun Plus Phoenix. You've dropped them all the way from 5th to 6th. Very far drop of 1 spot. I've dropped them all the way from 2nd to 4th. Fox. Echo Fox is back in top 4. Apparently, I'm going to typo every single one of these. But it's late and I'm stressed. I don't want to go back to work. I enjoyed a 3-month break, man. That was a 3-month break where I got paid pretty much the same amount of money that I did working. Now I have to go back to work for the same amount of money I get for not working. Echo Fox, Delta Fox. Yeah. Delta Fox is in the top 4. I think Fun Plus Phoenix obviously losing to IG, not great. They've looked a little bit shaky. I just have full faith. Kind of like G2, I have full faith in Fun Plus Phoenix. They are such a good team. It's just the LPL is such a difficult region. They're currently in 7th place. I think they'll bounce back just fine. They're in 7th place in their own region. I have them 4th in the world. Doesn't really make sense when you say it that way, but just in play style in general, I think they're very, very good. And now finally for our top 3, I have LGD as my 3rd team, and Ryan has LGD as his 3rd team as well, which means, I'm sure you all guessed it, DRX has stayed as Ryan's 2nd team, and DRX has moved up for me to the 2nd team in the world. So I think that, talking about both these teams here, I think that LGD, solid team. This is one of the rare, my top 6 is basically my power rankings for LPL. Yeah. you have five of the top 6 teams in Ryan. Man, and I'm the LPL bias one. 5 of Ryan's top 6 teams are LPL teams. Fix the X. What do you mean? DRX. What's wrong? Oh, anyway. But LGD is the first super team I've seen in a while actually succeed. Like the super team Sunning, Misfits, 100 Thieves. Can't think of any more off the top of my head. They all failed bad at the same time. Like the same split. They all bought a bunch of players, a bunch of high level players, and they all fell apart. And then Misfits was throwing their entire academy in instead. Like the whole thing was a mess. Sunning is being Sunning, and it was all super bad. And now we have LGD finally succeeding with the super team formula, and that's good. We've always wanted a super team to succeed, because the whole point of a super team is, we have a bunch of players that are really, really good. Let's get them all on the same team to be really good together. Will the LPL, Ryan, the C9 fan, have 5 LPL teams in the top 6. Will the LPL fan has C9 in top 6? Funny how that works. Yeah, I only have 4 teams in the LPL in the top 6. No, I only have 3. I have 3 teams of the LPL and the top team from each other region, pretty much. But we both have 5. No, you have 6 LPL teams in your top 10. But yeah, DRX has moved up for me. I've said this 100 times on this podcast already. LS had mentioned that no team has ever had the best mid laner and ADC at the same time until DRX with Deft and Chovy. Disagree, because the best mid laner and ADC at the moment is Jackie Love and Knight. However, that doesn't mean that DRX is bad by any means. Obviously, we have him at number 2, and clearly this formula is kind of working by getting the best talent at the 2 power positions that do the most damage for you. No, I think LS meant in the world, but it could have meant in the league at the time. LS has gotten much better, I feel like, at recognizing the LPL after MSC, I've noticed, so maybe. But in Spring Split before that was definitely, I believe he meant that, like, in the world. LS really likes DRX. If that is the case, TSM did that in 2016 with Bjergsen and DL, and they're doing it right now, actually, in 2020 with Bjergsen and DL. But I wouldn't say they're both the best in their position anymore, to be fair. But, yeah, we're still NA. Maybe Ellis did not think of NA as a region in 2016. Fair enough. We're still NA at the end of the day, and that's what's sad. But yeah, DRX and Top Esports, insanely. To be fair, that 2016 when Korea was literally tiers above all. Yeah, it's also Korea was so far ahead of everyone. And to be fair, that 2016 TSM team did dominate until Worlds, until they completely choked. Like, it was a very dominating team before that. But yeah, I think it's just a very interesting thing that both teams are very. Top is unfair because they're like the best at almost every single position, so that's not fair, and not just region, worldwide. But yeah, DRX is in the same boat. I think they look amazing. They're holding Korea up right now. I feel like T1 is shaky. Gen G's added a little more faith to me, but I don't like their playstyle. I don't think their playstyle is going to ever win Worlds again until there's a massive meta shift to Vision or just tank items in general or something. I don't think that the slow play will ever win. And then T1 is looked shaky, but Damwon has a chance, but Damwon is so coin flippy. I don't think Damwon could get through a tournament without having one really bad series that kicks him out. A bunch of analysts and other teams rank TSM as top 4 and bound for semifinal. Oops, that's what made TSM fans giga delusional and be hated by everyone else. Yeah, that's I agree with that. But so we got top still number 1. DRX stay. So Ryan has 2 teams stay the same spot. I have 2 teams stay the same spot. 3 teams moving up with Mad, LGD, and DRX for me. For Ryan, LGD, Mad, and C9 have moved up. I've moved down Fun Plus Phoenix, G2, and T1. He's moved down Fun Plus Phoenix, T1, and RNG. And my 2 new teams and his 2 new teams are both Victory 5 and IG. He's just a little more confident putting Victory 5 at 4 and IG at 5 than I am at IG at 9 and Victory 5 at 10. But with that being said, we are at 4 hours and 55 minutes. I think that should be all for this podcast. Thank you so much for coming out. I appreciate the conversation. It really, even though I meme and say like, oh my God, I can't be doing this for this long, which is technically true because working tired and at minimum right now, 5 hours of sleep. If I fall asleep 30 minutes from now, that'll be 5 hours. I wanted so badly to put C9 and Matt above IG. You could have. I would have totally been fine with that. I think they're both better than IG at the moment. But we will see at the end of the day, I guess. Thank you guys for coming out to watch. I do appreciate it. I love the back and forth. It makes it a lot more interesting than me just sitting here by myself talking about teams for 3 to 5 hours. Thanks, guys, for coming out. And we will see you next Sunday for July. Damn, I was going to meme, but I don't know. July 5th Fist. We'll see what those power rankings should be. All right. See you guys later. Good night. July Fist.